Chapter 251, The Wrong Path in Evolution. Woohoo! The King of Flame blocked the punch of the test subject, and then the flames on his fist hit his ribs. Most of the battles between giant creatures have no skills to speak of, just relying on brute force to swing randomly. The power they have can make up for the lack of skills to a great extent. Only when the strength and speed of both sides are roughly at the same level, the skills can be more useful. And the King of Flame's various indicators are slightly stronger than this test subject, so the battle on the beach is just a one-sided beating. King of Flame, stop playing, use the flame fist to solve that guy. After hearing Quinn's request, the King of Flame's fists ignited again. The test subject did not have Kaido's resistance. The fist wrapped in flames left a charred mark on the chest of the test subject, and the beard on the chin was also burned clean. Painful experiment. The body let out a terrible roar, and the body kept retreating, and finally fell on the beach, and King Yanwu's body also jumped high, aiming his elbow at the abdomen of the experimental body and smashing it. There seemed to be a small earthquake on the beach, and a big pit appeared under the body of the experimental body, and even the sea water under the beach began to seep out. If it were another world, the eyes of the experimental body would have become mosquito-repellent eyes at this time. However, it can be seen that it has lost its combat ability. King Yanwu, come back. Hearing Quinn's order, King Yanwu walked back and sat cross-legged directly behind them. Mhahaha, the things you guys are researching are really rubbish, and they are no match for my little pig. Do you still want to trade such things? CP0's agents regarded the beast pirates as a group of primitive people, thinking that they could exchange precious minerals from them with flints, but when they came here, they found that the other party directly took out a lighter, which was still windproof. Given the quality gap, they knew very well that this deal was probably a failure. A giant beast that obeyed orders and could use fire was much stronger than the brainless giant they brought. It's a pity that your broken thing doesn't seem to work. Can it plow the land? It looks like it can't do it. Let's talk about it after you come up with something valuable. Quinn, let's go. He said that he transformed into a blue dragon, formed a flame cloud and took King Yanwu away from here, and Quinn followed closely behind. Before leaving, he did not forget to complain that those people in the world government had no vision and actually took a fancy to Caesar, a waste. Although Quinn was rude, several CP0s did not have any temper at all. They knew their own strength very well. Pirates of Kaido's level were no longer something they could deal with. The pressure on them to perform the mission was much greater than Kaido's. After all, if Kaido broke up, they would have no way to deal with it, and they might not be able to escape. Captain that thing bloodline factor. As a team that deals with laboratories every day, they are not unfamiliar with the term bloodline factor. Moreover, this word is not a secret. The pacifist plan that is being studied now has something to do with the ability of the bloodline factor. Just now, King Yanwu and the experimental subject even had a fight in the sea water. The waist-deep sea water affected King Yanwu a lot, but it also ruled out the possibility that it was an animal awakener pretending to be. The only conclusion they can draw from the wild boar man who can use fire is that Quinn has made a breakthrough in the bloodline factor and has put it into practice. Maybe, those people were really blind at the beginning and actually let such a person go. What should we do now? Retreat, let the people above worry about the rest. This incident at least shows that Kaido has the intention to trade. Whether we can offer the price he wants is not what we say. The transaction failed, and the CP0 team returned empty-handed again, and the half-dead experimental subject was also packed and taken back by them. King Yanwu even helped them save a lot of anesthetics. Although it is a failure, this thing can't be thrown away directly. Transporting them back to Punk Hazard and freezing them again is the biggest possibility at the moment. Punk Hazard, after hearing the report sent by CP0, Caesar's expression was almost distorted. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could that idiot achieve success in both bloodline factor and gigantism at the same time? Caesar didn't believe that Quinn could do what he couldn't do, but the information report brought back by CP0 just explained everything, which forced him to accept this cruel reality. In fact, Caesar was not the only one who thought so. Just as Scourge's change allowed the Navy to start research on pacifists in advance, the appearance of King Yanwu proved the feasibility of the experiment. The reason why the ancient giant revival experiment failed was not that this plan was not good, but that they took the wrong path. Under this guidance, the originally sealed plan was restarted again, and their thinking was distorted. Purebred giants are not good, and demons like ounce are not good either. The appearance of King Yanwu shows that animals are more likely to combine with bloodline factors, and orcs are the right path. Guided by this idea, they went further and further on the wrong path. The trade of sea stone was not abandoned. They thought that Kaido's willingness to meet was a big breakthrough, and began to discuss whether to take the stone slab from other celestial dragons as a trading item. Kaido and Quinn had not yet returned to Inagashima with King Yanwu. The place of the trade was in the doldrums, and it would take a long time to return to Inagashima. Something happened in Inagashima. Yamato and the others saw the evolution of Pokemon for the first time. Kaido's departure from Inagashima meant that it was time for her to take a vacation. Although there were many more access control points in Inagashima, places without access control were still free to enter and exit. The houses on Inagashima had more than one floor, so when she was running on the stairs, she accidentally stepped on the stairs and rolled several times on the stairs. Although she was still a child, her body had been through a lot of exercise, which was nothing to her. Even at the moment of falling, her first reaction was to hold the little fairy milk in her arms. During this process, the little fairy milk also experienced a lot of rolling, and Yamato had some chocolate in his arms. When the rolling fairy milk met candy, its evolution condition was triggered. After Nico Robin used the arm created by the flower fruit to stop Yamato, a shining white light appeared in Yamato's arms. The originally pure white fairy milk began to grow larger, from an ordinary little ball to a little doll wearing a princess dress, but the color changed. It was originally pure white, but because of the chocolate, it became because of the power, it turned light brown. Chapter 252, Robin's Potential as a Pokemon Researcher. Wait, Jack, the evolution of the fairy milk must not be so simple, otherwise they would have evolved long ago. Maria also wanted her fairy milk to evolve. She seemed to be born with a maternal instinct. Others treated the fairy milk as a partner, but she directly treated it as a child. The impulse to evolve the child was understandable. Taking Yamato's frost milk fairy as an example, they began to study the evolution principle of the fairy milk, but the only conclusion Maria and Jack could draw was that the evolution of the fairy milk had something to do with Yamato's role just now. At this time, Robin gave some of his own insights. Is it related to the candy on you? Due to the color, the chocolate ornament on the top of Yamato's frost milk fairy's head was not very obvious, but Robin noticed it. This is a person who collected enough information in half a day. Some people can't compare to her in half a day after more than 10 years of hard work, and details are always important in archaeology, so she noticed this difference. She also had a piece of chocolate in her hand, which was given to her by Yamato before. If you compare them carefully, you can see that the style of the chocolate is the same. Now Nico Robin also wants to figure out how Frosty Milk Fairy evolved, and the evolution of Little Fairy Milk aroused her interest. Archaeology is a very boring thing, especially reading those tedious documents. The interest of young Robin in archaeology is closely related to environmental factors. The fear of her peers made her have no companions, and the discrimination of her relatives made her lack of care. Only the scholars of the Tree of All-Knowing could look at her with an equal eye and prepare birthday cakes for her. In order to better integrate into this group, she naturally began to get in touch with archaeology, and gradually became interested. At the same time, Olivia's behavior also had a certain influence on her. No one in the Beasts is afraid of the ability users. When she came here, she at least came into contact with some peers. Unlike the original timeline, she had been living in intrigues to avoid being hunted, and even couldn't sleep well. Now she at least has a good dream at night. Although there is no little fairy milk, in order to better integrate into a group, it does not prevent her from getting in touch with this matter. Moreover, the characteristics of the fairy milk generating cream and evolving also aroused her curiosity. She was just a theorist, but Jack was a practical person. He didn't have chocolate on him, but he had lemon mint candy. After putting the mint candy in the fairy milk's hand, he rolled down again. None of the three of them expected Jack to roll down again, so this time Jack directly hit the corner of the stairs, but this also verified Robin's speculation that candy and the evolution of the fairy milk were directly related. His fairy milk also evolved into a cream milk fairy, but the main color was light yellow, and it was dotted with a little green. Success! It also evolved. Jack raised his cream milk fairy. Male fishmen can also have a little girlish heart when they were young. Great, Robin, you guessed it right. It turns out that you have to roll with candy. Maria looked around. She only had some matcha snacks on her, but she thought she could give it a try. So she also planned to copy Jack's behavior. Since her physical fitness was not that strong, she had already turned into a big spider in beast form, and planned to roll down in this posture. Wait! Don't roll down the stairs. I think spinning is enough. You don't need such a large amplitude. Just take it and turn it a few times in place. After hearing this, Maria tried it, and the third green frost milk fairy appeared here. Chapter 253, A Completely Different Life. The little fairy milk is originally an amorphous evolution. Some of them are not even the types that have appeared in the past. The new and similar candy decorations have given birth to their new forms today. Vanilla chocolate, lemon mint, milky matcha, the three colors of frost milk fairy represent three completely different flavors. Although they can't float around like before after evolution, they have no inconvenience in moving with hands and feet. The palms of frost milk fairy can produce cream at will. They just evolved and played wildly with the children who saw their evolution. This led to a period of time later, they each held a piece of linen and a bucket in their hands. In a sense, Yamato and Jack started the world's first Pokemon duel, and the way of the duel was to throw cream at each other. The cream itself did not cause much damage, but it caused cream to be everywhere. Cleaning the cream on the wall was what they had to do next. Even Robin, who was standing next to them, was affected. Although she did not have frost milk fairy, the flying cream did not let her go. Jack and Yamato were cleaning the floor and the shorter walls, while the higher walls and ceilings were the scope of cleaning for Maria and Robin. One of them could climb high through the ability of the spider fruit, and the other extended a lot of arms through the flower fruit. Ordinary children might feel tired when doing this job, but this was not the case for these children. Compared with Kaido's training and usual physical training, this job was nothing. But this was nothing in terms of physical strength. They were required to clean every corner thoroughly, which was the most difficult. But when cleaning, Yamato found something wrong. Robin, why are you smiling? Laughing? Am I smiling? Of course, the smile on your face never fades. Robin was much more convenient to do housework than them. When they were running around with sackcloth, she only needed to stand still and activate her ability. More than a dozen sackcloths were working at the same time. After cleaning an area, she just needed to summon a new arm with her ability. Because it's interesting. Interesting? You're weird. In fact, it's not weird, but she got what she lacked in her childhood. When she lived in Olivia's brother's house, she did a lot of housework. As Olivia's brother, he did raise Robin. But the situation was different after a long time. They didn't expect Olivia to be gone for 6 years. Although her brother didn't drive Robin out, he began to feel that Robin was dragging his feet under his wife's complaints, and he never lacked housework every day. But doing housework alone and doing housework here in a playful way are completely different concepts. She seems to understand what friends of the same age feel. People here don't think she is a monster or a weirdo because of her ability. Interesting, practical, and good abilities are what she gets evaluated for. The culture within the beasts is still based on competition, but this competition has eased a lot. However, as long as competition exists, power is something that others envy. After cleaning, Yamato and Maria went to the executive bathroom on the top floor, Jack went to the big bathhouse downstairs, and Robin returned to the Sky Island because it was sunset. On the edge of the Sky Island, Sora wore a big straw hat and looked at the sunset in the distance. The safety of those scholars was not a problem, but their freedom was restricted to a certain extent. This was also his original opinion. He believed that the scholars had violated the law, but the crime was not punishable by death. It was enough to study under supervision. He did not expect that a group of pirates were doing this now. The people of the beasts told him that he could not leave here in a short time, and he accepted this. He also understood the current situation. The basic lifespan of the giants is 300 years. It doesn't matter if he delays some time here. He plans to watch Robin grow up first, and he doesn't want Robin to be full of pirate thinking. There is nothing to do on the Sky Island. He just looks at the sunset and thinks about life. Recently, he got some philosophy books from the newly established library and is studying the problem of human nature. All living conditions on Sky Island were met. According to the scholars' requirements, the beasts' pirates built a big clock on Sky Island to indicate the time. Watching the hour hand move to the position of 7, Sora knew that Robin would be back soon. A few minutes later, a 1,000-year-old dragon rushed out from under the clouds of Sky Island, and Robin was also brought back. Those clouds were not ordinary clouds, but newly generated sea clouds. Ordinary clouds in the sky and clouds on Sky Island are different forms of clouds, and sea clouds near island clouds will also evaporate and disappear. It's just that the characteristics of island clouds will make it gather ordinary clouds and transform them into sea clouds. If nothing unexpected happens, new sea clouds will be generated around this small sky island in a few years. Sorrow. I'm back. Are you having fun? Happy, those creatures called Pokemon here are really interesting. This is something Sorrow didn't expect. No one from Beasts instilled any ideas into Robin, just let her play with Yamato and the others, and if she wanted, she could also participate in some training. Because in the eyes of the Beasts, that kind of thing is unnecessary, and subtle influence is enough. The friendship of youth can affect many things, and there is no need to rush. In the library of the new Tree of All-Knowing, Olivia also prepared dinner and waited for Robin to come back. The giant vines spawned by Arceus not only tied up the Sky Island, but also extended a large part. With the help of Sorrow, the scholars hollowed out part of the vines and stored the books again, and many people lived directly in it. There are also some houses still under construction around, but most of them are tents. They have no experience in how to build buildings on the island cloud of the Sky Island. The foundation of the Sky Island is completely different from the foundation on ordinary soil. Before the corresponding experts arrive, they can only learn from the Shandayans to set up tents. It just so happens that the people who went to Angel Island to collect shellfish have also set off. They also received orders from Arceus to learn how to build houses from there, or directly bring back a few people who can build houses. They live in tree houses and tents, but there is no problem with other things. Some rooms have lights on, which is completely different from Wano Country below. It gets dark later in Wano Country this season, but it is already dark, but there is no artificial light in most places. Chapter 254, Electric Shock Monsters and Scholars. From Sky Island, you can overlook the entire Wano Country. The brightly lit Flower City and the villages with only sporadic lights on the periphery form a sharp contrast. Except for the lights in Flower City and the general's residences, most places are dim, and only the place where the Beasts pirates live has a different light. This is the result of Arceus's leading the decoration. Obviously, there is the technology of power generation and storage, but Kaido planned to go retro in a Nagashima at the beginning, but Arceus thought it was stupid to use torches to illuminate such a large house. So there is a large power storage device under a Nagashima. In this unscientific world, the conversion rate of many energy sources has become extremely high, such as human-powered generators. At the beginning, a Nagashima's power supply was basically human-powered, and later there was some solar energy supplement. The omnipotent Quinn once again demonstrated his role. At first, he wanted to build a hydroelectric power station at the waterfall behind the Ghost Island, but the flow and location of the waterfall were not enough to meet this demand. It would be easy to build a power station there. It is easy to reduce the flow of the waterfall outside the harbor, resulting in the exposure of the cave entrance, so the matter was abandoned. The factory in Wano Country is mainly manpower, and there is no demand for electricity. However, as the intelligence of the equipment in a Nagashima increases, the demand for electricity is also gradually increasing. Rotom can meet the energy consumption of its own boarding appliances, but not all appliances are boarded by Rotom. So some time ago, probably not long after Sky Island was brought back, the power supply of a Nagashima also entered the Pokemon era. The choice of Pokemon for power supply varies according to different regions. There is an Electromon living in the Sky Island above and the Nagashima below. As the evolution of Electromon is larger, with thicker arms and a special pattern on its back. From the back, it feels like a double-headed socket. Unlike Electromon that steals electricity from power plants, they no longer need to do so after evolution, and can also generate electricity for other appliances. It's just that their voltage does not need to be controlled, so they are all charged into a giant battery. Although there is only one, the power supply of the electric shock monster is very terrifying. Just one electric shock monster can provide all the electricity needed for the buildings of a large city for a year. The power generation of the electric shock monster is proportional to the heart rate. When the heartbeat increases, the power generation will increase. The power generation is at the highest level among electric Pokemon. Theoretically, if there is an electric shock monster, there is no need to worry about power outages in summer, nor do you have to worry about the scene of the Battle of Two Cities. The power consumption of the Ghost Island is easy for the electric shock monster. It can't let itself get too excited, otherwise it will easily burst the battery. In fact, one electric shock monster can meet the power supply of the Ghost Island and the Sky Island above at the same time. Arranging two is not only for convenience, but also for safety. The combat power of Pokémon like the Wind Fairy is average, but the electric shock monster is different. During the battle, the voltage in its body will rise rapidly. It is used to holding its tail with electric sparks to attack the enemy with electricity. It will use the tips of its two tails to press the opponent and release more than 20,000 volts of electricity to attack. Although this voltage is not enough for some people, it is enough to threaten ordinary residents on O'Hara, and there are also Millennium Dragons and Olga who appear from time to time. Her ordinary physical training now has no effect, and actual combat is the fastest way to increase this level. The main power supply is the Pokémon Center of Beasts, where the equipment department allows power outages. There is no power supply in Zeraora, and he is still training himself by stepping on the generator. The working hours of the electric shock monster are very flexible. He can complete his workload in half an hour every day. The rest of the time is his reasonable fishing time, such as picking fruits in the forest. Although they don't know how to build houses on the Sky Island, they have no problem planting trees. This requires sowing seeds and planting saplings. The trees on the Sky Island are easier to live. Although it was getting dark, some scholars were not idle. Although they were studying history, they were not studying history all the time. Some of those scholars were just here to help. Their main research direction was actually paleontology, but paleontology was a little different from the electric shock monster. This magical creature aroused more interest in them. How do you think it generates electricity? It can generate electricity by swinging its arms? Such a large power supply is not scientific. Science? Can normal creatures grow like this? I don't think any creature will evolve into this. It is probably the result of transformation. I don't think so. Although its structure is strange, every part can be used, and its own intelligence is very high. No one can transform such a creature. The two had a disagreement in this regard, and no one could convince the other. The electric shock monster didn't want to pay attention to them at all. In its view, these were just two scholars with strange brains. And today, a troublesome thing happened in the new Tree of All-Knowing Library. When Robin returned here, he saw a room full of cotton floating everywhere, and Dr. Cribble was already drowned in cotton. This is because just before Robin came back, a wind fairy came here. Due to the unique cyclone environment outside Wano Country, they will not fly out of Wano Country. But this small sky island belongs to the cyclone of Wano Country, so a wind fairy came here with the wind and slipped in through the window. Pranks are the nature of wind fairies. Every time they arrive at a new room, they will make their hair, which has been fluffy in the sun, everywhere. Those cottons are the evidence of the existence of wind fairies. At first, the scholars didn't understand what happened. They just thought someone's quilt was leaking. It was cold at night at an altitude of 2,000 meters, so they all had warm clothes. But when there was more and more cotton, they began to notice the problem and finally found the wind fairy on the roof. It had the identity card of the beast pirates on its neck, which showed its affiliation. There were no weapons on this sky island, so these scholars could only climb the ladder to try to catch it down. But the wind fairy thought that the scholars were making a fuss with it, and it was not afraid, but jumped around with a smile. It jumped around with its nimble body, and the scholars could not touch it at all. In the process, the cotton kept floating, which eventually led to this result. A group of scholars were drowned in the sea of cotton, and the wind fairy was laughing on the top of the bookshelf, but at this time two hands suddenly appeared from its side and grabbed it. Chapter 255, The Captured Red Earl, Tianlong Human Slate. Good job, Robin. We finally caught this little guy. Everyone was relieved to see that the little guy who was waving cotton was caught. The volume of cotton in the room was many times more than that of the wind fairy. It was difficult for these scholars to understand how this happened. After all, this kind of thing is very unscientific. In fact, it is not a scientific thing at all. Strictly speaking, it belongs to theology. The caught wind fairy felt frustrated and stopped waving cotton. For it could not continue to play pranks if it lost. What should it do? What else can it do? Send it to them. There are tags hanging on them. But now there is no shortage of cotton. It will definitely be enough to make a few more quilts. They are not useless people who have nothing to do except research. These scholars have the experience of exploring history in the past and have mastered some skills of survival in the wild. Some small life skills are naturally not difficult for them. They produce cotton and generate electricity. The creatures here are really strange. They are called Pokemon. There are also ones that produce cream on the island below. Robin told what he saw on Onigashima, which made these scholars more curious about Pokemon. The Wind Fairy did not stay here for too long and was soon taken back by the people on the ranch. Robin also returned to her residence with Olivia after helping to pick up the cotton. After 2 days of delay, Kaido also returned to Onigashima with Quinn and King Yanwu. Everything was the same as usual. There were more Pokemon on Onigashima and Wano country. Arceus or Kaido periodically sailed to find stone tablets, and the Cotters did not stop exploring, but they did not gain much for the time being. After the Golden Lion escaped from prison and made the Navy lose face, they finally made a chance to save face. Bar-Oric Redfield was arrested. This incident made the headlines of newspapers for 3 consecutive days, and the Navy and the world government spared no effort to publicize this matter. The Lone Red and the Red Earl are both legendary pirates in Roger's era, standing shoulder to shoulder with the great pirates like Golden Lion and Whitebeard. He was alone without a partner, which made it very difficult for the Navy to capture him. After all, this meant that he had no worries. Once the capture failed, he might face his revenge. If the combat power was not enough, he could not do anything to him, and if too much combat power was consumed, he might not be able to wait for him. However, the small number of people also had disadvantages. He could not cope with the round-robin battle. After the Navy spent a lot of effort, they finally found the trace of Redfield. The then Navy Admiral, Kong, known as Steelbone, fought with him for several days and nights. In the end, Redfield and Kong were exhausted, but Redfield had no companions, and Kong was behind the entire Navy. In the end, Garp, who was traveling with him, successfully arrested Redfield and sent him to prison. This was a rare victory for the Navy recently. However, the results were not very good. The rise of pirates was still not curbed. If the root problem was not solved, it would be useless for them to capture more people. Among them, the number of criminals with special abilities is also increasing linearly. Not only the Navy, but also some big pirates and local kingdoms have begun to purchase sea stone from the black market. They also have a demand for sea stone. Nowadays, the price of sea stone on the black market has tripled. The merchants in the black market will not talk about morality. Whoever pays more is the truth. In this case, Kaido, the largest supplier of sea stone, has become more and more important. According to the Intelligence Department's analysis of Kaido, they finally set their sights on the celestial dragons in Marijoa. In Marijoa, a city where celestial dragons live, a celestial dragon is walking in the city, and his main purpose is to show off his newly acquired slaves. His dark green hair is combed into the style that celestial dragons are used to, and he wears something like a space suit, but he doesn't wear a helmet. They wear helmets just because they disdain to breathe the same air as ordinary people, but it's different here. Saint Muscarad, an official from the world government, is here to see you. A world government agent bowed 90 degrees beside Muscarad and spoke humbly about the situation. The name of a man is followed by Saint and the name of a woman is followed by Gong. This is a respectful title for the celestial dragons. It is not a good job to work here. They are still officials now, but if they are not careful, they will be dead or slaves in the future. Ah! What do those people want to do with me? 2 of my slaves just died and I am going to replenish them. It's like this, Saint Muscarad. They just brought what you need. Is that so? Then go and take a look, trash, get up quickly. As he said this, he whipped the slave under him. It is also a hobby of celestial dragons to use strong people as their mounts. Human life is just a consumable in this city. Slaves are played to death every day, and new slaves are sent in. Then Muscarad met the official. Behind him was a member of the Knights of God. He came here to ensure the safety of the official. Ordinary staff can be replaced at will, but people with certain status in this department cannot be replaced at will. It is a hassle to assess their credibility. The Knights of God are the exclusive guard organization of the Celestial Dragons, and their leaders are also Celestial Dragons. They are not only responsible for the safety of the Celestial Dragons, but also responsible for dealing with Celestial Dragons who violate internal discipline. Seeing those people, Muscarad was not very happy. What do you want to do with me, young master? It's like this, Saint Muscarad, I heard that you were collecting Murloc slaves, and we just got a batch of high-quality Murloc slaves, so we want to exchange some things with you. This is Muscarad's interest. He is particularly fond of Murloc slaves. Of course, it would be even better if they were mermaid slaves. Unfortunately, he didn't see any mermaids this time, but he was also very satisfied with several strong murlocs. Well, good, I am very satisfied. So what do you want? How about 200 million Baileys? Saint Musgard, after our investigation, there was a mysterious stone in the treasure house of Saint Homing. After he gave up his identity as a celestial dragon, that part of the assets was divided by other members of Don Quixote, and the stone is in your hands. Oh? That one, it should be in the treasure house. You can find it yourself. It's useless anyway. It's okay to exchange it for a few slaves. Musgard did not make things difficult for people in this regard, which made the people of the world government feel relieved. Chapter 256, Rock Slab and New Ideas. In addition to the so-called indestructible slab that Kaido has been looking for all over the world government doesn't know what else can make him excited. Ordinary animal types may not impress him. As for the fruit of the mythical beast species, they don't want to help the enemy. There has been no weakling in the ability of the mythical beasts. Sengoku, Kaido, and the new generation Marco, all those who have obtained the ability of the mythical beasts are rare strong men, not to mention the group of mythical beasts cotters under Kaido. Except for Kurozumi Orakai, the shame of the mythical beasts, all the mythical beasts in the sea are strong men. They originally thought that it would be complicated to get things from the celestial dragons, but they didn't expect that this time Musgard didn't make it difficult for them and agreed to the exchange very happily. However, they didn't know that this behavior was the biggest act of aiding the enemy. Although the outside world rumored that Kaido wanted to build an indestructible armor, this behavior was stupid in the eyes of the world government, but a stone slab would enhance the current beast's pirates far more than a devil fruit. Thank you for your generosity, Saint Musgarud, you have helped the government a lot. Don't waste my time if you have nothing to do. I don't know what you want with a broken stone. The stone was not originally in Musgarud's hands, but he had a gambling fight with others using slaves a few days ago, and this was the gambling money he won. It would be difficult to exchange it if it was in the hands of the celestial dragon, even if the celestial dragons of the same family have different preferences. The approachable Huo Mingwu, Musgarud who likes fishman slaves, and the Don Quixote member who collects rocks are examples. With the stone tablet, the officials of the world government left here and handed the things to the CP0 members waiting outside. The things have been given to you. If you can't do it this time, don't come back. Even if things went smoothly, he was sweating when exchanging things with the celestial dragons. If there was no order from above, he didn't want to do this. Since they were in person this time, Ammonite did not eavesdrop on similar news until they called Kaido again. In Inagashima, Kaido was still training Yamato. This time it was not just dodgeball training, Yamato also had a new mission. At this time, she stood in front of Kaido with the Aegean number 3 in her hand. Listen, Yamato, your mission is very simple. As long as you can let me move the second finger, I will consider you qualified. Now you can attack. She still came to this step, sparring with Kaido, but with the blessing of domineering, Kaido's one finger was not something she could deal with. At this time, the call from the world government also came in. Kaido flicked Yamato aside with a casual flick of his finger, and then answered the phone. Kaido, see you again at the old place. This time we brought what you need. We will exchange stones for stones. You should be able to accept this deal, right? After a long price negotiation, Kaido and Arceus got what they needed as they wished, so the deal could naturally start, but Kaido's next words were something CP0 had never expected. Yes, if it is true that the deal can be made, how much are you prepared to pay per kilogram of sea stone? Kaido, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? You have to spend money to buy things. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Kaido's words made their scalps numb. They naturally knew that you had to spend money to buy things. But they spent so much effort to exchange things from the celestial dragons, but Kaido still charged extra money, which made them feel that Kaido was looking at people to serve dishes. Don't you know what barter is? Of course I know. I'm very honest in transactions, but you bastards from the world government are different. If you don't have this thing, I won't bother to deal with you. This just gives you the qualification to trade. Do you understand? They were very angry, but there was nothing they could do. Kaido's business was almost a monopoly, and they had to agree when they were in urgent need of sea stone. By the way, I don't want money, I want gold. I don't want to see the new money you print. The world government has done this before. This usually means that Bailey will depreciate, and gold is more valuable. In this regard, the CP0 agents had no choice but to prepare to apply for funding again, because Kaido hung up the phone directly. After Kaido hung up the phone, Yamato stood up with a bump on his head. "Father, who is on the other end of the phone? I hate that guy." A phone call changed Kaido's attitude. For this growing child, under the influence of his father, most people will not hate their parents until their mother tells them to give up. The reason why it is the majority is that some people are born, which has nothing to do with acquired education. Most people will transfer the conflict to the person who caused his parents to do this, and Yamato has already done so at this time. CP0, the lackeys of the world government, are also your future enemies. I understand, I must beat them up myself in the future. CP0 in the distance did not know that he had offended others invisibly. A few days later, Kaido appeared here again on the island in the calm belt. This time he did not bring anyone else, but only brought some processed sea tower stone products. Of course, it costs extra money to do this, but it is difficult for people outside Wano country to process sea tower stone products. Saving this processing fee will cost more. As for why Arceus did not come with him, he just felt that it was inconvenient for him to show up in front of these people. In fact, Kaido thought about snatching the stone slab halfway, but in order to prevent the world government from having more than one stone slab, they gave up the idea. "Where is my stuff, the sea stone you want?" 2 large cargo boxes were thrown aside by Kaido, which contained some sea stone handcuffs and chains, etc. The purity was not very high. The outside world never had any requirements for the purity of sea stone. As long as it was made of sea stone, it was enough. After all, the lowest purity sea stone was not something that ordinary people with abilities could contend with. "Here, do you want gold or stone?" Kaido looked at his slate radar. The last time he learned a lesson from the big snake, he was relieved when he saw the slate radar responding, and spit out flames to burn the gold. This is one of the effective ways to test gold. Then he got a golden ball and left here directly with the stuff. He returned to Wano country at full speed without delay on the road, and the slate also returned to Arceus' body. "How is it?" "Not bad, there are only 9 pieces left, and this one I have a new idea." Then Arceus and Kaido came to the rabbit bowl quarry, because the attribute of that slab is rock, and there are a lot of sea stone minerals in the rabbit bowl quarry. Pokemon are not static, they will evolve new attributes and characteristics according to the different production environments. Many rock-type Pokemon have bodies made of rocks, granite, shale, obsidian, and many minerals are a kind of rock, and sea stone is no exception. Arceus plans to make a new creation. If successful, they will be new Pokemon in the form of Wano country. Chapter 257, The Birth of Sea Stone Pokemon. The birth of Pokemon is extremely magical. Birds, beasts, and fish are just the most basic types. Humanoids, plants, ghosts, machines, Pokemon are widely present in various fields. Rock-type Pokemon is also a member of the Pokemon family, although a large part of Pokemon is a composite attribute of rock and ground, which makes their weaknesses very obvious. But there are exceptions, such as the surfing Tyrannosaurus, but it has been expelled from the dragon class and became a diamond-horned rhinoceros. There is also crystal rock snake, because of the change in the living environment, its body structure has become crystal, and the change in structure has also caused a huge change in its attributes. Although it is still a rock type, it can live in water, and the thing it fears most has changed from water to fire. This shows that the living environment can have a great impact on rock-type Pokemon. The sudden arrival of Arceus and Kaido made Babanuki, who was guarding here, a little overwhelmed, and he quickly ordered all the labor reformers to be driven back. "Take them away quickly, didn't you see Lord Arceus and Governor Kaido coming? Move faster." Then he opened the door of Rabbit Bowl. "Why did you 2 adults suddenly come here?" "I haven't prepared anything." "No need to prepare anything, just bring me some raw sea stone." "Understood." The mining work at the Rabbit Bowl mine has never stopped. Wano country has been closed for hundreds of years. The amount of sea stone that has flowed out during these hundreds of years is very small, and the amount of mining in Wano country is also very small. It can be said that the entire Rabbit Bowl area is almost covered with various mineral veins. Moreover, the speed at which this mineral vein condenses sea stone is faster than that of ordinary minerals. Today's reserves are still very sufficient. Even if a lot of it is sold, there are still a lot of raw ore stored here. The raw ore is not pure sea stone, but a primary ore wrapped in various impurities. In addition to sea stone, there are also many other ingredients. You are not going to transform sea stone into your Pokemon, right? Kaido has seen Arceus's transformation and creative ability more than once. Whether it is fabricating out of thin air or transforming real creatures, there are many times. So when Arceus found the new slate and came to the mining site, and asked Babanuki to bring some raw ore, he had his own guess. How do you know if it works if you don't try it? Let's try something simple first. Then Arceus picked a piece of sea stone ore of moderate size and injected the power of the rock slate into it. Even if it is raw ore, the raw ore of sea stone is one of the hardest objects in Wano country. It is a very complicated process to crush it and purify the sea stone. But the rock slate represents the origin of the rock, and all ores are under the influence of its power. With the injection of power, the original piece of raw ore split into 4 or 5 spherical rocks, and those rocks themselves shook. 2 arms gradually appeared. Although they were rock arms, the muscle lines could be vaguely seen on them. The round body began to show facial features and floated up from the ground, about a few fists above the ground. Jolith, the most basic rock-type Pokemon, has always been a mystery in terms of how it floats. Its hard body is the pride of Jolith. Wild Geologists will use their strong bodies to collide with their partners to see who is harder. The lifespan of rock-type Pokemon is very long. After all, their bodies are just stones. It is a mystery to determine the age of Jolith. However, the longer the Jolith lives, the more edges and corners are worn away, and the rounder it becomes. This is the mark left on them by the long time. These newly born Geologists have sharp edges and corners, which is proof that they were just born. Unlike ordinary Geodudes, which are just a piece of stone with a human face and arms, and unlike Alola Geodudes, which have magnetic eyebrows, these Geodudes have camouflage-like patterns on their bodies. Black and dark blue patterns appear on their bodies, and that is the proof of their combination with sea stone. Did you succeed or fail? Not sure. Theoretically it succeeded, but the specific effect needs to be tested. Kaido, stretch out your hand. That week, Arceus ordered a Guedud to jump into Kaido's palm. As a Esper, he is the one who can feel the sea stone the most. What does it feel like? Ugh, just like sea stone, there is a sense of powerlessness. It seems that you really succeeded. You really made something incredible. Depending on the individual constitution, the effect of sea stone is different. These Geodudes are rich in sea stone, but it is not enough to restrict Kaido. But the sea stone that can run is undoubtedly a fatal threat to ordinary Esper. It's halfway done. Guedud, use rockfall on the open space over there. Ra. At Arceus' command, a group of stones appeared out of thin air around Kaido. It has been confirmed that Guedud's body contains sea stone, but whether the skills it releases are sea stone is still unknown. As usual, Kaido grabbed a handful of things that Guedud summoned with his skills, but his face looked a little wrong. What's wrong? It feels like sea stone, but a little weird. The stones still made him feel powerless, but there was a difference in quality, and he could feel that feeling slowly dissipating. Wait. After waiting for half an hour, Kaido crushed the stones into powder. About half an hour. During this half an hour, they have the same effect as sea stone when they are created, but after about 15 minutes, the power begins to dissipate, and after half an hour, they are just ordinary rocks. Is that so? Guedud, what do you feel when you use your skills? La ta. Arceus succeeded. These Geodudes do have new properties. But they can't create sea stone out of thin air. It's just that the rock attacks they release have the same effect as sea stone at the beginning, and then they will dissipate over time. This is enough. As long as they have the same effect as sea stone at the moment of attack, these Pokemon are the natural enemies of the ability users. When they reach a certain number, the rocks they release can make the ability users helpless. And their bodies are sea stone. As long as they knock down the enemy and press on the opponent, they can achieve permanent suppression. At the same time, they are no longer afraid of water. Sea stone has the same properties as the sea, which makes them highly resistant to water. Chapter 258, Onyx and Cocodora. After successfully making Guedud, Arceus decided to make a few more big ones. Babanuki brought a lot of raw ores, and these ores can be used for many things. Arceus repeated the same behavior as before, but the output of energy was greater, and the ores did not split into balls like Guedud, but combined together. The body is made up of many huge grey rocks, and the body formed by the huge rocks is like a big snake. Like Guatud, there are dark blue and black spots on the body, and there is a horn on the head that looks completely made of sea stone. Sea stone onyx is also a rock-type Pokemon that is active in various generations. As soon as they appeared, they dug 2 large holes in the ground. This is their living habit. Onyx can reach a speed of 80 km per hour when digging underground. Because there are magnets in the brain, it will not go wrong even if it digs a hole in the ground. In terms of age, it is the same as Guatud. The older it is, the rounder its body becomes, and the younger it is, the more sharp its edges become. Such a onyx can easily catch the ability users by binding them, and there is no need to worry about them escaping. Wow, so awesome! Babanuki sighed as he watched Onyx make a big hole directly in the ground. He was guarding the mining site, so he knew how solid the ground here was. It would take a few strong men half a day to make a small hole. But Onyx could easily drill 2 big holes here, and it looked very excited. That was Onyx's way of training itself. They would drill in and out of the hard rock layer and temper their bodies through squeezing. When their bodies are covered with enough metal minerals and reach a deep enough position, the high temperature and high pressure underground will give them a certain chance to evolve into Steelix. Then Arceus stopped him. It's not that he can't continue to create, but it's easy to not be able to support too many. These rock-type Pokemon usually have to eat some ores. Considering that their bodies are made of sea stone can be their food. If there are too many, they really can't support them, but you can consider getting some ordinary onyx to other islands to mine, or directly dig out an underground palace under the red soil continent. 5 Geodudes and 2 onyx are the results of their time. Newly born Pokemon will inevitably feel hungry, and the remaining raw ores will become their food, but they only eat a small amount of raw ores containing sea stone, and most of them eat ordinary rocks. However, some of the ores were left by them without touching them. Babanuki, what is that? Looking at the ores with strange colors, Arceus asked the manager here. That's the ore of Ferrozine? Who told you to bring this here? The precious minerals in Wano country are not only sea stone, Ferrozine is also a special mineral here, and the demon swords of the Kaiditsu series contain this ingredient. Sea stone products are mainly imprisonment tools, and the reason why Wano country's weapons are excellent is that Ferrozine is mixed in them. The texture of this iron ore is better and can improve the performance of weapons. The mining and smelting of this ore are much more harmful than sea stone. The poisonous gas and wastewater generated in the Rabbit Bowl factory are closely related to Ferrozine. The people working in the mining field are also divided into different levels. Ordinary people only mine ordinary minerals, which are not difficult, and those who are slightly more serious mine sea stone. Those minerals are more laborious and consume more physical strength. The most serious crimes are mining Ferrozine, which is not only difficult, but also easy to endanger their own safety during the mining process. Giant and Onyx are not interested in these iron ores, but since sea stone type Pokemon have already appeared, there is no reason to ignore Ferrozine. Based on these iron ore and sea stone, a little guy with an iron shell appeared here. Iron armor Pokemon, Cocodora, attribute, steel and rock. It looks like a large insect, with an oval head and body, but only 4 short and thick legs. Its body is grayish-white with a metallic luster, but this Cocodora has ghostly lines in wine red and dark blue. That is the embodiment of iron ore and sea stone in its body. A pair of big blue eyes are a little cute, but except for the abdomen, the head, limbs, and back are all wrapped in a thick layer of steel armor, and there is a horn-like thing on the back. There are some holes in the armor of the body, which are the positions of their air holes and eyes. As soon as it appeared, it began to use the remaining iron ore. In order to build a steel body to protect its body, wild Cocodora will dig iron ore from the mountain to eat. The quality of iron ore determines their future strength. Not only iron ore, but any metal products can be their food. When they feel hungry, they will even eat railroad tracks. However, they are not without feedback. Like crustaceans, they will shed their skin during their growth, and the armor that falls off is the best metal material. Babanuki, it's up to you. Remember to feed it. The staple food is ordinary metal from outside, and the wine iron ore is a snack. Understood, leave it to me. The wine iron ore is just an additive, not the main body. A large amount of metal is transported from the territory outside the beast's pirates. One Cocodora can still be raised. Although its appetite is not small, its appetite is much smaller than that of the young Kiras. Well, Guatud and Onyx will stay here. They can help you solve some difficult to mine minerals. You can also find Onyx if you want to open a mine. They are very well behaved. Very well behaved. Babanuki looked at Guedud, who had already started fighting, and fell into deep thought. This behavior had nothing to do with being well behaved. That's their nature. Don't be surprised. They just like to play with each other like this. The rock will find food underground by itself. Guedud usually only needs slag to survive. The main thing is Kokodora. If the child is hungry, he might eat something. After leaving a few Pokemon behind, Arceus and Kaido left here. Brother Babanuki, how should we arrange for them? Don't worry about it. Lord Arceus said that they will find a place to live by themselves. Remember to send someone to deliver food to them tomorrow morning. At this time, he had already seen some Geodudes climbing up to the top of the mining field and digging a hole in the ground to embed themselves in it. Some found a nest for themselves in the ore pile. Chapter 257, The Birth of Sea Stone Pokemon. The birth of Pokemon is extremely magical. Birds, beasts, and fish are just the most basic types. Humanoids, plants, ghosts, and machines are widely present in various fields. And rock-type Pokemon are also members of the Pokemon family, although a large part of Pokemon are composite attributes of rock and ground, which makes their weaknesses very obvious. But there are exceptions, such as the surfing Tyrannosaurus, but it has been expelled from the dragon class and became a diamond-horned rhinoceros. In addition, there is Crystal Rock Snake. Because of the change in the living environment, its body structure has become crystal, and the change in structure has also made it have a huge change in attributes. Although it is still a rock type, it can live in water, and its biggest fear has changed from water to fire. The living environment can have a great impact on rock-type Pokemon. The sudden arrival of Arceus and Kaido made Babanuki, who was guarding here, a little overwhelmed, and he quickly ordered all the labor reformers to be driven back. Take them away quickly, didn't you see Lord Arceus and Governor Kaido coming? Move faster. Then he opened the door of Rabbit Bowl. Why did the two adults come here suddenly? I haven't prepared anything. No need to prepare anything, bring me some raw sea stone ore. Understood. The mining work in the Rabbit Bowl mining field has never stopped. Wano country has been closed for hundreds of years. The amount of sea stone that has flowed out in these hundreds of years is very small, and the amount of mining in Wano country is also very small. It can be said that the entire Rabbit Bowl area is almost covered with various mineral veins. Moreover, the speed at which this mineral vein condenses sea stone is faster than that of ordinary minerals. Today's reserves are still very sufficient. Even if a lot of them are sold, there are still a lot of raw ore stored here. The ore is not pure sea stone, but a primary ore wrapped in various impurities. In addition to sea stone, there are many other ingredients. You are not going to transform sea stone into your Pokemon, are you? Kaido has seen Arceus's transformation and creative ability more than once, whether it is fabricating out of thin air or transforming real creatures. So when Arceus found the new slate and came to the mining site, and asked Babanuki to bring some ore, he had his own guess. How do you know if it works if you don't try it? Let's try a simple one first. Then Arceus picked a piece of sea stone ore of moderate size and injected the power of the rock slate into it. Even if it is a raw ore, the ore of sea stone is one of the hardest objects in Wano country. It is a very complicated process to crush it and purify the sea stone. But the rock slate represents the origin of the rock, and all ores are under the influence of its power. As the power was injected, the original piece of ore split into 4 or 5 spherical rocks, and those rocks began to shake, and gradually 2 arms appeared. Although they were rock arms, the muscle lines could be vaguely seen on them. The round body began to show facial features and floated up from the ground, about a few fists above the ground. Jolith, the most basic rock-type Pokemon, has always been a mystery in the way it floats. Its hard body is the pride of Jolith. Wild Geologists will use their strong bodies to collide with their partners to see who is harder. The lifespan of rock-type Pokemon is very long. After all, their bodies are just stones. It is a mystery to determine the age of Jolith. However, the longer the lifespan of Jolith, the more edges and corners are worn away on its body, and the rounder it becomes. This is the mark left on them by the long time. These new Geologists have sharp edges and corners, which is proof that they were just born. Unlike ordinary Geodudes, which are just a piece of stone with a human face and arms, and unlike Alola Geodudes, which have magnetic eyebrows, these Geodudes have camouflage-like patterns on their bodies. Black and dark blue patterns appear on their bodies, and that is the proof of their combination with sea stone. Did you succeed or fail? Not sure, theoretically it succeeded, but the specific effect needs to be tested. Kaido, stretch out your hand. That week, Arceus ordered a Guedud to jump into Kaido's palm. As a Esper, he is the one who can feel the sea stone the most. What does it feel like? Ugh, just like sea stone, there is a sense of powerlessness. It seems that you really succeeded. You really made something incredible. Depending on the individual constitution, the effect of sea stone is different. These Geodudes are rich in sea stone, but it is not enough to restrict Kaido. But the sea stone that can run is undoubtedly a fatal threat to ordinary Esper. It's halfway done. Guedud, use rockfall on the open space over there. Ra. At Arceus' command, a group of stones appeared out of thin air around Kaido. It has been confirmed that Guedud's body contains sea stone, but whether the skills it releases are sea stone is still unknown. As usual, Kaido grabbed a handful of things that Guedud summoned with his skills, but his face looked a little wrong. What's wrong? It feels like sea stone, but a little weird. The stones still made him feel powerless, but there was a difference in quality, and he could feel that feeling slowly dissipating. Wait. After waiting for half an hour, Kaido crushed the stones into powder. About half an hour. During this half an hour, they have the same effect as sea stone when they are created, but after about 15 minutes, the power begins to dissipate, and after half an hour, they are just ordinary rocks. Is that so? Guedud, what do you feel when you use your skills? La ta. Arceus succeeded. These Geodudes do have new properties. However, they cannot create sea stone out of thin air. It's just that the rock attacks they release have the same effect as sea stone at the beginning, and then they will dissipate over time. This is enough. As long as they have the same effect as sea stone at the moment of attack, these Pokémon are the natural enemies of the ability users. When they reach a certain number, the rocks they release can make the ability users helpless. And their bodies are sea stone. As long as they knock down the enemy and press on the opponent, they can achieve eternal life. Permanent suppression. At the same time, they are no longer afraid of water. Sea stone has the same properties as the sea, which makes them highly resistant to water. Chapter 258, Onyx and Cocodora. After successfully making Guedud, Arceus decided to make a few more big ones to see. Babanuki brought a lot of raw ores, and these ores can do a lot of things. Arceus repeated the same behavior as before, but the output of energy was greater, and the ores did not split into balls like Guedud, but combined together. The body is made up of many huge grey rocks, and the body formed by the huge rocks is like a big snake. Like Guedud, there are dark blue and black spots on the body, and there is a horn on the head that looks completely made of sea stone. Sea stone Onyx is also a rock-type Pokémon that is active in various generations. As soon as they appeared, they dug 2 large holes in the ground. This is their living habit. Onyx can reach a speed of 80 km per hour when digging underground. Because there are magnets in the brain, it will not go wrong even if it digs a hole in the ground. In terms of age, it is the same as Guedud. The older it gets, the rounder its body becomes, and the younger it gets, the sharper its edges become. Such a Onyx can easily catch a person with special abilities by binding them, and there is no need to worry about them escaping. Wow, so awesome! Babanuki sighed as he watched Onyx make a big hole directly in the ground. He was guarding the mining site, so he knew how solid the ground was here. It would take a few strong men half a day to make a small hole. But Onyx could easily make 2 big holes here, and it looked very excited. That was Onyx's way of training itself. They would drill around in the hard rock layer and temper their bodies through squeezing. When their bodies are covered with enough metal minerals and reach a deep enough position, the high temperature and high pressure underground will give them a certain chance of evolving into Steelix. After that, Arceus stopped. It was not that he could not continue to create, but that he could not afford to create too many. These rock-type Pokémon usually have to eat some ores. Since their bodies are made of sea stone can be their food. If there are too many, they really cannot afford to feed them. However, they can consider getting some ordinary onyxes and putting them on other islands to mine, or directly dig out an underground palace under the Red Earth continent. 5 Geodudes and 2 onyxes are the results of their time. Newly born Pokémon will inevitably feel hungry, and the remaining raw ores will become their food. However, they only eat a small amount of raw ores containing sea stone, and most of them eat ordinary rocks. However, some of the ores were left by them without touching them. Babanuki, what is that? Looking at the ores with strange colors, Arceus asked the manager here. That's the ore of ferrozine? Who told you to bring this here? The precious minerals in Wano country are not only sea stone, ferrozine is also a special mineral here, and the demon swords of the Kaititsu series contain this ingredient. Sea stone products are mainly imprisonment tools, and the reason why Wano country's weapons are excellent is that ferrozine is mixed in them. The texture of this iron ore is better and can improve the performance of weapons. The mining and smelting of this ore are much more harmful than sea stone. The poisonous gas and wastewater generated in the rabbit bowl factory are closely related to ferrozine. The people working in the mining field are also divided into different levels. Ordinary people only mine ordinary minerals, which are not difficult, and those who are slightly more serious mine sea stone. Those minerals are more laborious and consume more physical strength. The most serious crimes are mining ferrozine, which is not only difficult, but also easy to endanger their own safety during the mining process. Giant and Onyx are not interested in these iron ores, but since sea stone type Pokemon have already appeared, there is no reason to ignore ferrozine. Based on these iron ore and sea stone, a little guy with an iron shell appeared here. Iron armor Pokemon, Cocodora, attribute, steel and rock. It looks like a large insect, with an oval head and body, but only 4 short and thick legs. Its body is grayish-white with a metallic luster, but this Cocodora has ghostly lines in wine red and dark blue. That is the embodiment of iron ore and sea stone in its body. A pair of big blue eyes are a little cute, but except for the abdomen, the head, limbs, and back are all wrapped in a thick layer of steel armor, and there is a horn-like thing on the back. There are some holes in the armor of the body, which are the positions of their air holes and eyes. As soon as it appeared, it began to use the remaining iron ore. In order to build a steel body to protect the body, wild Cocodora will dig iron ore from the mountain to eat. The quality of iron ore determines their future strength. Not only iron ore, but any metal products can be their food. When they feel hungry, they will even eat railroad tracks. However, they are not without feedback. Like crustaceans, they will shed their skin during their growth, and the armor that falls off is the best metal material. Babanuki, it's up to you. Remember to feed it. The staple food is ordinary metal from outside, and the wine iron ore is a snack. Understood, leave it to me. The wine iron ore is just an additive, not the main body. A large amount of metal is from the leaders outside the beast's pirates. It was transported from the ground, and one Cocodora can still be raised. Although its appetite is not small, it is much smaller than the food of young Kiras. Well, Guedud and Onyx will stay here. They can help you solve some difficult to mine minerals. You can also find Onyx if you want to open a mine. They are very well behaved. Very well behaved. Babanuki fell into deep thought as he looked at the Geodudes who had already started fighting each other. This behavior had nothing to do with being well behaved. That's their nature. Don't be surprised. They just like to play with each other like this. The rock will find food underground by itself. Guedud usually only needs slag to survive. The main thing is Cocodora. If the child is hungry, who knows what he will eat? After leaving a few Pokemon behind, Arceus and Kaido left here. Brother Babanuki, how should we arrange for them? Don't worry about it. Lord Arceus said that they will find a place to live by themselves. Remember to send someone to deliver food to them tomorrow morning. At this time, he had seen some small Geodudes climbing up to the top of the mining field and digging a hole in the ground to embed themselves in it. Some found a nest for themselves in the ore pile. Chapter 259, Musashi and Jigglypuff. In Inagashima, Setsuna, who returned here from Dowin Farm, met Yamato and the others. There were 4 little fairy milks at the beginning. Yamato and the others evolved into frost milk fairies one after another, and only Setsuna still retained its original appearance. Although she insisted that she was not a child at the time, she was still very happy to raise that little fairy milk. After learning the evolution method, her little fairy milk also evolved into frost milk fairy, but in color it was pure white. Milk fragrance snow salt is the flavor of this frost milk fairy. It is a rare salty taste among frost milk fairies, and it also produces salty butter. This is more to her taste. The beast gene in the fur tribe makes her pay attention to salt intake, but she also noticed a look peeping at her. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen the fur tribe? No, I haven't seen it. O'Hara is a holy place for archaeology, not biology. Before meeting Soro, Robin had never seen the giants, let alone the fur tribe, which is very mysterious in the New World. Although the O'Hara incident has ended for several months, it has been a long time since they came to Ghost Island. But she can't contact the Cotters of the Beast Group at ordinary times. The Millennium Dragon in the form of the Ancestor Bird and the Electric Shock Monster that generates electricity on the Sky Island are the creatures she contacts the most. At the beginning, Olga's face in the form of the was still human, and Maria's drug transformation was still in progress. She could only turn into a spider at most, and she would never turn into that Spider-Man, so she had never seen an orc like Setsuna before. You are really honest, no need to peek, I'll just tell you what you want to ask. This kind of look is not the first time she has seen it. After leaving Zoo for so many years, she is almost used to it. But don't be like this when you meet other fur tribes. Most fur tribes are very friendly, but some guys are very annoying, such as some very fat cat furs. In the training department of the Beast Pokemon Center, an outside doctor is teaching some medical knowledge to the Chandler. Because of their different abilities, the Almost Doll, the Flower Therapy Ring and the Chandler are divided into 3 medical teams. Chandler is an emergency nurse who needs to first aid and comfort patients. The Flower Therapy Ring is in the Chinese Medicine Physiotherapy Department, responsible for post-operative rehabilitation or conditioning, and the Almost Doll is a physician assistant, replacing the electrocardiogram and stethoscope to check the patient's condition. The work of the Chandler seems to be the simplest, but it is actually the most complicated, even if their skills are combined. However, there is a human mixed in with these Chandler. When Musashi and her mother came here, her mother passed the assessment easily. More than 10 years of medical experience is not for show. At least she has enough proficiency in Chinese herbal medicine. But Musashi is different. Although she has no problem with bandaging and rescuing her, her personality is a bit impatient. She is not particularly suitable for the profession of nurse, but more suitable for the profession of security guard. Some things are not easy for the people of the beasts to do, and she was the big sister of the bad girls in Linghao at the beginning. She has an innate deterrent power for the local people of Wano country. And the reason why she is still here is mainly because she is familiar with Jillidan. Just like the person who studies how to massage Jillidan, Jillidan's appearance has attracted many fans, and Musashi is one of them. In a sense, Musashi has shown her own outstanding talent. She has almost learned Jillidan language by herself. Those doctors who came to work in the hospital at the beginning may not be able to communicate with Jillidan so fluently. And Musashi has another talent. Her impatience is for some people. She has enough patience for these Jillidan. The jellyfish are also talented. Some jellyfish are good at bandaging, and some are good at intravenous injection. The jellyfish who fail in some things will inevitably feel frustrated. At this time, Musashi can comfort the emotions of those jellyfish very well. This is probably the talent of human beings, which others cannot envy. The body structure of jellyfish is different from that of humans. They do not have blood vessels on their bodies like humans, and intravenous injection is the most commonly used treatment method. They need to master this skill. This requires practice. At first, they practiced with plastic dummies, but after that, they had to go through some actual combat. They could not let patients come at the beginning, so the nurses had to stab each other. Many nurses and doctors donated their hands, including Musashi, but this made the jellyfish hesitate. Lucky. This jellyfish missed its own target for the 3rd time. The needle on Musashi's hand made him feel a little inferior. It's okay. It's like this when you first start practicing. It doesn't hurt at all. Jigglypuff didn't believe Musashi's explanation because he had pricked himself with a needle. Lucky. Don't be discouraged. You've made great progress. You're just a little bit short this time. Come on, try again. You'll definitely succeed this time. This situation doesn't just happen here. Jigglypuffs that can't remove bandages or that use too heavy a debridement technique often happen, and the newly recruited nurses are similar. Encouragement or criticism often happens, but overall, skilled nurses are helping Jigglypuffs and new nurses grow as quickly as possible. After several attempts, the Jigglypuff that Musashi accompanied finally succeeded. Lucky. It took out an egg and stuffed it into Musashi's pocket, then ran out happily. What is this? Sealy eggs. Eggs are great food. Only those recognized by Jelly Egg can get its eggs. It seems that it has recognized you. The doctor next to him explained all this to Musashi, saying that only some of them were recognized. As August approached, the temperature of Onigashima became much hotter, but with the help of the air conditioning rotom, the temperature inside Onigashima was still very comfortable. After an unknown period of training, Yamato successfully made Kaido use his second finger at the cost of Ken 3.0's death. Due to the previous promise, she got the opportunity to go out and play, and it just so happened that the Beasts Pirates were heading to the Sabayati archipelago recently. Every year in this month, a grand auction is held there. To be precise, there are auctions there all the time. Because of the geographical location, people from both the New World and the Paradise can go there. The special location makes some areas there very prosperous, and people from the beasts go there every August to take a look. Collections from all over the world will be sent here, and there may be some news about the stone tablets, and it is not ruled out that the stone tablets themselves exist. Previously, when Yamato was reading the atlas, she also saw the introduction of the Sabayati archipelago. She was very interested in the bubble theme park there. Chapter 260, Sabayati Family Tour. Although it takes a lot of time to go to that location, the impact is not very big in essence. After all, Kaido and Arceus training is carried out alternately. Kaido's education and entertainment make him have fun, and the training results are also good. For example, after the rock slab returned to his body, he also came up with some new tricks, using rocks as muscles and plants as meridians and bones. A group of rock dummies are standing in front of Yamato. Under the control of Arceus, these rock soldiers are attacking Yamato directly as if they are alive. This is a new training ground he prepared for Yamato and others. He called it the 8 Formations of Stone Soldiers. It is an upgraded version of Yamato's Battle Royale. They have to keep walking in the maze made of rocks, knock down the rock soldiers that may appear at any time, and reach the exit within the specified time. There may also be various mechanisms inside, including but not limited to grass knots, invisible rocks, whirlpools, etc. Kaido's training is more dangerous, but all kinds of dangers are known. Arceus training is safer, but full of surprises. On the last night before departure, Yamato rushed out of the 8 stone soldiers array arranged by Arceus, panting. "Godfather, I succeeded. Well done, I can prepare to open the second level for you." "Godfather, you were led astray by your father, you were not like this before. This is because you have grown up. Okay, today's training is over, tomorrow we will leave for Shampoo Land, who wants to go with you?" The Beasts Pirates have the potential to develop into a Beasts Kindergarten, and this trend is strengthening as the roots of the beasts in Wano country become deeper and deeper. Kaido's daughter, the children Kaido picked up when he went out, the children picked up by other Coders when they went out, and some children of ordinary pirates under the Beasts Pirates. However, there are only a few people trained by Kaido himself in Onigashima. Although the competition mechanism of the beasts is that the capable are promoted, there are still big differences in what the internal members enjoy. Yamato only has a few playmates, so she certainly wouldn't be the only one to go to Shampoo Land. Well, Jack and Maria are going, but Robin hasn't responded yet. "Godfather, can Robin go out?" "Yes. She is the only person who can come and go freely in O'Hara. Although she is also a doctor awarded by O'Hara, this degree has not been reported, and the world government has no information about her." "Okay. Okay, take a shower and rest, don't let the Jigglypuffs sing all the time. Whenever there is something big, she will be too excited to sleep, and it has become normal for the Jigglypuffs to hypnotize her. However, as she gets older and her resistance increases, the effect of singing has begun to weaken." At the same time, in the Sky Island above Onigashima, Robin also told Olivia about Yamato's invitation to her. "Are they going to the Sabayati archipelago to play?" "That's what she said, but it seems that they are going to the Sabayati archipelago to do something, and playing is just a side trip. Some things can never be found again once they are lost." Robin now has some childhood playmates in her life, but her mind is much more mature than that of ordinary children. Even if it is playing, there are more things to consider. Sabayati, it takes about 2 months to go back and forth. "Do you want to go?" "I kind of want to go." "Okay, I'll go pack your clothes, have fun." Olivia has always felt guilty about Robin. Exploring history is her own ambition and also the will of her late husband, so she left O'Hara when Robin was 2 years old. She wanted to compensate Robin, but she never had the chance, and she didn't stop her in this matter. The next day, the Origin set sail on time and Shayna and Olga boarded the ship together. They have been handling the Sabayati auction in recent years, and this time is no exception. A month and a half later, they arrived at the Sabayati archipelago, which took longer than Olivia expected, because they did not walk in a straight line. Ordinary people would dive through the coating and take the route of Fishman Island to reach the Sabayati archipelago, but the Beast's pirates would choose to take a detour and fly directly over the Red Earth continent when Arceus and Kaido were accompanying them. And Yamato, who was sitting in his special seat, has now seen the towering mangroves. The Yarkiman mangrove is a tall plant unique to this world, with thick roots exposed above the water. 79 mangroves together form the Sabayati archipelago. The root area of each mangrove is very wide, and people distinguish different trees by the numbers on the trunks. Yarkiman mangroves secrete special resins, which are the resins that form the unique bubble culture here. Bubble shopping carts, bubble Ferris wheels, bubble houses, this is the paradise of the Yellow Cube people in Bikini Bottom. However, bubbles will break after leaving this range, so the bubble culture has not spread. Another function is coating. Through coating, ships can dive into the deep sea and pass through the vicinity of Fishman Island to reach the New World. Coating craftsmen are a high-income group in the Sabayati archipelago, but there are also countless counterfeits here. You must be careful when choosing craftsmen, otherwise it will be bad if the coating breaks halfway. Almost all craftsmen here have 0 negative reviews. After all, those who fail in coating will die from the strong water pressure, and basically no one can come back alive to give a bad review. Although there are naval bases in the Sabayati archipelago, the biggest role of these naval bases is to maintain public order when the celestial dragons appear here. At the same time, they manage areas 60 to 69, which are the naval bases and the entrances and exits of the World Government Office. Naval patrols can also be seen in some areas. The public order in these areas is relatively stable, but the Navy will not care about what happens in the illegal areas 1 to 29. By the way, the naval area and the illegal area are just next to each other, separated by only a section of tree roots, which reflects a completely different scene. However, because of this management method, there is basically nothing wrong as long as the pirate ship does not dock at the naval base. The Origin directly stopped at Area 30, where the Bubble Park is located. The flag of the Beast Pirates fluttered in the wind, which scared many people at the port. Most people living here are used to seeing pirates, and ordinary pirate flags will not make them care, but the beasts are different. The Beast's pirates, how come they are here? I don't know, how come the pirates from the New World come to this island of failure? The Island of Failure, the Island of Restart, these are nicknames for the Sabayati archipelago, because countless pirates have run into obstacles here, and countless pirates have entered the New World from here. Chapter 261, The Beast's Fruit Store in Sabayati. The Grand Line is much more dangerous than the Four Seas. If the pirates from the Four Seas enter the Grand Line, most of them will be eliminated by just the first level of the upside-down mountain. After entering the Grand Line, whether it is their competitors or the navy stationed on various islands, their strength is not comparable to that of the Four Seas. There are quite a few pirates who can successfully reach the Sabayati archipelago, but this number cannot be compared with the number of pirates who go out to sea. When they break through one difficulty after another and arrive here, new difficulties appear again. Gaia Island stopped countless pirates because of the Sky Island, but Gaia Island is only one of the 7 routes, and the Sabayati archipelago is the sum of the 7 routes. No matter which route they choose, the pirates will eventually meet here, and some people will stop when facing the record pointer pointing downward. Those who sail legally can take the elevator to cross over after paying taxes on the Red Earth continent. Although they need to change ships, it is much safer. Not all pirate coating craftsmen are called rally. Ships that failed to coat and were crushed by water pressure often float around the Sabayati archipelago. These lessons scared many people. Those people stayed here and began to live in the illegal area. This is the origin of the Island of Losers. And those pirates who successfully passed the Sabayati archipelago and reached the New World will soon face the terrible weather of the New World. This is just the first test. It won't take long for them to understand why the first half is called Paradise. Except for the buffer zones, almost every island has its owner. No matter whether it is the famous old pirates or some new pirates who keep each other together, they are not something that those who have just entered the New World can deal with. The natural system that is invincible in Paradise is just a rare ability in the New World. What they experienced is very similar to when they just set sail. The new voyage makes the Sabayati archipelago an island for a new start. Ordinary pirates can't even make a splash in the New World. Only those supernovas with a bounty of over 100 million in the first half of the voyage are worth watching. Most of the pirates who go to sea now are influenced by Roger's last words. Their purpose is to find the legendary great treasure. So there are endless pirates going from Sabayati to the New World, but the reverse voyage is not easy. There are very few people in the group, so the beast pirate's appearance here will attract some people's attention. Those people are newcomers who have some understanding of the new world, but they have not arrived in the Sabayati archipelago for a long time, while some people who have settled here are not unfamiliar with it. The time for the Sabayati auction is coming soon, and it is not strange for them to appear here. Watch less and do more. As long as you don't offend those people, nothing will happen. However, newcomers always have many questions. When a group of people in neat uniforms rushed over from a distance, he still asked questions. Why did those people come here? The clothes are not exaggerated, and they are very similar to ordinary company employees. On them are logos composed of several tree fruits. They are employees of the Beast Fruit Store in Sabayati. Although the business chain of Beast Fruit is getting wider and wider, meat and dairy products, fruits, grains, medicines, and textiles are gradually included in the business chain, but they still use this icon with fruits as the initial products. You can see them in the specialty store on the number 47 Mangrove. Although this is not a specialty of Sabayati, it is reasonable to see specialties from other areas in tourist attractions. The boss behind them is here, so of course these people have to come and greet them. The Beast Fruit directly adopted the name of the Beast Pirates. The relationship between them can be known with a simple check, and the world government does not care about this kind of business behavior. As long as there is the fig leaf of the Beast Fruit, the general public does not know that this is a pirate company, then nothing else matters. The composition of the members of the Beast Fruit is much more complicated than that of the pirates. The core members here are of course members of the Beast Pirates, but there are a large number of ordinary people among the ordinary employees and salesmen below. This is even more true for the branch in the Sabayati archipelago, but those ordinary people are now in the store, and the real members of the Beast have come here. The official docks are all in Area 60, but that is where the world government and the navy are stationed, and pirates will not dock there. Due to the characteristics of the mangroves, ships can be docked anywhere around the island, which means that there are no rules here. The size of the Origin is not much inferior to the warships that carried out the Demon Slayer order. After all, it is a ship that can accommodate giants like Zoro. Arceus can prepare a small training ground on it on the way here. And this size also occupies this area suitable for docking. Although there is a first-come first-served principle here, not all pirates will abide by the rules. The pirate flag of the beasts made the Origin not encounter any trouble in the New World, but when it came to Paradise, trouble came. Shortly after the Origin entered here, another ship followed behind, and they seemed to have taken a fancy to this place. The real version of grabbing a ship position, the way to grab it is naturally to bombard it. The young people who have not arrived in the New World do not understand the meaning of hanging a flag on the Origin. However, when they tried to attack, Arceus and others had already left the Origin. The size of the Origin blocked the field of vision. Although they could hear the sound of the gun, they could not see what happened at all. The location of the explosion shows that they are attacking the Origin. Although there are people left on it, it will be a gun battle for them to solve it, which will delay too much time. Shayna, go and deal with it, don't waste time. Understood. Shayna waved her wings behind her and disappeared here, and the staff of the Beast Fruit didn't take it seriously. It would be a big joke if the big cotters of the New World couldn't deal with the young people in the Paradise. Shortly after Shayna left, two balls of fire rose not far away, and the staff here were still introducing the recent situation to Arceus. Master Holy Beast, the auction will start in 2 days. In addition to the population, the auction list that has been leaked currently is suspected to include famous swords and devil fruits. Here is the details, please take a look. Do you need us to arrange accommodation? No, you can do it as usual, we will stay on the ship at night. Although there is a hotel area in the Sabayati archipelago, for pirates, the hotel area here may not be safer than on the pirate ship. Even if you are a legal citizen of a member country living here, you have to be careful. If you go out at night, you may encounter misfortune. Chapter 262, The Singer. When human traffickers abduct and sell people, they will not check other people's IDs. Even citizens of member countries will end up in their hands. After all, there is a human auction in the Sabayati archipelago. The human traffickers here do not abduct, but rob and kidnap. Although the civilian area is managed by the Navy, it is difficult to deal with some things that happen at night. Once someone is taken into the illegal area, the Navy will not go to great lengths to find the person, unless the person has the power to get the world government or the Navy headquarters to issue an order. The Navy here sometimes takes a laissez-faire attitude towards pirates. As long as they don't do anything too extreme to embarrass the Navy, they will turn a blind eye. Before the store manager finished reporting on the information, Shayna had already returned. There were no scars except some drying marks on her pants. What happened? Well, their boats are of poor quality. I wanted to kick the keel, but I just sank into the water. The flagships of the beasts were made of treasure tree atom. Even those that were not made of treasure tree atom were made of high-quality wood. The pirates seemed to have just been through a war. The tattered boats had very low bearing capacity. Then Shayna and some of the beast's fruit employees went to prepare for the auction in 2 days, while Olga followed Arceus and others. Headed to the bubble park. Yamato, don't run around. You guys should stay close and don't scatter at will. They landed at the 30th mangrove, and the bubble park is located at the 33rd mangrove. There is still a distance to go there. There are other tourists on the island, but one thing in common is that all the children are held by their parents, and no one dares to let them run around. It is very rare for Yamato and her friends to run around at will. When they go out, their life cards are in Olga's hands. Even if they are taken away, they can still find their location, but the noise they make will be troublesome. Got it. There was a response on his lips, but judging from his actions, he didn't listen completely. Yamato was poking a resin bubble in front of him. It was a natural thing generated by the resin of the mangrove. It can be seen everywhere in the Sabayati archipelago, and such bubbles often appear on the ground. From time to time, someone looked at Arceus and his group. Yin Lishabeth and Arceus in the thousand-face chameleon form were easy to attract people's attention, and these children who came to the Sabayati archipelago for the first time were also quite excited. However, these eyes quickly turned away. There were bounty hunters, pirates, navy, human traffickers, civilians, and other people of all identities. There were both young people who had previously robbed the ship and bounty hunters with good eyesight. They made a living by hunting pirates in exchange for bounties, which required them to be familiar with the bounty orders of pirates, otherwise they would not be able to choose suitable targets. Although the bounty was not completely linked to strength, most pirates could use it as a reference. Although the high bounty was very tempting, you had to have a life to spend the money. Little friend, do you want a bubble car? It only costs 500 baileys to rent a day, and only 10,000 to buy one. People who often live here are no strangers to bubbles. Yamato and the others can tell at a glance that this is their first time here, and this is an opportunity for the bubble car dealer to do business. Bubbles are naturally generated in the Sabayati archipelago. They only provide a simple wooden frame, which is basically a cost-free business. As long as one is sold, it will be a huge profit. However, the bubble car can only be used in the Sabayati archipelago. The bubble will break directly if it is out of this range. Locals will not pay this IQ tax, so they usually make money from people who come here for the first time. And every day, new people arrive at the Sabayati archipelago. The huge flow of people makes them not consider returning customers at all, and basically do one-time transactions. 10,000 baileys is not very expensive, and they use this mentality to deceive some people to buy their bubble cars. Hey, you have found the wrong target. Several people working at the 100 Beasts fruit came over directly. They had been following here before and had been doing business here for several years. Of course, they were familiar with everything here. But they did not say the reason. After all, telling the truth in front of tourists would cut off people's money. Are the guests locals? I'm really sorry. How about renting 4 cars to you for 1,000 baileys? They are all doing business here, and there are such unspoken rules between each other. The 100 Beasts fruit did not expose his way of making money, so he gave him a discount. Vayabao. Vayabao. Grand Line buns, anyone want to buy them? Shampoo specialty bean paste buns, with a shelf life of 3 months, are referred to as Vayabao and have always been a hot-selling product here. Soap bubble chocolate, floating chocolate. Before reaching the soap bubble park, the people behind him already had a bunch of bubbles in their hands. This is the way the shampoo archipelago replaces shopping bags. As long as they haven't left shampoo, they don't have to worry about not being able to carry shopping bags. They are like a group of balloon sellers at this time, holding various bubbles in their hands, filled with local goods and souvenirs. This is the result of sending some of them to the origin. As the tall bubble Ferris wheel appeared in sight, they finally arrived at the soap bubble park. From day to night, they played all the projects in the soap bubble park more than once. The people from the beasts did not disturb their game process. The others were staring at them from the side, and Olga played with them. This is also a must-do for her when she comes to Shampoo Land. She was almost bored to schizophrenia in the belly of the lanternfish, so she has always been interested in this kind of project. Although their novelty has not ended, as night falls, some projects have stopped operating. Just when they were struggling about where to go, a burst of singing attracted Yamato's attention. A man with brown-green hair was singing in a corner of the soap bubble park, with a guitar case in front of him, and some Baileys scattered inside. He played the guitar in his hand lightly, and the classic lyrics came out of his mouth. Young ho ho, young ho ho. Bring Binks's wine to your side. Day after day in the dusk of dreams. I will never see the figure waving goodbye again. Originally, this song was often accompanied by accordion or violin, but now he has replaced it with guitar. Although the track has been changed, it has been integrated with the accompaniment. However, the effect is not very good. Most of the Baileys in front of him are coins, and the most is only 500 Baileys. The song is good, but the place where it is sung is not very suitable. After all, this song is called the Pirate's Song. However, he soon received the largest denomination of Bailey today, pocket money from Yamato. Chapter 263, Teazero. Binks's Wine, a classic song on the sea. In Roger when he was still a newcomer, this song had spread all over the sea. Whether it was a sailor or a pirate, people who sailed on the sea would hum a line or two, and there were quite a few people in the Beast Pirates who knew this song. The creator of the song is unknown, but the song has been passed down for a long time. However, there were few sailors or pirates who came here, and even if he sang well, it was difficult to resonate with people, so the money he got was not much. Yamato gave him a note with a face value of 5,000 Baileys, which was almost his biggest gain today. Although Yamato knew that she should give some change, it was the smallest note she had. The next smallest was some 100 Bailey coins, which she felt was not appropriate to take out. There were few places in Wano where she needed to spend money. Except for clearing the inventory for Kojiro when collecting bottle caps last time, her small treasury had basically not been touched. The amount accumulated to now is something that many people can't earn back in their lifetime, so 5,000 Baileys is just change for her. The singer did not stop, but bowed to her. Judging from his proficiency, he often did this. The sky was getting darker and darker. Although the lighting equipment in the soap bubble park had been turned on, there were fewer and fewer people in the park. The people in front of the singer walked and stopped. Now the people who listened to his singing gradually left. Only Yamato and the others were sitting in the front. Little sister, do you like listening to my singing? It sounds good. You sing very well, better than Uncle Quinn. It sounds good. It's really a good evaluation, but I'm sorry, little sister, today's performance is over. If you want to listen, you can only come tomorrow. It stands to reason that Yamato should sing for a while longer for a person like a sponsor, but he still has work during the day. If he is absent, his salary will be deducted. In order to prepare for tomorrow's work, he must rest. However, he looked at his old watch again and found that it was still early. The income he could get from working hard for a day was only about 10,000 Baileys. It was a bit inappropriate to end it directly in front of such a sponsor. It's a special performance for you guys. Is there any song you want to hear? He really needs money, and if Yamato is happy, it would be best if he could give him more tips. He didn't have any bad intentions. Although he needed money urgently, and there was a kid with a huge sum of money in front of him, he chose to exchange labor for money. This is his promise to others. His name is Guild Teazelo, which means the Golden Emperor who will control a lot of money in the world in the future, but now he is still a young man working hard for his ideal. Sing whichever song you are best at. The best that should be this one. After adjusting the strings of the guitar, Teazelo sang the song he was most familiar with, but Yamato's expression was a little wrong. The power of Evergreen allowed her to communicate freely with Pokemon, but the power it brought was far more than that. Under the influence of the power of Evergreen, she was more sensitive to other people's emotions, and singing was a link that could convey emotions. She heard something different from it. Big brother, you seem to be worried. Are you thinking about someone? Many people gave him money during his singing days, but there were only a few people like Yamato who listened to him until the end and said that he sang well. But there was only one person who could hear his worries, Stella, which was the root of his desperate efforts to make money. That's a long story, do you want to hear it? Yamato's behavior of hearing his worries seemed to touch his heart. This was the second time he told others about his experience, and the listeners were a group of children. 19 years ago, he was born in a not-so-good family. His father was a gambler and his mother was an alcoholic. One was addicted to gambling and the other was addicted to alcohol. A family of alcoholics and gamblers was naturally very poor. Because of poverty, he was excluded by his peers. One day he passed by a mobile opera house, and the singing inside attracted him. It became his initial dream to be able to enter the venue to watch the performance. He wanted to watch the performance and also wanted to be as eye-catching as the stars on the stage. When he was 12 years old, his gambling-addicted father died of illness. Although his father was a gambler, he was also the main source of income for the family, which made the already poor family even worse. After that, his mother continued to drink every day, and began to hate Tezuolo's singing, and then strictly forbade him to continue singing. In this environment, 12-year-old Tezuolo fled the house. However, at the age of 12, he could not support himself at all, so he began to steal. He met many people with the stolen money, and then he thought he had made friends. He naturally could not learn well from a group of cheating friends, and like his father, he was also infected with the bad habit of gambling. 9 out of 10 gambling losses, the one time he won was probably given by someone else's fishing. Tezuolo, who fell into the abyss of gambling, almost followed his father's old path. At the age of 16, he lost everything in the casino. Human trafficking has always existed here, so he was caught by human traffickers in the casino and planned to sell him. At this time, all the friends in his mind abandoned him. No one cared about his life or death. He knew what would happen if he was caught by human traffickers, so he fought desperately. Although he was beaten severely, he finally escaped. In a panic, he didn't even look at the road and ran directly to the human trafficking store, where he met his life's salvation, Stella. She was a woman who was captured as a slave. Although she was treated as a commodity in an iron cage, she did not give up her desire for life. Although they were separated by an iron cage, they chatted happily. Tezuolo sang a song for Stella, and for the first time he was praised by others. From then on, he was determined to give Stella freedom, so he started to work hard to make money. During the day, he would work in the shipyard in Champuti, because the salary there was the highest. At night, he would come here to sing, but he never did anything illegal. This was an agreement between him and Stella, and he would use legal means to make money. Stella is a very expensive commodity in the human trafficking store. This is both a good thing and a bad thing for Tezuolo. The high price made him not worry about Stella being bought easily, but relatively speaking, it was very difficult to save enough money. For almost 3 years, he worked day and night, saving every berry by eating frugally, and now he is very close to his goal. Chapter 264, Don't Show Off Fake Wealth. Lord Arceus, don't you take care of them. People grow up, and they should have their own judgment at this age. Don't intervene if there is no danger. There seems to be no one around Yamato and the others, but more than one pair of eyes are watching them. If Tezuolo really has any ideas, then his end will be very miserable. He is not the Golden Emperor who has awakened after practicing the fruit after blackening. He is just an ordinary person. Such a person does not even need Olga or Inulsabith to do it. He can't even beat Yamato now. Kaido's finger is still very valuable. They are not puppets. It is impossible for them to grow up under the control of others. If they don't have their own values of right and wrong, they will be easily deceived by others. Arceus just makes sure that the general direction will not go astray, and the rest depends on them. That's probably it. Anyway, I really need money. Okay, now it's time to rest. Kids, you should go back early too. Even Area 33 is not safe in Champuland at night. He put the money in the violin case into his pocket. Every penny meant that he was one step closer to Stella. They had been together for nearly 3 years and had already fallen in love with each other. Yamato's 5,000 baileys brought him closer and closer to his goal. 1 more month of work would be enough. Big brother, how much money do you still need? She won't be bought by someone else. I still need 300,000 baileys, but don't worry, I will save enough money next month. He was worried about that kind of thing happening, so he kept working hard to make money. Although Stella had stayed here for almost 3 years, he was not sure if there would be any unexpected situation. You're lying. You're obviously worried. You're just a kid, don't worry about this. Go back early. Anyway, where are your parents? How dare you leave you kids alone here? After leaving the Ferris wheel, Olga followed them more than 20 meters away. There were a lot of people around just now, and Tzalo thought their parents were inside, but now everyone has left, and they are still here. A child who can easily take out 5,000 baileys can't be from an ordinary family. It's obviously unreasonable that there's no one around. Little girl, you didn't steal your money like I did before, did you? That's not good. No, that's all my own pocket money, but if it's 300,000 baileys. Yamato took out his wallet, which looked like a pink Jigglypuff from the outside, and even the wallet was as round as the Jigglypuff, because it was stuffed full. After opening it, it seemed to be a stack of egg rolls, but they were rolled up baileys, rolled up 10 by 10, and there were about 1 million baileys stuffed inside. Here, I'll lend you 300,000 baileys. Remember to return it to me next month. Because she thought it was right to do so, she did it. Under the influence of Changpan's power, she thought the other party was not lying. He was in need of money, and she had a lot of money. She thought there was nothing wrong in lending the money to the other party to let him do something very important. And she said to lend, not give. She didn't think she should support him unconditionally, but just wanted to help him avoid unexpected things. As for whether Tzalo would default on the debt, and how to pay it back if he wanted to, she didn't think about it. This was undoubtedly a windfall for Tzalo, but after a brief joy, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After taking Yamato's money, he pressed her wallet back. He really couldn't refuse the money. Although Stella had never been bought in the past, the longer this kind of thing was delayed, the more hidden dangers there would be. But he was a thief before, and he knew very well how chaotic Shampoo was. In a seemingly stable environment, he didn't know how many people were looking for targets. Although it is getting dark now and there are fewer people in the soap bubble park, it is still unknown whether there are any prying eyes around. Didn't your parents tell you that you should not show your wealth to others? Yes, but this is just pocket money, not a lot of money. This sentence blocked all the words that Tzalo said later. The money he worked hard day and night to save for a month was just pocket money for her. The gap between people seems to be too huge, which makes him a little frustrated, and at the same time he has a little more yearning for money. Okay, go and redeem your big sister, remember to return the money to me next month, otherwise you will be miserable. I will definitely return the money to you, but forget it, where do you guys live? I'll take you back, it will be troublesome if it's too late. No need, there is a people. Hey, where are the people? Maria, Robin, Jack, have any of you seen Sister Olga? She didn't come with us from the beginning. Lord Arceus didn't seem to come either. Jack and Maria didn't notice this, but Robin saw it, and those people from the Fruit of the 100 Beasts had just quietly left not long ago. Let me take you there. Where do you live? On a ship outside the 30th Red Tree. Lord Arceus, is this really okay? The only one who could call Olga away was Arceus, and those people from the Fruit of the 100 Beasts were also transferred away by him, with the purpose of testing their handling of sudden situations. Kaido had that idea a long time ago, but Kaido wanted to let them experience it directly on the battlefield, so he never implemented it. So far, they have only experienced ordinary training, and the situation in Champuti is just right now. Are those people still following us? Yes, they are. Their identities have been verified. They are a group of human traffickers from the Sabayati archipelago. Then let them practice. It's time to see some blood. But don't be careless. You and Elizabeth go with them. Don't get caught. Understood. Chizuru sent Yamato and the others back to Mangrove number 30, and Olga's illusion made her and Elizabeth follow behind the group almost invisible. A little further away was the group of human traffickers. Their targets were Yamato and Maria. Robin was just an ordinary human girl. As for Jack, although he was a fishman, he didn't look like a fishman, and outsiders couldn't see that at all. Yamato and Maria, two rare items with outstanding looks and horns on their heads, naturally attracted the attention of the human traffickers. Although they were quite rampant, they were not so rampant as to kidnap people in front of everyone, so they had been waiting from day to now, just to find an opportunity. The people who followed them left one after another, and now only Tejuo was left. This was an opportunity for them. Chapter 265, The First Battle of the New Generation. Boss, aren't we going to do it yet? Wait a little longer. The soap bubble park is too chaotic. It's dark now. We can do it when they get out. This is a rare high-quality product, and a big fat sheep. Young and beautiful girls are the most popular in the population market here, not to mention people like Yamato who carry huge sums of money. After selling people, they can also find a way to extort a large ransom from their families. This is what he thinks. The human traffickers are spread all over the sea, but these people do not have a unified organization, and the quality and strength of the members are also uneven. There are fish scum who kidnap their own people, there are weak wastes, and there are elite human traffickers who are strong enough to kidnap people on the Nine Snakes. There is also Sister Carmelo who cooperates with the world government and deceives the giants through a series of means. In a sense, these people can be said to be the second largest organization after the photographer group. Some weak people are inevitable. There are stains on every ship, and there are alternative existences on every ship, including but not limited to the photographer who forgot to take off the lens cap, and Buggy, the crew clown of One Piece. Yamato did not show any worry on his face, and he was even in the mood to see what was different about the Sabaody archipelago at night. Jack and Maria were in the same situation. Robin was not as calm as the others, but she was not too worried about such things under the emotional rendering. Arceus's performance along the way did not match his sudden disappearance now. She felt that Arceus should be staring at them in a corner. But Teasalo was different. He didn't know why these four children could be so careless, although Maria and Jack could be regarded as giants when they grew up, and their size was enough to be called small giants. However, they did not show this at this time. Although they began to grow rapidly after puberty and reached the current height of more than 6 meters, Jack and Maria now looked like children of 13 or 14 years old. After they left the soap bubble park, the lights around them dimmed. During the day, only some areas of the Sabaody archipelago were illegal areas, but at night, the influence of the illegal areas would expand outward. Armed fights, illegal transactions, these things happened quietly in the shadows, and as they reached the junction of the mangroves, trouble also arrived. Run! There are patrolling navy on the civilian street of number 31. Those people dare not arrest people in front of the navy. Although the population trade of the Sabaody archipelago is right in front of the navy, they don't care about those things and have to help maintain order there, but those navies still have a bottom line. They can't stand it if other people are captured as slaves in front of them. At this time, they are at the junction of number 33 mangrove and number 32 mangrove, but the Sabaody archipelago is a circle, not a straight line. There is more than one mangrove connected to number 33 mangrove. It is not difficult to reach the patrol area of the navy from here, but the human traffickers naturally thought of what he could think of. They are gangs, and there are human traffickers approaching in several directions where they can escape. Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, be careful not to get into trouble. A fat human trafficker threatened Tejuo Luo, but he was slapped by the person in front of him before he finished speaking. Idiot! So many people have surrounded this place, and you still want to let him go? Of course we will catch them all together. Men can be sold for money. Their main targets are Yamato and Maria, but since they have surrounded them, there is no reason to let half of them go, so he wants to catch them all. Boy, you fell into our trap yourself, so we can't blame you now. If you resist, you will suffer less. We will find a good buyer for you. Being hit on the face will affect the selling price. Most of the traffickers have weapons such as ropes and bags. If the terrain here is not so open, they will probably use anesthetic gas directly. There is no other way, little girl, I can't take care of you. Try to escape separately. It depends on you whether you can escape or find someone to help. He didn't have the confidence to knock down a dozen strong men by himself. Even he himself might not be able to escape. Judging from their appearance, they had already targeted Yamato and the others. Even if he wanted to attract attention, he couldn't do it. However, Yamato's reaction was not quite what he thought. There was no panic like a child, but some excitement. They are all traffickers, right? Yes, but now is not the time for popular science. Listen to my command, I say run and you run. Teasalo grabbed his pocket with one hand. There was quicklime in it. He couldn't get away without something on his body. The other hand also pulled out a knife from the guitar case. However, Yamato's actions were very different from what he thought. Great, these bad guys can be beaten to death. Being beaten by Kaido, trained by Arceus, and beaten by the Stone Man every day, she had long wanted to experience what it felt like to fight, but she had never had the chance. As she said that, she put down her backpack and took out the Aegean 4.0 from it. She always carried her mace when she went out. Jack, Maria, get ready for the battle. Robin, help me take care of Xiao Xian. The average height of the Frost Milk Fairy is about 30 centimeters, and she usually hangs on her shoulders like a doll. Because she is already a big child, the Jigglypuffs did not follow her out, only the Frost Milk Fairy followed her like a pet. At the same time, Maria and Jack also made the same move, and both handed their Frost Milk Fairy to Robin. Maria took out a pair of brass knuckles, and Jack's backpack contained a small sickle, which made Taejo Luo, who was originally planning to fight, a little confused. These children seemed a little abnormal. Brass knuckles can be said to be for self-defense, but sickles and maces, how come these don't look like things that normal people carry? Even the traffickers who came over didn't believe this, and laughed at Yamato's mace. Little girl, don't scare people with inflatable toys. No one here will play house with you. You'd better be honest and be careful not to hurt your face. Aegean number 4 is not a toy. It inherits the will of number 1, number 2, and number 3 and is my comrade in arms. Ha ha ha, kid, this is the funniest joke I've heard today. I can't bear to sell you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for coming to Shampoo Land. He walked over with a rope, and Yamato didn't continue to argue with him. He just clenched the mace in his hand, and then jumped up in his unbelievable eyes. Thunder Bagua. Chapter 266, The Water Battle of the Fishmen, the Group Battle of the Electric Spiders. Zang. The trafficker only felt a sound of breaking wind in his ears, and then the mace hit his head. At this moment, he understood that the mace in Yamato's hand was not an inflatable toy, but a real mace. The huge force went straight through the skull and reached the brain. In an instant, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. After staggering a few steps, he fell to the ground with his eyes rolled up. Now Yamato's Thunder Bagua has only the form but not the meaning. Although there is no difference between her and Kaido's Thunder Bagua in the swing of the moves, the core of Thunder Bagua is the combination with domineering. Whether it is the attachment of armed color or the entanglement of domineering color, only by doing this can the power of Thunder Bagua be truly exerted. Yamato, who is still honing her body and skills, has not mastered domineering. Her Thunder Bagua is just swinging the stick. But regardless of the domineering aspect, she has already mastered the technique of swinging the stick. Otherwise Kaido would not have used 2 fingers. Milk from Milky Tank and the love egg from Jigglypuff provided her with sufficient nutrition. After long-term exercise, the blood inherited from Kaido made her strength completely different from that of ordinary people. In the training of the 8 formations of stone soldiers, the stone men made by Arceus will be damaged under the attack of Yamato, let alone this flesh and blood body. Don't laugh at my Ken no 4. Yamato, who knocked him down with one blow, stood in front of him and made his declaration again, but he could no longer hear it. That stick was not something he could bear. The white foam overflowing from the corner of his mouth showed that his brain stem had been severely damaged. Not all people who were hit by the mace were called Kinemon, he did not have such high resistance. Bo! The sound of a soap bubble bursting spread throughout the nearby area. After Yamato's stick, the scene became quiet. The traffickers looked at Yamato and were completely confused. For a while, they all stagnated. Go! Catch that little girl! She can be sold for a sky-high price, enough for all of us to live freely. A pretty little girl can be sold for a high price, and a strong person is also in the market at the auction. When these two are combined, the price will be multiplied several times. This is why human traffickers risk going to the 9 Snakes pirate ship to capture people. In the first half of the Grand Line, the 9 Snakes were the label of strong women, and women with the 9 Snakes mark could be sold at a higher price. Money is attractive, and under the temptation of the bounty, a group of human traffickers rushed up one after another, and Yamato also began to look for her next target. There were many human traffickers, and their target was not just Yamato. Yamato's force just now made 5 or 6 people rush towards her, and the rest rushed towards Maria and others. Looking at the people rushing over, Teasalo spilled the lime in his pocket. After bewitching several people's eyes, he took out a dagger and stabbed out. He promised Stella that he would not do evil, but he was protecting himself. There is no such thing as excessive defense in this world. If he is not ruthless enough in the face of these human traffickers, he will only be in a worse situation. 3 years of hard work have trained him to have a strong physique, but he is only one person after all. Although he stabbed one person, the dagger was also knocked down, and now he is wrestling with others. There was also a melee on Jack's side. Most people subconsciously believed that men were much stronger than women. Yamato's performance made them dare not be careless anymore, so Jack, who looked fat and strong, attracted many opponents. A noose caught him, but the human trafficker holding the rope suddenly felt a huge force. The strength from Jack was far beyond his expectations. The physique of the fishman has a natural advantage in facing people of this level. He broke free of the noose with brute force, and then raised his sickle and rushed towards the opponent in front of him. "I want to be Kaido's right-hand man. Who do you think you are?" Looking at the 3 or 4 people who surrounded him, Jack made his own judgment. He threw the sickle at one of them and hit him directly while they were avoiding. They were already at the edge of the mangroves, with turbulent sea water below. Jack rushed towards one of them, and the huge brute force also brought the people around who wanted to hold them into the water. Plop! A few splashes of water splashed out of the sea, and Jack came to his home court. He was a fishman, and his role in the sea water was much greater than on land. But the traffickers didn't know this. The sea water was very cold at night. They wanted to find Jack, but Jack grabbed his ankle and pulled him into the deep sea. He was more reckless, but not stupid. It was difficult to deal with so many people on land, but it was easy underwater. Robin and Maria were not worried about Jack. They knew that Jack was a fishman. The traffickers were not worried about their companions. They didn't know that Jack was a fishman, and they thought that a kid going into the water was seeking death. When people struggle, they consume more oxygen. The cold current is taking away the heat in their bodies all the time. When they can't hold their breath and choke on water, Jack's chance comes. Although there is still a trafficker in the sea, human vision makes him unable to see anything now. The light above reflects on the water surface and makes him blind. When he saw 2 companions floating up and wanted to climb up, it was too late. Jack rushed out of the water and grabbed his neck and pressed him underwater. On land, Teasalo became the weakest one. A trafficker fought back and forth with him. Then another person rushed towards Maria. At first, she could still deal with it, but as the number of people increased, she began to be unable to resist. She didn't have Yamato's perverted physique and Jack's talent as a fishman. "You hooligansaya forced me to use this ugly posture." Maria's body began to change. 6 arms emerged from her back and the abdomen of a spider also appeared on her body, but the difference was that her spider hair turned yellow. On the way, Arceus changed her spider from the rosewolf spider to the electric spider. ZZ. A burst of electric current sounded in the air, and then several spider hairs shot out from Maria's body. That is the characteristic of the electric spider. In addition to its own spider web, its hair is also a powerful weapon. The hair on the abdomen is like a flying needle after being shot out, and it is also attached with a strong current. Ordinary people will fall into a state of paralysis if they are stung by this hair. At the same time, there will be a wriggling in the mouth, and then a yellow spider web will be spit out by her. The spider silk of the electric spider is electric, whether it is for defense, setting traps, or attacking, it is a good hand. If the spider posture is not suitable for fighting in this environment, she really doesn't want to use this form. Chapter 267, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. It's not that the electric spider is ugly, but the spider fruit is like this. She is still a beautiful girl. The ghost spider in the navy looks even more devilish after using the fruit ability. The fact that he used the life return to manipulate his hair into 6 hands is also closely related to his fruit ability, because that is his usual fighting posture. Quinn's potion has not yet taken effect, but her face will not change when she transforms now, which makes her barely accept this posture. That girl is a power user. There are some strong people among the traffickers. The fruit ability can already have a fatal impact on them. After being hit by the electrified spider web and fluff, the traffickers fell down one after another with screams. However, Maria is not familiar with the ability. It can be said that her electric spider level is very low, so the intensity of the current released is not enough. Although those people have entered a paralyzed state, they have not lost consciousness. But this is not a good thing. The spider web attached with lightning is always in a state of discharge. People trapped in the spider web have no ability to resist at all and can only be beaten. Maria Electric Fist. There is lightning attached to the fist, and it is mixed with his resentment. After all, this posture is used again. At the same time, another trafficker ran towards Robin. He was not hit on the head, caught by the electric net, and dragged into the water, but his face was covered with cream. The cream released from the palms of the frost milk fairies can be sprayed out directly like spraying oil. The trafficker never thought that the rag doll-like frost milk fairy could do such a thing, and after that, a sharp pain came from his crotch. 2 hands grew out from under his legs and smashed at his balls. The cream splashed into his eyes, making his eyes sting. He felt pain, and his crotch was hit hard. For a moment, he didn't know whether to cover his lower or upper body. He rolled in front of Robin and finally fainted from the pain. After finally defeating his opponent, Taijulu just got up and looked at the scene in front of him and doubted his life. He felt that his 19 years were almost wasted. So strong. The leader of the slave traders was shocked by the scene in front of him. More than a dozen strong adults were actually knocked down by a few children, and there were 2 people with special abilities among them. This was beyond his expectations, but it didn't scare him. Because he still had a backup plan. These dozen people were just part of their gang. He thought that catching a few children was enough, and more people were alerting others. In his eyes, this was a piece of fat meat. In order to prevent other traffickers from targeting them, his men who were good at fighting were on guard at the key parts. Very good, 2 people with special abilities, the price they can sell for will be even higher now. Come out. Capture them at all costs. It doesn't matter if they get hurt. These people were either barehanded or holding ropes, while those on guard had lethal weapons in their hands. If it was just an ordinary child, his goal would naturally be to capture them intact, but the strength of Yamato and others had already shown that it was simply impossible. He thought his men would come out after he gave an order, but in fact, the surroundings were still quiet, as if nothing had happened. What? Is there anyone else? Then call them out quickly. The leader of the human traffickers didn't know what to say. He didn't mean to joke with his men. Just as he was puzzled, several people were thrown in front of him. A lizard came out from the shadows. It was Yinlashabe who had followed Yamato and the others before. It would be fine if it was just a humanoid lizard, but there were 3 people hanging on the long tail behind Yinlashabe like a candied horse. The blood-stained face in the dark night looked like an alien, and the long tail hanging heavy objects made a rustling sound on the ground, which was like the bell of hell for the leader of the human traffickers. Those people wanted to attack when they saw that the situation here was not right, and Yinlashabe was accompanying them to prevent this from happening. Facing the human traffickers like Yamato, they could still fight back, but facing Yinlashabe, it was a one-sided massacre. Then Yinlashabe swung her long tail, and those people were thrown in front of the leader of the human traffickers. Miss Yamato, Lord Arceus means that you should go back to wash and sleep, and I will deal with the things here. Just a few human traffickers, for Arceus, it is not as important as Yamato and others going to bed on time. What should be done has been done, so there is naturally no need to waste time. So Yinlashabe, who received the order, stood up directly and fished Jack out of the water. Although putting the enemy into the water is a good tactic, he did not consider the terrain. So after dealing with his own enemies, he couldn't get up. What? Godfather has been watching all the time. Hey, big brother, remember to redeem Sister Stella, and remember to pay back the money. See you later. After hearing what Yin Elizabeth said, Yamato did not insist on continuing the duel. He walked towards the origin with Maria and others. Before leaving, he did not forget to ask Taijulu for something. Today's experience was somewhat dreamy for Taijulu. He did not react until Yin Elizabeth called him. You should leave. I will not be responsible for your safety. That person ran away. Will there be any trouble? Taijulu stood up and sorted out his clothes. The guitar was broken, but it didn't affect anything. As long as he worked for the last day tomorrow, he would save enough money to buy Stella after receiving his salary and the 300,000 Baileys funded by Yamato. But he was very curious why they let the leader of the human traffickers go. Just when Yin Elizabeth turned around and talked to Yamato, the leader of the human traffickers started to run away. Don't worry, he can't run away. Yin Lishabe's left hand made a pistol gesture and aimed at the direction of the human trafficker leader. Then, with the sound of hey, a water bullet shot out from his fingertips and directly pierced the man's head. After Yin Lishabe's sniper shot pierced his head, his remaining consciousness heard the sound of the water bullet. Godfather, Godfather, did you see it? I did a great job. Yamato, who returned to the origin, showed off her battle as if to ask for credit. This was their first time fighting the enemy. Very good, but don't be proud, you are still far from it. A few human traffickers were already a relatively simple test for them. The combat power of these human traffickers was not too strong, but it was also quite satisfactory. Some human traffickers would even capture pirates, and many would buy powerful pirates. For example, the celestial dragons liked to buy those pirates as their mounts. The exploding collar on the slave's neck was a guarantee. With it, the slave could not escape or resist, and even death was a luxury. Chapter 268, Money and Status, Power and Truth. The next day, Tejuelo worked in the shipyard with excitement. Although his face was bruised, he was still enthusiastic. Even his co-workers didn't know why he was so happy. However, those people were not very familiar with Tejuelo. His previous experience made him understand a truth: money can buy friends, but money can also lose friends. He worked hard to save money. He never went to social gatherings or parties among his co-workers, so he naturally had no feelings for his co-workers. In the evening, he got his wages from the boss as he wished, and immediately ran to the number 1 red tree, where the location of the human auction is also the location of the human market. In the cage, a blonde woman with a metal collar around her neck is looking into the distance. She is Stella, the biggest spiritual support of Tejuelo, and she is also waiting for Tejuelo. Because Tejuelo has a tight schedule to make money, but he comes here to visit Stella every few days, telling her what he has seen and heard these days, and talking to Stella. Stella. I have saved enough money. Tejuelo, who ran over, couldn't wait to tell Stella about his achievements before he could catch his breath. Tomorrow, I will give you freedom as soon as this place opens tomorrow. Your face, what did you do? Stella was also very excited to hear that Tejuelo had saved enough money, but she was more concerned about why Tejuelo was injured. It's okay. I had a fight with a human trafficker and met a very interesting girl. Let me tell you. Tejuelo told Stella about his encounter with Yamato, but omitted the danger he encountered. Then he quietly opened his bulging clothes and revealed the Bailey hidden inside. 6 million Baileys, this is the price of Stella, and it is also the result of Tejuelo's 3 years of hard work. He does some heavy work. Even if he wants to save money, he has to protect his body. If he falls, it will be really over. So he has some expenses in these 3 years, but most of them are saved like this. That's a good girl. I have to thank her in the future. Well, let's go to the West Sea after paying off the money. I heard there is an island there. The lights of Hunchop are shining on it, and Stella and Tejuelo have been awake all night, always imagining the future, but when the next day comes, the boss here is late. Today is the day of the auction. He went there to prepare some things. When he just came back here, Tejuelo ran directly to him. I want to buy her. Tejuelo's eyes were bloodshot. His fingers trembled slightly and pointed at Stella. His tone was full of excitement. Then he handed the 6 million to the man. Have you really saved enough money? The owner of the sales shop looked at Tejuelo in disbelief. He didn't expect that this person could save enough money. He often chatted with Stella in front of his store. He naturally knew the existence of this person. He thought Tejuelo was just a delusional Panjun. He didn't expect him to do it. What a pity. If you had come a few days earlier, there would not be so many troubles. Arrest him. The boss who received the money suddenly turned his face and ordered his men to arrest Tejuelo. What are you doing? What? You stole my money, so of course I have to arrest you. What are you talking about? That's the money I saved for 3 years, you bastard. Tejuelo wanted to rush forward angrily, but he was no match for the 2 bodyguards there, and was directly pressed to the ground. The reason just now was given to the people around him. Although this is an illegal area, he, as a boss, still has to give some reasons to arrest people, otherwise the business will not be able to continue. Then he squatted down and said to Tejuelo, of course I know you have saved money for 3 years. It's because you are poor and powerless that I dare to do this. Unfortunately, if you had sold her to you half a month earlier, she has been reserved by the Tianlong people. Stella is a very special product here. 6 million Baileys can buy a woman who is as beautiful and talented as her. He put Stella outside and set such a price because he didn't want her to be easily bought. This is his advertisement, making outsiders think that he has a lot of high-quality goods. Most people can't afford this money, and those who can afford it won't be willing to be a sucker. They didn't expect to meet such an outlier as Tejuelo. As he said, if it was normal, he would sell Stella to him. He still had to be honest, but not long ago, a servant of the Celestial Dragon came to make an appointment with Stella and said that he would come to pick up the goods next month. The Celestial Dragon has a hobby of taking the goods away personally, and he doesn't have time to come here now, so he has no choice. He can't disobey the Celestial Dragon. As for why Tejuelo was arrested, it was because he couldn't bear to part with the 6 million Baileys. Asshole! You bastard! Tejuo Luo struggled to get up, but he couldn't resist the power of the two men at all. Don't resist, kid. Who told you that you are not a world noble? Accept your fate, kid. If you had more money, if your status was higher, if your power was stronger. The scene of yesterday came to his mind. He could not forget Yamato's carefreeness in taking out hundreds of thousands of Baileys or his ability in knocking down the enemy with one stick. Money, power, status, he longed for those things that did not belong to him, but now he was powerless. Put the collar on him. His men took out an explosive collar and planned to put it on Tejuo's neck. Tejuo tried to resist, but it was useless. Damn! Tejuo! What are you doing? Stella in the iron cage did not understand why this happened, but the restraints of the cage made her powerless. She did not know that she had been booked. Let him go. At this moment, a crisp roar came from the side, and Yamato looked at this place with anger on his face. Today was the day of the auction and Yamato and the others naturally came here, and then they happened to see the scene. A little kid, of course he wouldn't listen, but the beasts were so numerous that they couldn't treat Tejuo Luo the same way. However, he was able to open a human market at number 1 Red Tree, so he certainly had his own power behind him, and he wasn't afraid. What? What does it have to do with you if I catch a thief? Don't meddle in other people's business, kid. He's not a thief. I borrowed some of his money. You said it's yours if you borrowed it. Did you write your name on the money? The owner of the human market looked disdainful. He didn't intend to give up the money he got, but Yamato's answer was unexpected. I wrote it. If you don't believe me, take out the money. There are 30 of them with my name on them. In order to show his ownership of the New Year's money, Yamato asked Tutu Dog to mark it. It can be said that it was a unique pattern. The owner of the human market didn't expect there was such a trick, and didn't know what to say for a while. But he suddenly realized a problem. What was there to explain between him and a little ghost? Whether he is a thief or not is not up to you, I have the final say here, go home quickly. The quarrel here caused many security guards of the human trafficking market to come out. They are not those human traffickers. They are not easy to deal with their sophisticated armor and weapons. Facing these people, Yamato feels that he may not be a match. Godfather, can you help me? You can help others within your ability, but what you want to do now is beyond your ability, so this will cause trouble to others. Unless you have a reasonable reason, I will not help you. Yamato is a little naive. He doesn't mind Yamato being a good person, but there must be a limit. He cannot unconditionally harm the interests of his relatives and friends for the sake of others. Well, he owes me 300,000 yuan. If he is taken away like this, no one can pay him back. The reason is ordinary but barely acceptable. Shayina, bring him back. Chapter 269, you reminded me very well, so let's kill him. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, Shayina appeared in front of Tejuo Luo in an instant, and kicked the two people who suppressed Tejuo Luo aside with a sweep. No flames or skills were needed, even if it was just leg strength, they could not bear it. Shayina kicked them directly in the head. The huge impact force exceeded the upper limit of the neck. During the flight, the necks of the two people were twisted into a knot, and it was obvious that they would not survive. At the same time, she picked up the owner of the population market. Although she was only more than 3 meters tall, she was slightly smaller than Jin, but she was still a giant to this ordinary owner. You, what are you going to do? Shayina did not speak, but took a bunch of keys from his waist, and then threw him out together. Tejuo Luo still had an explosive collar on his neck. Of course, he had to do things more perfectly, not just doing what he was ordered to do. Since Arceus' order was to bring Tejuo back, then things like the key must be taken care of. Then she picked up Tejuo and put him back on the ground. He didn't seem to have the strength to unlock the door after being beaten up. Yamato was trying the keys one by one. Stella, please, help me bring Stella out. As he spoke, the movement of his mouth involved the wound on his face. Those people didn't slap him in the face just now. He was just an ordinary man, so he didn't need to pay attention to such things. Please, let me pay anything. He raised his hand with all his strength and grabbed Yamato's wrist. The experience just now made him understand one thing, that money alone is useless. If you only have money but no power to protect money, then you are a lamb to be slaughtered in the hands of others. Power, strength, money, only when you have all these can you do what you want in this world. Okay, I promise you, but you have to work for us in the future. This is Yamato's nature. She is different from Kaido. Although Kaido's actions are full of recklessness, he will also consider the interests and make choices in it. Yamato believes that she is right to do this. She did not consider her own interests when doing this, but just followed her heart, so she agreed to Taegelo's request. She doesn't know Taegelo's life trajectory. From her point of view, at most she can get the gratitude of 2 people and 2 ordinary people. The last sentence is the result of Arceus education. There are too many unfair things in this world. If she wants to intervene in all things, it is impossible, so she will be asked to consider other things. Godfather, is this okay? Of course, but your training intensity will have to be gradually increased. Not to mention reaching your father's strength, at least you have to reach Monderfesh's level, so that you don't always rely on outsiders. Shayuna heard the words here, and before anyone told her, she walked towards Stella. She was imprisoned in an ordinary iron cage, which could imprison an ordinary person, but it was useless for people like Shayuna. She broke a hole in the wrist-thick railing, and at this time the owner of the population market heard a terrified voice. Stop! That woman is the cargo reserved by the celestial dragons. Do you want to die? The subordinate was kicked away, and he was thrown out. This happened to him and made him extremely angry, but he soon calmed down. He knew very well how much his business was hated, so the 2 bodyguards were very skilled. Pirates with a bounty of 10 million or 20 million were not their opponents. The identity of the other party who could kick them away must be very important. The most important thing for him is to judge people by their appearance. He knows who he can offend and who he cannot. The times have given birth to more and more powerful people, but there are only a few people with a bounty of over 1 billion. Most of these people have their own striking characteristics, such as Arceus' appearance. He didn't pay attention at first, but after being thrown out, he quickly remembered the other party's identity. The identities of Shayuna and Olga, 2 cadres with a bounty of over 100 million, also surfaced. He could never have imagined that a person like Taizo Luo would have a relationship with these people. This is someone he can't afford to offend. You can do whatever you want with that man. I will double the money, but not with that woman. If the celestial dragons can't see their goods when they come here, his own fate will be miserable, and he may be turned into a slave directly. His obstruction naturally had no effect. Shayuna was just executing Arceus' orders and could not be interfered by such external forces. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the celestial dragons? As soon as these words came out, Shayuna did stop temporarily, and then her palm cut towards the railing, and a section of the railing was held in her hand like a javelin. You talk a lot of nonsense, but you are right about one thing. There are too many troubles with those bugs of the celestial dragons. Bugs? How dare you talk like that? Why not? Sooner or later I will crush all those scums to death. The former Lunaria tribe lived on the Red Earth continent. The celestial dragons were their enemies, so of course she would not have any fear for them. At this time, the owner of the population market suddenly realized something. This group of people thought the celestial dragons were troublesome, but they hated them, and at the same time they were doing things that would make the celestial dragons angry. If they don't want to get into trouble, then the best way is for no one to know about it, and the only people who know about it here are them. Wait. Stop. Before he could say anything, Shayuna weighed the railing in her hand and threw it directly at him. The iron railing was attached with flames, and the spearhead with sharp edges directly nailed him through. If you guys are dead, won't no one know what happened? This is a lawless area, and it's common for a few people to die here. Even if ordinary members have the mark of the beast pirates on their clothes, they still encountered a lot of small troubles on the way here. There are always newcomers who are not afraid of death and want to challenge the combat power of the new world. Master Shenju, please go to the auction first, we will take care of it here. After getting Stella out, Shayuna had no intention of leaving. The so-called aftermath is not just a simple matter of silencing. It is not enough to just eliminate the insider. The relationship behind opening a population market here is not simple. Clearing traces and creating chaos, she has a lot to deal with. At the same time, Olga was also left behind. Her illusion ability can play a big role. Not long after Arceus and the others left, the population market was ignited with a raging fire. Chapter 270, Temporary Musicians on the Origin. This incident eventually turned into an escaped slave incident. The slaves in the population market didn't understand what happened. They only knew that the collars and prison keys appeared in front of them out of thin air. Soon after they opened the lock, a raging fire broke out here. No one would sit and wait for death. This was one of their few chances. The escaped slaves caused a big chaos, and the subsequent fire burned all traces. As for whether those people succeeded in escaping in the end, Shayana and Olga didn't know, that was not their business. Tejulo and Stella were taken away together, and Arceus planned to place them in the 100 Beasts fruit. Although there is a black element, being able to become the Golden Emperor from an escaped slave, controlling 20% of the world's Bailey, and cultivating the golden fruit to the point of awakening, this has already shown Tejulo's talent. His fighting talent is not very valued. Arceus mainly values his business talent. The 100 Beasts fruit is getting stronger and stronger. Now they need an excellent CEO to continue to develop the 100 Beasts fruit. However, it remains to be seen how far Tejulo can go. He plans to arrange him to an ordinary branch in the New World for a trial. It is impossible to let him directly lead the 100 Beasts fruit. That way, he will not be able to convince the public. He did not refuse the 100 Beasts plan to let him work. Yamato helped him at the most critical moment. He was not a conscienceless, ungrateful person. He also said at the time that he would pay anything. Although he was on the pirate ship, there was nothing he could do about it. Staying here was a great danger for both him and Stella. The fire in the population market did not hinder the auction. People here have long been accustomed to it, but Arceus was not interested in the things that appeared at the auction. Jewelry, artworks, those things were not what they wanted, but they encountered 2 animal-type devil fruits. These 2 fruits were eventually bought by 100 beasts. In the outside world, animal-type fruits generally cannot be sold at high prices. The 2 devil fruits were finally sold for 210 million Bailey. The end of the auction also means the end of Yamato and her trip to Shampoo. The fire in the population market did not attract anyone's attention, and the local navy also ignored it, although they had to maintain some things due to the orders of their superiors. However, most people who took the initiative to join the navy have their own goals. Although there are scum in the navy, most people have their own conscience. They cannot take the initiative to release the slaves, but they can open their eyes to the escaped slaves. It was still possible to turn a blind eye. Except for the slaves who were originally pirates, most of them got on the ship leaving Shampoo Island with the help of the garrison. The celestial dragons were also very angry when they knew that their goods had escaped, but they had no place to vent their anger. The owner of the human market was dead, and all the slaves had escaped. Even if he shouted for the navy to catch everyone back, those people were just working without putting in any effort. There was also a little more fun on the return trip to the origin. After all, there was an extra musician on the returning ship, which was one of the few pleasures in a pirate voyage. Young hoo hoo. Bring Binks's wine to you. Ride the wind and waves as the sea breeze pleases. Tizalo sang Binks's wine just like he did that day in the soap bubble park. Unlike the scattered listeners before, the pirates were much more interested in this song. There were no musical instruments on the ship, but the buckets on the deck and the pots and pans in the kitchen could be taken out by them for accompaniment. The collision of various objects made up a completely different melody. You sang well, Tejulo, sing another song. Yes, it's rare to have a musician on the ship. Brother Quinn will like you, no, maybe he will hate you, he calls himself the most artistic person among all beasts. The pirates on the deck were flushed, and it was obvious that they were affected by alcohol. Under their encouragement, Tejulo performed his first performance in his life on the stage he had temporarily built, and these pirates became his first audience. The feeling of being watched made him feel excited. Of course, the most important thing was that Stella was also below. She was not as enthusiastic as those pirates, but just smiled at Tejulo. This made him stunned. He had seen Stella's smile, but every time there was a solid iron fence between the two of them, and the explosive collar on Stella's neck was a gap. But now those things were gone, and for a moment he actually forgot to continue singing. The disappearance of the singing naturally attracted the attention of the pirates, followed by a series of booing. Hey, it's time to rest, right? It seems a little late. Yes, Tejulo, there are two pieces of news. The good news is that there are still vacant cabins on our ship, and you still have a place to stay, but there is also bad news. We only have this cabin left, and there is only one bed in it. But don't worry, that bed is big enough for you two to sleep. Ha ha ha, go quickly, Teju Luo, remember to lock the window, otherwise someone will peek. Amidst a burst of booing, Teju Luo and Stella were pushed into their cabin. At this time, the atmosphere in the cabin was very subtle. The two had experienced too much in the past 3 years, from acquaintance to familiarity, and then to regaining freedom today. If they hadn't met Yamato by chance, their end would not be good. There was silence on the deck. It seemed that there was no one, but in fact, there were dozens of people lying outside the cabin, all eavesdropping. 99% of the people on the Origin are members of the cult of Arceus. Joining this organization is much more complicated than simply joining the beasts. These people are all people who have no problems under Shayana's disciplinary review, but this does not affect their fun. Don't squeeze me, it's such a small place. You should move aside, you have taken up all the good places. While these pirates were whispering to drive their companions away, a voice suddenly came from behind. What are you doing? Is there anything good in there? Of course it's good stuff, especially interesting stuff. Really? I want to see it too, you guys move aside. The pirate who replied at this time suddenly shuddered. The voice just now was a female voice. When they looked back, Yamato didn't know when she was holding her frost milk fairy standing outside. Rang, what are you doing? Ahem, Miss Yamato, this is not something you should look at. Yes, you should go to bed. If Arceus finds out that they have led Yamato astray and let her see something strange at her age, they think they will die in a rhythmic way. Chapter 271, Cat Boss and Employee Welfare. Why? Didn't you say it was fun? This. Originally, the pressure was on Tezulo and Stella in the cabin, but now the pressure has come to them. How to explain to Yamato the reason for their gathering has become a fatal problem. If the explanation is not good, Yamato will not leave. If the explanation is too good, Arceus may chat with them about life. What are you guys doing here at night? You are sober, right? Then go and wipe the deck. Yes. Big sister. Shayana's voice has become their savior at this moment. It is obviously much better to wipe the deck than to stay here. Okay, Miss Yamato, you should go to bed, otherwise the holy beast will be angry. She picked up Yamato and took her away. But they said it's very interesting there. You will know these things when you grow up, Miss Yamato, you should go to bed now. Oh, it's good to grow up. When can I grow up? Not far away, 10 years will pass quickly. A group of people on the deck were working hard, and the friction between the wooden brush and the deck made a slight sound, but under the cover of the waves, this sound was not worth mentioning at all. Teju Luo was also puzzled. Why would there be a pink room on a pirate ship? He didn't know. This was originally Jigglypuff's bedroom, but it was temporarily lent to them, and Jigglypuff went to share a room with Yamato. Stella, I'm sorry, from now on we may be pirates. On the chair in the room, Teju Luo made this decision. He owed the 3 great favors of Yamato, Bailey, himself, and Stella. Bailey is easy to say, but the freedom of the two cannot be easily repaid. It's okay, Tejulo, there are also bad people among the officials of the world government, and there are also innocent girls like that among pirates. As long as you stick to your heart, you can be a pirate. You don't have to be a good person, but at least you can be a good person. She thought that the beasts would arrange for them to sing songs at most. After all, Tejulo had no other advantages except singing well. They didn't do anything, just talked all night as before, without the barrier of fences and chains. The only bad thing was that some pirates who wanted to eavesdrop passed by the door from time to time. Arceus was looking for the illustrated book, one of which was confirmed to be the bug fruit cannon beetle, and the other was also in the category of the bug fruit, but the detailed information was gone. The incomplete copy that Quinn got often had this problem. Shayna, bring Ziobai to me. Understood, please wait a moment. Shayna, who had just sent Yamato back to the dormitory, had been waiting at the door. After hearing Arceus' order, she stood up and walked to the deck. Ziobai was not a person, but a cat. Unless it is a small ship that can clean without dead corners, it is common to bring a few cats on such a large ship, not to be worshipped as masters, but to let them catch mice. They are good at dealing with people, but mice still need to be handled by professionals. The appearance of mice on the ship during a long voyage is a fatal problem, so a few cats are kept on large ships. If there are no mice, it doesn't take much food to feed the cats, and keeping a few cats can also relax the mood of some crew members. Many people like to pet cats. A beige kitten was brought over by Shayna. The cats on the Origin were the most leisurely, because the group of involuted crew members made it impossible for mice to live on the ship, so mice might get on when replenishing supplies. Before Xiaobai could react, Arceus energy was injected into its body. Its body visibly expanded a bit, and a ruby appeared on its forehead. It was still beige in color, but more like a lion, the Siamese cat Pokemon, Cat Boss. Originally a Pokemon with a proud temperament and difficult to raise, but the Cat Boss transformed by Arceus was different. With its tail curled up, it was acting like a spoiled child beside Arceus' legs. The state of the Cat Boss can be judged by its tail. If the tail is coiled normally, it means that they are in a normal mood, and when the tail is straight, it is a precursor to their attack. On the contrary, curling up means that they have no intention of being vigilant at all. The body of Cat Boss is very soft, which is the same as most cats. After all, cats are essentially liquid creatures, but under the seemingly soft body of Cat Boss, there is a powerful force hidden. Master Holy Beast, this cat. Leave it to Taijalo tomorrow. Some things can only be assured if you have a Pokemon with you. After all, Taijalo is an adult who was recruited temporarily. Whether he can take over the CEO of the Beast Fruit still needs to be observed. Having a Cat Boss around him can also prevent some accidents. The next day, Taijalo heard about his arrangements. Beast Fruit. Yes, it is a very serious company, and it even has a business license from the world government. You don't have to worry about the trade between the pirate islands. There will be a store at this location that will be handed over to you. How much the turnover can change within 3 months will determine your future arrangements. As long as you have enough ability, you can be the CEO of the entire group. If you don't have enough ability, then you can just be an ordinary clerk. As long as you have ability, wealth, power, and status, you can get them all. Even if you want to package yourself as a big star, it's okay. He painted a pie for Taijalo, but this pie was very real. As long as he had the ability, he could eat it. Taijalo agreed confidently. He thought that his future job would be a musician on the ship, but he didn't expect such a new arrangement. To be honest, this is more in line with his heart than letting him become a pirate. But the island where you are currently working is in our territory. You have to go through a period of special training. You don't want to fail to protect her, right? I understand. I will show you the results in 3 months. By the way, do you like to keep cats? It's okay. Then this is an employee benefit. It's very well behaved. You can just treat it as a pet in the future, Xiaobai. Meow. The Cat Boss came over after hearing the sound, and then came to Taijalo's side. The smooth fur and proud posture were in line with Taijalo's aesthetics. Facing Taijalo's touch, the Cat Boss did not resist. And Stella seemed to like this cat very much, so Taijalo accepted the Cat Boss with joy. In general, you are recruited by Yamato. Don't do anything to disappoint her. The cake was drawn, employee benefits were distributed, and the hidden line was left. Finally, Arceus left a warning to Taijalo and then turned and left. Chapter 272, Magical Brain Circuit. During the return, the Origin first sent Taijalo and his team to another island, which is also the hinterland of the Beast Pirates. There will be no trouble on weekdays. The original store manager of the Beast Fruit here was promoted because of this, and Taijalo came here as an airborne store manager. Most of the people working in such places are ordinary people on the island. Their lives bear the heavy responsibility of the island's economic flow. For this airborne store manager naturally, some people were dissatisfied. However, the people of Beasts did not intervene in this matter. If he could not handle this matter well, his ability would be limited. According to the rules, the people of Beast's Fruit had a code name when contacting the Beast's Pirates. At this time, Taijalo also got his code name Sakaki. After a period of sailing, the Origin returned to the territory of Wano country, and in these short 2 months, Wano country has undergone many changes again. For example, Musashi's nursing career came to an end, the first Jigglypuff training class ended, and she was also certified as having no nursing talent, but the masterminds behind the Beasts Pokemon Center and Kojiro Chamber of Commerce were all the Beasts Pirates. So Musashi was transferred, and she came to Kojiro's Chamber of Commerce to be responsible for security work in some areas. Unlike the old-fashioned people in Wano country, Kojiro likes to absorb foreign things. When Arceus took Yamato and others to travel to Shampoo Land, Kojiro took the time to visit the trade model under the affiliated islands of the Beasts Pirates outside Wano country. After he came back, he built the first shopping mall in Wano country, and the mode of picking up the goods first and then paying for them was a precedent in Wano country. It was not difficult to get 2 barcode scanners with Rotom, but the problem of smuggling was difficult. There were always people with poor quality in the group. Men were easy to deal with, he dared to let dogs search them directly, but women were not easy to do. Sometimes he had a hard time doing business with some cheating people. And he was doing business, he couldn't put a knife on someone's neck, otherwise no one would dare to come. So he urgently needed a group of female employees, and they had to be strong. Musashi and her former sisters were assigned to Kojiro and became security guards of the Flower Capital supermarket. The lives of the members of the Beast Pirates who stayed in Wano country were not very colorful. Daily training, strolling in the flower street or fishing and picking fruits in various villages. If they didn't want to go out, they would gather together on a Nagashima to drink. And periodically mocking Kojiki Oden to express his contempt for him. This is not Kaido's instruction. Normal people will have this reaction when seeing someone dancing this kind of dance. And Shimotsuki Yasui also privately recruited 500 reliable people. His actions require both strength and credibility. Ordinary people can't do it at all. He can only adopt this secret recruitment method, so the progress is very slow. In the eyes of Kurozumi Orakai, this is not enough. There are more than 1,000 pirates stationed in the mainland of Wano country by the Beast Pirates. He doesn't want his confidants to fight desperately, so at least the strength of Kojiki and beasts must be equal. And Kojiki Oden's behavior has also made more and more people look at him with a little more strange emotions. In addition to Yasui who knows the inside story, even his retainers can't understand this behavior. Only Kojiki Toki is still silently supporting him. She believes that Oden must have a reason for doing this. On this day, a piece of information sent by Kurozumi Orakai made Shimotsuki Yasui suspicious. You said this is the stuff of the beasts. Yes, Lord Kangjia, those are the names of the people in Wano country that are said to be recruited by the beasts. I think we need to find out the contents of this list, otherwise it will be easy to expose our plan, and Lord Oden's efforts will be in vain. Our people can't go to a Nagashima. Don't worry about this. I have already found out. In order to win over those people, they put the list with Kojiro. The thing is in his safe, but the safe seems to be a fingerprint lock. After a while of discussion, they thought it was necessary to get the list, but this kind of thing was not suitable for samurai. It was more appropriate to leave the infiltration operation to ninjas. It just so happened that Oden had a ninja under his command. Since the action was to be taken, some things had to be said, so Reizo was called out by Kojiki Oden alone. After hearing the description of the matter by Kojiki Oden and Shimotsuki Kangjia, Reizo burst into tears. Lord Oden, as a retainer, you have suffered such humiliation, and we still cannot understand you. This is simply a humiliation to us. Okay, Reizo, now is not the time for you to cry. As a ninja, you have to find a way to bring that thing out. Understood, leave it to me, I will definitely complete the task. Just as they were nervously preparing, Kojiro was very calm. This was the news he deliberately released. One of the purposes was to test the security level of his residence. Those people needed a real-life exercise. On the other hand, it was to alienate them. The list was something carefully prepared. The ninjutsu of Wano country has always been a mystery. Most people's so-called ninjutsu is just a sneak attack through some special props, or through the training of physical skills. They can do things that ordinary people can't do. The security work of the residence did not satisfy Kojiro. The patrols did not find the trace of Reizo, but Zyoka did find it, but Kojiro did not let Zyoka sound the alarm in order to test the ability of these people. Lei Zhang successfully bypassed the guards in the yard and reached the location of the treasure chest. Looking at the location of the fingerprint lock, he took out the fingerprint of Kojiro that he had obtained in advance, put it on his finger and pressed it. Kojiro usually goes in and out of many places, so it is not difficult to get his fingerprint. However, the next moment, a current came out from the switch and shocked Lei Zhang inside and out. This is Quinn's outrageous design. Although this is a fingerprint lock, as long as the fingerprint is correct, it will be electrocuted. The correct way to unlock it is to pry the fingerprint apart and use another key to unlock it. According to him, only those who want to steal can do it. Only those who want to get real fingerprints will try to get real fingerprints. This design is perfect, because normal people can't think of a keyhole hidden under the fingerprint lock. It just happened to be tested together this time. It seems to work well at present, but Kojiro replaced the alarm with a device that will get the list by electric shock, so Reizo, who was shocked, still fled here with the list, and from the corner of the list, the 3 words Hyagoro can be vaguely seen. Chapter 273, Misunderstanding and Zyoka's Luxurious Dog Life. The quality of this group of people is still not good. There is no way, Master Kojiro, the people who followed the master at the beginning are only a few of us old and weak. It is still difficult to train useful people again. This operation was originally a special exercise to check the quality of his own men. Although the guards in the yard did not slack off, they did not notice the infiltrated Reizo. Zyoka is still more reliable. Rubbing the chin of the caterpie, he continued. Strengthen the training of those people. How are the things I asked you to find? We have found many hounds with excellent pedigrees in the country. We can start anytime. That's good, Zyoka. How about finding you a few more wives? Woof. Katie didn't quite understand what Kojiro said, and this was Kojiro's most basic idea. It takes a long time to train people, but dogs are different. Kentaro Ranch has proved one thing. The second-generation Waijio bred by Kentaro is better than the native cattle in Wano country, both for eating and working. So Kojiro made this decision, let Zyoka be a breeding dog, and cultivate a new group of dogs to help his men with law and order. It only takes 1 to 2 years to be formed. The original Zyoka couldn't do this, but it has become a second spring after becoming a Katie. For it, this is an opportunity to open a harem in its dog life. His butler has found many dogs with excellent pedigrees in Wano country according to Kojiro's requirements, and the species are very diverse, intending to string out a new breed. As for the higher-end combat power, he doesn't have to worry. King Yanwu's residence is not far from here. With its size, it can deal with most people's invasion. At the same time, Quinn, who saw this scene, was also showing off. Mhahaha, I said, this is an excellent design. As long as the current is increased, those guys who are trying their best to steal things will be in trouble. Brother Quinn, although your plan is good, why do I feel that there is a problem? This is Axie, and he is the only one in the whole Ghost Island who calls Quinn like this. What's the problem? What a genius invention. But wouldn't it be better to just make an electronic lock and put a rotom created by Lord Arceus in it? It is more intelligent, the current is stronger, and it has its own alarm function, so it will not be invaded. It's not that Quinn's plan is bad, but Quinn's plan is slightly less convenient than rotom. Well, we can't use rotom everywhere. Look at those rotoms guarding the gates, they have to change shifts. It's boring to have them guard a box all the time. Quinn's explanation is not wrong. Rotom exists in a different form from other Pokemon. They are Pokemon that parasitize electrical appliances. Although they can exist as electronic ghosts, such rotoms are not practical. Rotom's personality makes it very torturous for Pokemon to stay in one place for a long time, so they work in shifts like going to work. For example, electronic doors and monitors are places that do not move for a long time, and the rotoms that board them will be replaced every once in a while. Quinn's fingerprint lock design is somewhat valuable. For example, the beast fruit in the outer sea is considering using this new security lock. And Reizo went through thousands of difficulties and dangers here, and finally brought out the information, and returned to Shimatsuki Yasushi's house through some secret paths. Reizo. What happened to you? Ahem, nothing, my lords. It was just a small accident. There was a mechanism hidden on their box. I was caught off guard and was ambushed. But it doesn't matter. I brought the things back. He took out an envelope from his arms and opened it. It contained the names and preferences of several people. Brother Hyagoro. How could they have any connection? Of course, those materials were not all false. Most of them were people who had established some connections with the beast's pirates. The composition of the personnel was also quite complicated, including some merchants in Wano, famous doctors, and the owners of hot springs. All walks of life, all classes, and some nobles under other daimyo, but the information about Hyagoro at the bottom was the most incredible. During the years he danced, Hyagoro's family was one of the few who did not discriminate against him and invited him to rest in the house. Some of Hyagoro's younger brothers who disliked him would be scolded by Hyagoro and his wife. But now his name has appeared on this list. That Kojiro, he has a lot of interactions with Hyagoro on weekdays. I often see him going in and out of Hyagoro's house, and Denjiro has also mentioned this. Although Odin's retainers are not living well, they still go out normally. They can't go up to a Nagashima, and Ziraura on the farm is not something they can deal with, so most of the time they are observing the people they can observe. That was Kojiro discussing the problem of gangsters in Wano with Hyogoro. Whether it was the previous assassination problem or the gangsters who caused trouble later, those people have become a group that hinders development. As a black man who is almost whitewashed boss, Hyogoro has a lot of say in this regard, so he and Kojiro have frequent intersections. But that's their business. The national conditions of Wano country are very strange. Even the daimyo and the general may not be as useful as Hyogoro in managing those underworld personnel, so Kangjia and Oden don't know the details. No, it's impossible. Brother Hyogoro is not that kind of person. Kojiki Oden didn't believe that Hyogoro would have any intersection with the beasts behind his back, but when these things happened at the same time, the situation became weird. Lord Oden, although this is not very pleasant to hear, it is always right to be more cautious. Mr. Hyogoro's uniqueness is indeed unreasonable at this time. Everyone was deceived, but Hyogoro's attitude did not change. This can be said to be that he believes in Oden, or it can be said that he has a problem. No, I believe Hyogoro, I'm going to ask damn. There is no way to ask about this kind of thing, and Kojiki Oden fell into greater entanglement for a while. Lord Oden, please be patient before the plan is implemented. You should not have mentioned similar details to Lord Hyogoro, right? No, although he has inquired, I have not said that. Then please reduce communication with Lord Hyogoro before the plan is implemented. We can slowly clear up the misunderstanding after the matter is over, but now everything must be based on the overall situation. Chapter 274, Going Home for the New Year. JPG. No one dared to make a judgment on what the situation was, so they had to put this situation aside for the time being, but this also gave Kojiki Oden another worry. After the dance segment he was familiar with, he unconsciously passed by Hyogoro's house. Little Oden, what are you looking at? Why don't you come in? A woman with short golden curly hair greeted Kojiki Oden at the door with a pipe. She was Hyogoro's wife. Like Musashi, she was also a rare bad girl in Wano country decades ago. In the end, she married Hyogoro, the gangster boss, and changed her lifestyle after that. Oh no, Ashi is still waiting for me at home, I will go back today. Really? That's a pity, come and play next time. Kojiki Oden turned and left, but he saw a figure holding a gift box and walked into the house of Kojiro. And the staff of Hyogoro did not stop Kojiro, but welcomed him in with a smile, which made him more suspicious. And this is just a very ordinary relationship between Kojiro and Hyogoro. The shopping mall he opened has encountered a lot of troubles. Most of the petty thieves are gangsters. And if you want to manage these gangsters, Hyogoro's staff is the best. Besides, Hyogoro's men are no longer old enough to fight and kill, and Kojiro can help some of his old brothers solve employment problems, so that they can have a legitimate business, so the two sides have such exchanges. In Daowen Farm, Setsuna opened a drawer, and inside was a row of neatly arranged diaries, some of which were still covered with plastic film, and they looked brand new, while some of the covers had begun to turn yellow. That was her earliest diary. It had been a long time since she left Xiuaohu, and she was no longer the 7-year-old wolf. She had changed a lot in almost 10 years, but the habit of writing a diary remained. December 27, 1500, sunny. It was almost the 10th year since she left Xiuaohu, and Ziraura was working hard every day, but he seemed to have encountered the biggest opponent in his life, height. Setsuna remembered that he was already 1.8 meters tall, but recently it seemed to have reached the limit and could no longer grow, and only reached Setsuna's chest. Yanyan was the same, always that big, but they were both very cute. Yanyan was her Frost Milk Fairy, and Frost Milk Fairy was much cuter than ordinary rag dolls. But this time is different. Setsuna plans to go back to Zou for the new year. Ziraura finally agreed to go with me. Mom will like him very much, but Dad may not. After getting the life card from Inuarashi, she found the way back to Zou. However, she has been busy in the past few years, so she has not been back. It is impossible to say that she does not miss home. People like Inuarashi or Cat Viper who have been brainwashed to the point of forgetting their own race and country are rare. After putting away her diary, Setsuna began to pack her luggage. She finally went home, but she has not figured out what to do. And today, her neighbor was unusually quiet, without the sound of generators or electricity, because Ziraura was on the Ghost Island at this time. Your Majesty, I will go to Zou with Setsuna tomorrow. Just go, you are not unable to come back, what is there to worry about? Ziraura rarely bothered him, and this time he went back to the ghost island and said some strange things to him, which made him feel a little abnormal. I want to ask you if I should bring some gifts. The purpose of his appearance is not that simple. Arceus created him to contact the fur tribe, but Ziraura is a unique individual. Loyalty is the foundation of his bones. In addition, his thinking is independent. He is a unique fantasy Pokemon, not a puppet. At first, his contact with Setsuna was purposeful, but in the past 10 years, he and Setsuna have been together almost day and night for almost 10 years, witnessing the changes from a baby carriage to a big car, and he has developed real feelings for Setsuna. Before returning to Ziuau, Setsuna discussed her parents a lot. This invisibly brought Ziraura a sense of pressure, the feeling of a live-in son-in-law. Arceus gave him basic common sense and let him cultivate his own way of thinking in life, but this kind of thing was completely his blind spot in knowledge. For the creatures created by Arceus, Arceus is their greatest support, so he will return here to seek help. Hehe, have you reached this point? You can pick a few things from the treasure house of Onigashima. Hurry up. I really want to see what kind of children cats and wolves will give birth to. Your children should not be weak. Arceus hadn't thought about what he should bring, and Kaido on the side directly handed over the treasure house of Onigashima to Ziraura. But strength is the most important thing. If you can't do it, just beat them all. After finally saying something normal, Kaido brought the topic to a very strange place. After all, he is a person who values strength above all else. In his opinion, as long as there is enough strength, many things can be solved. The task of picking things finally fell on his head. The fur tribe does not eat furry mammals, so most of the things he picked were preserved overseas specialties. Just when he was struggling, he met Quinn. After knowing what happened, he took the responsibility directly. Leave it to me, I'm good at this. You? Ziraura looked suspiciously. He didn't trust Quinn very much in this regard. After all, Quinn often did outrageous things. What's that look? I was a popular person when I was young. If I wasn't worried about making others unable to walk, I wouldn't eat so much. Leave the gifts to me. The next day, Setsuna saw Ziraura carrying a super package. From the exposed part, it seemed that there were many strange things inside, and there were also some machine products. Those are gifts. Quinn said they would be useful in Ziuau, so he packed them for me. You don't need to bring them. It's okay, let's go, the flight is ready. The Millennium Dragon leader landed in front of them. Millennium Dragons are not sensitive to time. It doesn't matter where you celebrate the new year. If they take a boat, they might not be able to reach Ziuau this year, so they troubled a Millennium Dragon. The Millennium Dragon's back is very broad, and 2 people plus 2 large packages will not affect its flight. Following the direction indicated by the life card, they flew towards Ziuau facing the rising sun. Chapter 275, Father and Mother, Husky and Mongolian Wolf. In a sea area in the New World, a giant elephant is walking on the sea. Its pace is not fast, but each step can cross thousands of meters. On its huge back is a city, and its thick and long elephant legs are immersed in the sea. Even the sea kings keep a distance from this giant beast. Its unique leg joints allow it to walk freely in the ocean. Its scientific name is Natami Anolita, but there is probably no other giant elephant of this kind in the world. The clouds in the sky were broken, and the Millennium Dragon leader appeared here. It had been 3 days since it set out from Wano country. After 3 days of non-stop flying, it finally found the location of the Elephant Master according to the instructions of the life card. This is nothing for the Millennium Dragon. Their flying endurance is already very strong. On a specific day, they will return to their birthplace from all over the world. In this process, many journeys have no foothold, and it is common to fly for 10 days or half a month. The height of the Elephant Master is more than 20,000 meters. Even though most of the altitude is below the sea, its back is inserted into the clouds. As it steps forward, the furry principality on its back is also passed through the clouds. This is why the Cloud City in the center of the furry principality is also called the Cloud City. Ziraura. We are here. The Millennium Dragon is flying at a fast speed, and the sound of the wind keeps pouring into the ears. If you don't shout loudly, you can't hear it clearly at all. I see it. Patting the Millennium Dragon under him, Ziraura pointed at Ziuau in front of him. Seeing the destination, the Millennium Dragon accelerated and rushed down directly. But the next moment, it raised its body again, because a huge stream of water fell from the sky, and it was almost swept into it. The water splashed on its body, but it felt very comfortable for a moment. Rain of Grace, I haven't felt it for a long time. As he said, he threw a fish to feed the Millennium Dragon. It was the food mixed in the Rain of Grace. The Lord of the Elephants sprayed sea water on the furry principality on his back on time every day. The fish mixed in it were an important source of food for Xiuaohu. That's why the fire-breathing rain is called the Rain of Grace. Due to this characteristic, the plants in Xiuaohu have evolved into special forms, salt-tolerant, and the leaves are all high. There are even special plants that can filter fresh water. These are all evolved to adapt to the situation here. Including those long-legged crocodiles, they are all creatures that appeared in a long evolution. After the Rain of Grace, the leader of the Millennium Dragon found the right opportunity to land, and its figure also attracted the attention of the residents of Xiuaohu. What a big bird! What kind of bird can fly so high? It seems like there is someone on its back. Many people looked out of the window to look at the sky. Also because of the Rain of Grace, the drainage facilities in the furry principality are very complete, and most residents will stay in the house when the Elephant Master reigns. Although the furry principality has trained warriors, it is not vigilant to the outside world. The existence of the Elephant Master makes the position of the furry principality not fixed, and it is almost impossible for outsiders to climb up from the Elephant Master. It was not until the Millennium Dragon was about to land that someone discovered its existence. The life of the fur tribe is much more comfortable than that of the fish people. Many people who have never left Xiuaohu don't understand what it was an enemy. Seeing the Millennium Dragon landing, they did not dodge but surrounded it. After the Millennium Dragon lowered its wings, Setsuna also slid down from it. Little roar. Everyone, I'm back. The fur tribe below fell into silence for a while, and someone spoke after a while. Are you Setsuna? It's her, exactly the same as when she was a child, she's really back. And she brought others back. Where are Hatch and Ling? Go and call them over. A group of fur tribes suddenly quarreled. The furry principality is a circular country with a diameter of only 10 kilometers and a population of only about 20,000. There will always be a few familiar people in a group. After someone recognized that this was Setsuna who left Xiuaohu more than 9 years ago, the place became very lively. Setsuna also greeted everyone one by one, but soon she suddenly shivered. Setsuna, come here. She heard a very familiar voice. She only thought about going home and forgot one thing, that is, she ran away from home quietly. So what will happen when a child who has been away from home for 9 years meets her parents? One is excitement, and the other is anger. The one who shouted her name angrily was a dog fur, with black and white as the main body, and a pair of dark circles under the eyes. It looks like a husky, that is, her father Hyuki. The breeding method of the fur tribe is similar to that of the fish people, that is, the species genes of the offspring are random, but the degree of randomness is not as large as that of the fish people. It must be based on the genes of the mother or the father. 2 canine fur tribes will never give birth to a horse fur offspring. That's right, Ziraura, wait for me here for a while, I'll be back soon, remember don't run around. She threw the package to him and started her escape. Wait. Dad, listen to my explanation. Stop right there. You ran away without a word a few years ago, do you know how worried we were? Ah. The two of them started chasing each other on Xiuaohu Island, but Setsuna, who had been trained by the beasts for 9 years, was much stronger than her father. Hatch couldn't catch up with Setsuna anyway, and could only rage helplessly behind. Setsuna couldn't fight back, and didn't want to be beaten, so she could only keep running like this, and her father also showed his abundant physical strength. Although he couldn't catch up, he didn't give up, and had no intention of stopping at all. When Setsuna was caught in the hunt, a group of fur tribes also gathered around Ziraura. You're pretty handsome. You're from the outer sea. What's your name? What's your relationship with Setsuna? Have you been together all these years? There were many familiar people in the tribe. Seeing him and Setsuna coming back together, they were not wary at all. They all surrounded him and asked him questions. Some even started to karuchu, which made him a little overwhelmed for a while. Hey! Stay away from Ziraura, Dad, stop chasing, you can't catch up with me. If you stop, I won't chase you. If you don't chase me, I'll stop. The father and daughter couldn't help Ziraura for a while, but someone helped him out. Like Setsuna, they had wolf fur, but they were not white wolves but yellow Mongolian wolves, a subspecies of grey wolves. Let go, can't you see that this child is shy? Others might not be able to say this, but it's different for her. Her name is Ling, and she is Setsuna's biological mother. Although she rescued Ziraura from the siege, Ziraura felt that her situation was even more dangerous. Chapter 276, What is it like to meet your parents? Your name is Ziraura. Although Ziraura didn't introduce herself, Setsuna's roar just now had already made everyone nearby hear Ziraura's name. Hello, Auntie. My name is Ling, Setsuna's mother. Come with me first. I'm afraid they will have to wait for a while. At this time, Setsuna had already run to the other side, and Hatch was still chasing after him. Although he kept panting with his tongue exposed, he still didn't give up. But your big bird, is it obedient? The Millennium Dragon still looks like the ancestor bird. There are many special animals on Ziuahu. She is just worried that the Millennium Dragon will cause trouble. Don't worry, it can understand me. He is not Yin Elizabeth, but the Millennium Dragon leader has a Pokemon transformation form, so Ziraura can communicate. This is the difference between transformed animals and humans. Animals in Pokemon form can communicate with any Pokemon, while human Pokemon users can only communicate with Pokemon of the same type. For example, Manderfesh can only understand Magikarp's words. Gyarados can also understand, but Gyarados' personality will not communicate with him. Unless it is a Gyarados that evolved from the first generation Magikarp directly transformed by Arceus, they will pay attention to this aspect. At Ziraura's instruction, the Millennium Dragon leader followed him to where their home was. Has Setsuna caused you trouble these years? That child was a worry when she was young. No, she worked very hard outside. Really? How did you meet? How did you know each other? Well, I was born in the open sea, and my parents are long gone. I met her on our ship, but let her explain the details to you herself. It's better to let her explain the matter of the organ trafficking assassination group herself. The place where the Millennium Dragon landed was not far from Setsuna's house. It didn't take long to reach her house, and most of the onlookers were attracted by the chase between father and daughter. Light, temporarily ignoring Ziraura. You wait here alone for a while, I'll go do something and come back soon. After taking Ziraura back to her home, Ling poured him a glass of water and left the house first, leaving Ziraura in her home with confidence. There is no currency available in Ziuahu. Don Shui is rainwater or seawater purified by plants. A large part of the food is sent by the elephant owner. This is almost a utopia with no worries about food and clothing. Moreover, the trust between residents is also very strong. It is not a joke in Ziuahu that people leave their doors unlocked at night and do not pick up lost items on the road. The decoration inside the house is very ordinary and a little warm, but Ziraura found something special from the photos on the wall. It seems that there is a fourth person in this family besides Setsuna. After about 10 minutes, the door was pushed open again. Sometimes the door is closed not for safety, but for privacy. This time it was not Ling who pushed the door open, but Setsuna. Hey, I finally got rid of my dad. He's still so healthy after not seeing him for so many years. After returning to her home, Setsuna took out a chair and sat down. All kinds of things were still in the familiar positions. It can be seen that her home has remained the same as when she left all these years. How is it? My home is nice, although it's a little small. Not bad, but do you have a sister? Sister? No, what's wrong? Look at the photos on the wall. Although Ziuahu is relatively closed, there are many fur tribes who left Ziuahu. Many things in Ziuahu are brought back by these fur tribes who went out, such as cameras and looms, or some clothes outside, which is an important way for them to replenish supplies. In addition to Hatch, Ling and Setsuna, there is also a yellow dog fur girl in the photos on the wall. Setsuna inherited Ling's race and Hatch's indifference to skin color, while the girl is just the opposite. At this time, a strong male voice came from outside the door. Hatch, who had been led by Setsuna for a long time, had just run back and was looking at Setsuna with heavy breath. Apart from anything else, this running speed has already shown that she has not wasted her time in the past few years. Although he has never left Ziuahu, he is also a member of the Musketeers and an elite warrior in the fur tribe. He can't catch up with the other party. Ha, you really ran back home. Hatch came back to his strength after leaning against the door frame for a long time. Setsuna knew that she would be blocked when she went home, but there was no way, she couldn't keep running. Moreover, after chasing for a long time, Hatch's energy was almost exhausted, and he had no interest in hitting her for the time being, but he just put his hand on her head. Don't leave without a word again. Do you know how worried your mother and I were at the beginning? Well, but Dad, can you tell me who this is? It's your sister. Her name is Wanda. She's 6 years old this year. Ling, who was out, came back at this time and explained to Shan Na's question. She just left to find Ling. The fur tribe didn't have schools or anything like that. Unless they were learning Moon Lion, they were mostly free-range, so those young people had the opportunity to leave Xiuaohu. This is also an unspoken rule of Xiuaohu. The king of Xiuaohu is not hereditary. The previous king can designate a successor, and those who have opinions can choose to challenge this person. As long as you can defeat the opponent and get the recognition of the residents of Xiuaohu, you can become the new Duke of Xiuaohu. Compared with unilateral practice in Xiuaohu, people who go to sea often become stronger. Yang Jizi Khan also left Xiuaohu when he was young, but he left with a few companions after he became an adult. It is rare for Shan Na to run out of Xiuaohu without an adult fur tribe following him. This is also the reason why Hatch and Ling were worried about her, but they did not go out to look for a sister who could give her a younger sister. This is also a way for Zhou to grow up. So their departure only caused a big stir, and there was no subsequent impact. Sister. Wanda was standing behind Ling, looking a little scared of the two strangers who appeared in the house. Don't be afraid, Wanda, that's your sister, you've seen her in the photo. Although they had never seen each other before, they had the same blood after all, and they became familiar with each other in a short time. Okay, Setsuna, take your sister back to the room first. It's next to your previous room. You should also get familiar with it. We have something to ask this Ziraura. Setsuna's family environment is obviously different from Yamato. Facing Hatch, she would choose to run away, but under the intimidation of Ling's eyes, she could only honestly return to the room. The remaining link is a 3-court trial. After all, their daughter has been away for 9 years and brought a man back when she came back. It is impossible for the two of them to have no idea at all. Chapter 277, except for being a little short, there seems to be no disadvantages. Sister, what are you doing? SHH, play by yourself for a while, sister has something to do. Shauna took out a small model of a ship from her bag. She also brought a lot of things in her package, mainly some delicate objects. Born in Xiuaohu, she knows what Xiuaohu needs better. Life here is very primitive. Because the furry principality is located on the back of the Elephant Master, there are no minerals here. Rocks and soil are scarce resources. This is also the reason why the houses in the furry principality are very old. These stone houses have been passed down from a long time ago. Sometimes the Elephant Master will roll up some soil and stones and throw them on his back when passing by the island. That is one of the sources of soil and seeds for Xiuaohu. After all, even birds have become extremely rare at this height. In this case, there is naturally no extra metal and stone to make models. Xiuaohu is the most perfect. The process is probably to use sea sand to burn glass. The huge body of the elephant will roll up the mud and sand on the seabed when it moves. When it sprays seawater on its back, it will inevitably roll up mud and sand, and the filters on the drainage canals in the furry principality will intercept these mud and sand for other uses. A small toy is enough to attract the attention of a child, and she lies on the ground with her ears pressed to the floor to listen to things downstairs. The sound insulation of the old house is not very good, so it is not difficult to eavesdrop. How old are you this year? 19 years old. Age is a cliché entry point, but Hatch and Ling don't know what to say. They haven't experienced this. The two were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. They naturally formed a family. And Ziraura's age is also a very mysterious thing. Strictly speaking, he is only 9 years old. That's when he was created, but you can't say that, otherwise it will become a double car model. His origin and age are both mysteries, and finally it was decided to be this number, just a few years older than Setsuna. We are about the same age. He is handsome, but a little short. I wonder if he can grow taller at this age. Hachi and Ling huddled together and whispered. Appearance cannot determine everything, but it can affect the first impression. An excellent appearance leaves a very good impression. There are many normal-sized humans in the fur tribe, and some special individuals are also relatively short, such as Dr. Sanyang and the guard monkey Natuo. But most male fur tribe warriors are more than 2 meters tall, and Hachi himself is 2 meters and a half tall. Although the height of female fur tribe members is obviously shorter than that of males, Ling is 2 meters tall. Although she is much shorter than a big guy like Yang Jizi-kan, she is also a relatively tall group. Setsuna obviously inherited the genes of both sides. From this point of view, Ziraura, who is 1.8 meters tall, is quite inferior. As for financial resources and property, the fur tribe does not value them. Money is useless to the fur tribe. A pair of hands willing to work is enough. The fact that they return to Ziraura with large and small bags from outside also shows that they have good financial resources. They are curious about what the other party does in the open sea. What have you and Setsuna been doing outside these years? This pirates. This word was not avoided. After Hatch and Ling's interrogation was expected by Setsuna, Setsuna had his own guess about what they would ask. The fur tribe people who went to sea basically became pirates in the end. This is the definition of most sailors by the world government. Without the travel permit of the member countries, it is not a legal voyage. If you don't resist, you will be taken away as an offender. If you resist successfully, you will be labeled as a pirate. Yang Jizi-kan also went through this when he was young. In the future, Bapo, Pedro, Pokumus, and Japo, these fur tribes who went to sea were all pirates. Even if they were not pirates, they all left with the pirates' ships. As for the pirates who can board so, if there is no conflict, they will also warmly entertain them and exchange supplies. If those pirates have any special ideas, the fur tribe, who are all soldiers, are not joking. If they are unlucky and come here on a full moon, the fur tribe will let them know the horror of the fighting race. Pirates, it's true. Setsuna's personality can't be calm after going out to sea, but when did you meet? More than 9 years ago, I met her on an island in the New World. 9 years, didn't she meet you not long after she left? That's right. Then why did you take so long to come back? I was born in the open sea and don't have a life card to return here. Setsuna's life card was also lost. After finding the life card to return here, I was busy, so I made time this year. Is that so? It seems that this girl has hidden a lot of things from us. Hearing Ziraura's explanation, Hatch's tone changed. There was nothing wrong with Ziraura's answer, but Setsuna forgot to tell Ziraura not to mention the life card. The life card was the only hope for the minks to return home, so they could not lose it anyway. In the original timeline, Cat Viper and Inuarashi had boarded Whitebeard and Roger's ships, and then experienced the war in Wano country. Even so, no card was lost. So the loss of the life card of the minks meant that something extremely dangerous had happened. At this time, a winter sound came from their roof. It seemed that something fell on the ground. Ling took a look at the ceiling and roughly understood what was going on. We are not stubborn people. We won't object to what Setsuna likes. Wait, Ling, that's too hasty. We don't know this kid yet. That's Setsuna's own business. Why do we always interfere? Are you going to live with him in the future? The blood suppression between the husky and the Mongolian wolf seemed to be reflected, and the family status of Setsuna's family was evident. After Husky's voice was suppressed, Ling continued to ask, so I want to confirm what the relationship between you two is. In the attic, Setsuna's paws were unconsciously scratching the floor, and his tail was shaking, looking a little restless. Sister, are you not feeling well? Wanda on the side looked at Setsuna's strange behavior and didn't quite understand it. Her reaction was like having lice on her body. SHH, play for a while longer, sister still has things to do. Although the two people have become more and more familiar with each other in the past 9 years, they have never established a relationship. She can't ask anything herself, but today Ling asked for her. However, the environment downstairs seemed to have quieted down, which made her eavesdropping upstairs feel a little itchy. We are indeed dating. Chapter 278, The Role of the Younger Sister, The Approaching Ship. Yes. Ah. After hearing the affirmative words, she stood up suddenly and her head came into close contact with the table beside her. A series of collisions sounded from upstairs, which also made Hatch and Ling downstairs change their faces several times. Hatch, you two should get to know each other better. I'll go upstairs and take a look. Ling went upstairs and left Hatch and Ziraura together. As a new male in the family, and a feline in the canine family, they really needed to have a good chat. And upstairs, she also heard the approaching footsteps. A kind of innate suppression belonging to the blood gradually came to her. Looking at the table that was overturned by herself and the confused Wanda, she suddenly had an idea. Wanda, is the food delicious? It's delicious. I didn't bring much this time, and I'll bring you more delicious food in the future, but how about doing a favor for your sister now? What favor? This. Setsuna spoke very quickly, and before Wanda understood, she took it as her tacit agreement to her conditions, and then moved her to a suitable location. Just as she had arranged the crime scene, Ling came up. Setsuna, I haven't seen you for so many years, you really haven't. She thought it was Setsuna who made some trouble, but when she came up, she saw Wanda standing in the middle of a bag of snacks and gift boxes, and Setsuna who was sorting things out. What's going on? Wanda accidentally pulled my backpack down, it's no big deal, I'll pack it up right away. Did you have a good chat with Ziraura? It seems that there are no loopholes, but in fact, there are loopholes. Based on Ling's understanding of Wanda, she is not a person with such a strong curiosity, but Wanda agreed to it according to Setsuna's words. This was a way that Setsuna thought of to pass the buck. It was much better than being so impatient even though she was a grown-up. Ling found something but didn't expose it. It was good if the two sisters had a good relationship. So she also joined the cleanup and cleaned up the place a few minutes later. Let's go. You came back suddenly and dinner hasn't been prepared yet. It seems that we need to add 2 more servings. While leading them downstairs, Ling said, think more about the rationality next time. Although Wanda's strength can pull your package, it is impossible to overturn your table, and everyone heard your scream just now. Ah, what are you talking about, Mom? You know what I mean. Forget it this time. Let's go and see how your father gets along with him. Mother-in-law usually likes her son-in-law more and more. Ling has no dissatisfaction with Ziraura, but Hatch is not necessarily. When they appeared downstairs again, the scene can be said to be unusually harmonious and weird. Hatch was smoking a cigar as if he was wearing a tights, and she also smelled alcohol. That was what Quinn confidently stuffed into Ziraura's backpack. According to him, there would always be a place where the cigarettes and alcohol could be taken out, and he was right this time. Due to the country's location, tobacco and alcohol are also scarce resources in Ziuau. Ordinary tobacco cannot grow in Ziuau at all. The fur tribe here usually smokes dried leaves. The impact of tobacco is negligible for this group of people with common monster physiques. They like that feeling very much, so the high-end cigars prepared by Quinn made Hatch very interested. Some of Kaido's supplies were also packed in by Ziraura. Under the offensive of cigarettes and alcohol, Hatch only took a few minutes to get familiar with Ziraura to the point of exchanging clothes. Exchanging clothes is the highest etiquette of Ziuau for outsiders. Although Ziraura is also a fur tribe in their eyes, this alternative fur tribe born in the outer sea is also an outsider and can use this etiquette. This is also the reason why Setsuna wanted to exchange clothes with Ziraura every day. Because of the women's clothes, Ziraura did not agree until she changed into neutral clothes. Setsuna was disappointed for a while before that. It's just that the size difference between Hatch and Ziraura is a bit big. Hatch's clothes are as big as a cloak for Ziraura, while for Hatch, Ziraura's clothes are completely tights. If it weren't for the convenience of fighting, Ziraura's clothes are extremely elastic, and Hatch might not be able to wear them. Although wearing clothes that are much smaller than the size is a bit funny for Hatch, and the fur on his body is squeezed together, this indirectly shows that he recognizes the existence of Ziraura. Stop making trouble, Hatch, come and prepare dinner. Wait, I'll help too. I brought back a lot of good things this time. Ziraura, don't make trouble. Wanda is in your hands. Ziraura, the cooking black hole, has been personally confirmed by many people on Ghost Island. Bowls, cutlery, seasonings, dried meat, Setsuna brought back almost everything a family needs, in addition to a battery and an ice maker. The common problem of the fur tribe is that they are afraid of heat, and equipment that can make ice is a treasure for the fur tribe. As for the problem of electricity, it is easy to solve. The fur tribe has the ability to generate electricity by themselves, and she also brought back a small human-powered generator. Setsuna ran into the kitchen, leaving Ziraura and Wanda staring at each other. It's not that he has never taken care of children before. He took care of Setsuna at the beginning and Yamato later. It's just that he didn't expect that he would still take care of children in a different place. Just as they were entering dinner time, the Millennium Dragon outside the door roared. After he opened the door, a goat fur tribe wearing a crown appeared here. The contemporary Duke of Xiuao, Yang Jizi Khan. My Lord Duke. My Lord Duke. Don't worry, I heard that Setsuna is back and I came to see her. In the past few years, there was news about the two bad boys, Cat Viper and Inuarashi, but there was no news about Setsuna. It's great that she can come back now. Yang Jizi Khan took out a handkerchief and wiped his tears. He was just a king who kept the status quo and had no achievements, but he remembered the name and appearance of every resident of Xiuao. When Roger came here before, he brought letters from Cat Viper and Inuarashi, so their safety had been confirmed long ago, only Setsuna had no whereabouts. While there was laughter and joy on Xiuao, a ship without a flag was sailing on the sea. The sails were white without any signs, but looking at the clothes of the people on the ship, it can be seen that these people are subordinates of the world government. The leader was looking at the floating life card in his hand. They were heading towards Xiuao, and the purpose of their trip was to find more suitable experimental subjects for the research of humanoid weapons. Chapter 279, Capturing Wild Boars First. The existence of King Yanwu seemed to remind Caesar in the scientific core that the original ancient giant experiment was not a simple clone, but a giant transformation on the human body. However, most of them lost their reason during the transformation. As to whether they were biased towards human form or beast form, the people in the scientific core had always been arguing. Vegapunk did not make a final conclusion on such a trivial matter, so it was difficult for them to convince each other. This is also the reason why some of the ancient giant experimental subjects today are like humans, and some are more like beasts. And the successful example of King Yanwu explained everything. Caesar was conducting his crazy experiments. Mads's private experiments were of course illegal, but when they were incorporated, everything became different. Not to mention legality, the test subjects they needed were all provided by the world government, but general animal experiments not only did not achieve results, but became worse. Caesar didn't believe that his technology would be inferior to Quinn, so he firmly believed that it was the problem of the experimental subjects. Wild boars, monkeys, or combining animals with humans, Caesar's experiments had made no progress. Not long ago, he thought of the rare race of the fur tribe, a perfect combination of humans and animals. In his opinion, the fur tribe just met his requirements. Originally, his experimental subjects were provided by the world government. Whether it was prisoners or slaves, he had almost as many as he wanted, but the fur tribe was an exception. This race was too rare and could not be found in the outside world. And this was not a problem that Caesar had to consider. He just put forward his own needs. For the success of his experiment, the world government specially sent this ship to search for Xiuao. Although the outside world could not find the single fur tribe, the life card to Xiuao could still be found. It was seized from the captured fur tribe in the past history. The life card would not disappear easily, so it was passed down. It is not difficult to search for this with the power of the world government itself. As for why they did not hang the flag, it was because the flag of the world government did not play any role in the new world. It has a strong deterrent force in the four seas, but in the eyes of those lawless people in the new world, it is not a deterrent, but an opportunity to make a name for themselves. It is almost an honor to rob their ships. This is the current situation in the new world. For example, if the world government's ships want to pass through Whitebeard's territory, the most effective way is not to escort them with heavy troops, but to pay a toll to Whitebeard. Looking at the reaction of the life card, we are not far from there. Get ready. Our goal is to capture the experimental subjects, not to go to war with the fur tribe. Understood. Well, repeat the mission requirements. Elderly, children, men and women, try to capture 2 to 3 of each suitable sample. The pig fur tribe is the highest priority. This is because of King Yanwu. Caesar believes that Quinn must have chosen pigs for a reason. Don't make a commotion because of this. Fight quickly. It will be difficult if the fur tribe reacts. Although this time was chosen on purpose, the fur tribe's own combat power cannot be underestimated. Don't worry, Captain. The higher UPS have found that fruit specifically to target the fur tribe. It's always right to be careful. Everyone, take a rest. We will contact them soon. He estimated that he would arrive in Zhou on the New Year's Day, and that day happened to be a new moon. It is no secret that the moon lion under the full moon is not a secret. They don't want to seek death, so they chose the day of the new moon on purpose. It has not been verified whether the moon in other circumstances besides the full moon will affect the combat power of the fur tribe, but according to the calculation that the fur tribe has the strongest combat power during the full moon, it is always right to take action on the new moon. The world government's ship is gradually approaching Zou, and Setsuna is giving gifts on Zou. Although she can't give gifts to all 20,000 people, she has prepared some things for her acquaintances. For example, the brand new medical tools for Dr. Sanyang, the wool shears for Yang Jizian, and the various furniture that made her home look brand new. The shaved ice made by the ice maker has made Wanda attract the attention of all her peers. Her salt was temporarily handed over to Wanda, and Frost Milk Fairy brought a lot of fun to the fur tribe here. And Quinn's so-called winning weapon in Ziraura's backpack was given to Hatch. He is now invisible during the day, and who knows where he is holding a cigar and showing off. A large part of the fur tribe are smokers, and high-quality tobacco is always popular. After all, it is a rare product that people who go out can only bring back when they return. On New Year's Day, the Ghost Island held a fireworks competition as in previous years, and Zouwu was also in the first after the second reign of grace. The celebration began. A grand bonfire was lit in the center of Claude, and a slightly quaint bonfire party was held here. Setsuna stared at the people who tried to fight with Ziraura Karukiu nearby. Like a wolf protecting its food, her ideas have changed a lot after 9 years away. However, there is a saying that it is difficult to guard against thieves at home. She guarded against outsiders but not her mother and sister. After all, in the eyes of the traditional fur tribe, this was just a greeting. At the foot of the giant elephant, dozens of CP agents carrying anesthetics and nets were also ready to go. Infiltration begins, all silence. As he said this, his body began to spread, and a large black cloud appeared at his feet. Dozens of his men were wrapped in the cloud and floated silently upwards. Although they can use the moon step, the moon step will make a sound similar to a sonic boom when used, which is easy to alert the target, so he chose to use his own ability to take them up. The natural system, the cloud fruit, the user's body can be transformed into clouds, a very powerful fruit. He relied on this fruit to get to where he is today. In addition, there is a new ability user specially prepared by the world government among his subordinates, so the success rate of their operation this time is very high. It's just that this person is more stable, so he deliberately chose the day of the new moon. Today is also the new year, so it seems that the other party's vigilance will be reduced a lot. Pirates will keep a few sober guards during the carnival, but the fur tribe does not. The back of the Elephant Master is even safer than Fishman Island. Until this group of people approached the gate of the furry principality, they were not discovered. The sea fish and sea beasts roasting on the bonfire suppressed the sense of smell of the fur tribe. A stream of anesthetic gas was quietly released by them, which spread rapidly under the drive of the wind. The Millennium Dragon, who was originally resting, was the first to detect this gas. Roar! This roar attracted the attention of many people, but the anesthetics had already taken effect, and many fur tribes staggered to the ground. Chapter 280, Sweet Curtain, Unreliable Caesar. What's going on? There are enemies. The fur tribe, who discovered the abnormality from a distance, instinctively used their sense of smell to search for enemies in the dark night, but the result was that they accelerated the inhalation of anesthetics and fell asleep. That was Caesar's special anesthetic capture agent, which was said to be a powerful drug that could even knock down the giants. The fur tribe fell down in groups, and the originally lively venue suddenly changed dramatically. However, nothing happened in Ziraura near the central bonfire, because the characteristic of Setsuna's Frost Milk Fairy was Sweet Curtain, and all friendly parties within a certain range would not enter a sleeping state. These friends it thought of were considered friendly forces by it by default, so Caesar's anesthetics were completely ineffective here. Originally, their plan was to secretly kidnap a few people while the fur tribe fell asleep, but the carnival activities of the fur tribe made them change their action plan. Caesar's talent in this aspect far exceeded other aspects. It would be good to slowly select suitable experimental subjects after knocking down the fur tribe. Their goal was to capture them alive. The dead fur tribesmen were of no value to them, but the more than 100 fur tribesmen who were still awake in the middle area were somewhat unexpected. Caesar is really unreliable. There are still so many unaffected fur tribesmen. Maybe these few are stronger, but it's good this way. There are more experimental subjects, and it's not easy for that guy to pass the blame. During this period, Caesar often threw problems on them, saying that the experimental subjects had flaws and the types of experimental subjects were incomplete, but he just refused to admit his technical problems. And they were not good at scientific experiments, and it was not easy to refute that guy. After all, some of his abilities were still valued by the government. With the change of the original plan, they planned to take more fur tribesmen away. After all, they had to take enough at one time after spending so much effort. As a large number of fur tribesmen fell asleep due to the influence of anesthetic gas, they also stood up directly, because they saw that the fur tribesmen in the distance were affected, and they didn't expect that there were such a group of alternative people. Looking at these enemies, Yang Jizi Khan was surprisingly angry. Assholes, the musketeers are ready to meet the enemy. The knights, protect the people. The number of the fur tribe could not gather around the same bonfire, so there was more than one bonfire. The musketeers and the knights belonged to the higher status in the fur tribe, and Ziraura, as an outsider, also had a high status, so they were all near the central bonfire, relying on the characteristics of the frost milk fairy and were not affected by the narcotics. Yang Jizi Khan also made his own orders. The musketeers and the knights were both elite warriors in the fur tribe, but they usually appeared in different locations. The knights guarded the whale forest, while the musketeers were more active in Claude. Setsuna and Ziraura had also stood up, but were stopped by Yang Jizi Khan. There is no reason to let guests fight. Setsuna, you two, have finally come home after so many years, just stay here honestly. Then he picked up the scepter he carried with him, and after removing some things, the scepter turned into a copper hammer the size of a watermelon, and swung it in his hand at high speed, and a cyclone soon appeared in his hand. Yang Ji Mian Feng. Although Kuomin fainted, his body was stable. It was obvious that he was hit by some kind of drug, and he wanted to blow those things away. Wow! The strong wind swept across the road ahead, but it did not cause any impact. Although the anesthetic made by Caesar was powerful, it lasted for a short time and lost its effect after drugging most of the fur tribe. Attack! Yang Jizi Khan's hair seemed to be affected by static electricity. Fluffy, lightning spread on his hammer. Yang Jizi Khan rushed to his enemy first, and the members of the musketeers followed closely. The fur tribe of the knights group hid in the darkness, and they went to check the situation of the fur tribe farther away. Except for Yang Jizi Khan and several leaders of the musketeers who were holding metal weapons, most of the fur tribes were barehanded, and metal weapons were also scarce resources here. Trouble, quick battle, who knows how long Caesar's anesthetic will work. He claimed that the giants would not wake up in 12 hours, but the accident now made the people leading the world government begin to question his credibility. In their view, these people in front of them are the last living force of the fur tribe. As long as they are dealt with, the entire fur tribe will be at their mercy. But just as he finished speaking, Yang Jizi Khan had already smashed his head with a hammer. As the hammer flashed, his head exploded with a bang, turning into clouds and exploding around. Nature, who are you and why are you attacking Xiuao? Yang Jizi Khan turned around and swung his hammer. This time, the hammer had turned black. Xiuao had a systematic method of practicing domineering. As the Duke here, he would naturally use domineering. The people of the world government did not answer him, but released a large cloud with their hands. Just when Yang Jizi Khan thought that the clouds were vulnerable, his hammer failed to break up the clouds. Winter. Although it was a cloud, it was as hard as iron. This was the iron cloud that only existed on Sky Island. It was also one of the elements of nature and was also within the development direction of the cloud fruit. Two simple exchanges made Yang Jizi Khan realize that this enemy was not easy to deal with, but the offensive in his hand became more fierce. If he retreated, who would protect the others in Xiuao? As for the others, Zhouwu's warriors were temporarily in an advantage. Although those people were government-trained agents, not all agents could reach the level of CP0 and CP9. Many people here did not even learn all 6 styles, and most of them only knew 2 or 3 styles. The fur tribe's attacks were equipped with lightning, which greatly enhanced their combat power. Hatch was also very energetic today, as if his future son-in-law was watching him from behind. He wanted to show his strength. After knocking down the opponent who used iron blocks in front of him with one punch, he began to look for his next target. He soon found his target, a shirtless man about 4 meters tall, and many fur tribe warriors had fallen beside him. Seeing that he had his back to him, Hatch thought he had found an opportunity. After a short sprint, he raised his knife and chopped at his neck. It was a high-quality weapon made in Wano country, a gift from Setsuna to him. Sizzle! The blade wrapped in lightning in the air chopped towards the man's neck, but he failed. The blade chopped him just like the previous chopped on the iron block, and it didn't work. But the problem was that this time even the lightning was ineffective. The man slapped Hatch's head with his backhand, and knocked him out. He was the ability user prepared by the world government specifically for the fur tribe. He was a superhuman storage fruit ability user who could turn himself into a battery-like existence, making all the electric shocks of the fur tribe ineffective. Electric current, flames, hurricanes, these intangible things are all within his storage range, but the disadvantage is that he can't store the power of armed attacks. So when choosing a user, the world government specifically found such a meat shield-like ability user. He is a CP agent specializing in iron blocks, and he usually performs the work of bodyguards. This ability combined with his own physique can just complement each other and make up for the lack of resistance of iron blocks to elemental attacks. Chapter 281, Those who cannot protect their people are not worthy of being kings. There are 3 reasons for the strength of the fur tribe's own combat power: the powerful explosion of the moon lion under the full moon, the lightning attack attached to the static electricity generated by their own fur, and the increase brought by the orc's physique. Now it is a new moon, and there is only a shallow crescent moon in the sky. The fur tribe's biggest trump card cannot be used, and their own physical fitness is not much better than these trained agents. The ability of per capita elemental attack is their last trump card, and the appearance of the ability of the stork fruit has taken away the fur tribe's last card. Originally, the fur tribe had its own numerical advantage in the battle against the enemy country, but Caesar's anesthetic gas made most people fall asleep, so even the difference in numbers was offset. The fur tribe is a soldier, whether it is a child or an old man. Even those who have not been trained are not weaker than ordinary adult human soldiers. This is why the people of the world government initially planned to sneak into the battle, but they changed their tactics only because of the fur tribe's celebration. Asshole! Hachi shook his head. The blow made him feel dizzy and his steps became weaker, but he still used the knife to support his body and stood up. It's a good knife. This girl's gift is really good. The refined weapon mixed with wine iron ore has not been bent so far. Even in the outside world, it is a very expensive weapon, not to mention in Ziuawa where the mineral is scarce. Zilala. I want to see if you are really not afraid of electricity. Hachi's knife was entangled with lightning again, and he rushed towards the opponent with the power of his hind legs. And the fur tribe that attacked like that ability user is not just Hachi. The fur tribe still has an advantage in numbers, and many weaker agents have been defeated. The fur tribe that freed up their hands naturally saw who was the biggest threat. In addition to the leader that Yang Jizikon was fighting, this big guy was the most difficult to deal with. The defeated at his feet the fur tribe is the evidence. Iron block fist, heavy hammer. The principle of the iron block is to accelerate the blood flow in the body, so that the muscles and skin can reach the hardness of steel. In most cases, the effect of the iron block is still sufficient. At the very least, it can deceive oneself and make oneself believe that he can block the enemy's attack, thus playing the role of a meat shield. However, the disadvantage of the iron block is that when the iron block is activated, the muscles are in a tense state and cannot move freely. The movements are generally very stiff, but this is not insurmountable. After training, it can also maintain the state of the iron block and move freely. This CP agent who specializes in iron blocks naturally did this. Facing these attacking fur tribes, an invisible wave was released around him with him as the center of the circle, and then the fur of the fur tribes that stood up due to static electricity softened one after another. And there was an icon like a battery on his chest, and the progress of the energy bar on it showed his energy storage limit. Boom! A big hole was smashed into the ground by him, and even a fur tribe was smashed to the side by him. Yang Jizian's natural union fruit made him very difficult to deal with. Although Haki can touch the body of a natural ability user, the natural ability user is not without a way to deal with it. When the observation Haki senses the position of the opponent's attack, the part of the body will be dispersed in advance. If there is no contact, Haki will naturally not take effect. Don't waste your energy. You are not my opponent. We just need a dozen fur tribes. Why don't you give up resistance? In any case, the result will not change. In this case, why increase casualties? You are dreaming. If you take my people away like this, how can I be the king of Ziuawu? The copper hammer brought gusts of air in his hand. Yang Jizian seized the opportunity to throw his copper hammer, but it had no effect except bringing a cloud on the opponent's body. However, Yang Jizian's target was not him, but the ability user of the storage fruit. The other ability user was too restrained by the ability of the fur tribe. The fur tribe also consumes physical energy to generate electricity. Although he could not store the power of his fist, he could convert the absorbed energy into his own physical strength. As a result, he gained more and more advantage in the battle. So Yang Jizi Khan's hammer was originally aimed at him. The solid copper hammer as big as a watermelon brought Yang Jizi Khan's own power to hit him on the back of his head. A person who specializes in iron blocks naturally has no power of observation and hearing. The hammer hit his head firmly. Although he was not knocked down by a hammer in the state of iron blocks, he also had a big flaw, which gave the fur tribe who besieged him an opportunity. Are you still thinking about others? What are you going to do without weapons? The biggest weapon of the fur tribe is not those external objects, but our own bodies, thunder goat horns. Yang Jizi Khan lowered his upper body slightly, and a pair of sharp horns pointed at the captain of the world government. The whole body was full of lightning, like an angry thunder beast. The electric current stimulated the muscles of the whole body, and Yang Jizi Khan's reaction was also raised by more than one level. Although the opponent had the ability of observation, not everyone could predict the future like Katakuri. If you can't predict the future, then the evasion of observation depends entirely on the reaction speed of the body. When Yang Jizi Khan's attack speed exceeds the reaction speed of the opponent's body, he can also attack the opponent's body. The double horns wrapped in domineering pressed on his chest, and a more violent current burst out from his body, adding a touch of green light to the left of the night. However, Yang Jizi Khan's electric shock did not achieve the expected effect. With the opponent's body as the center, a large number of clouds gushed out, gradually occupying a small part of the sky above their heads, and the lightning released by Yang Jizi Khan seemed to be absorbed by those clouds. If you like using electricity so much, why don't you try it yourself? Lei Yuntian. After Yang Jizian's lightning was absorbed by the opponent's clouds, there was a complex reaction in those clouds, and the color gradually dimmed. From below, you can still see the lightning jumping in the clouds. This is also the reason why he was chosen as the leader. Both he and another ability user have special means to deal with lightning. It's just that the range of this lightning cloud is very small, and it only exists above Yang Jizian and another ability user. He is the ability user of the Union Fruit. Although he can create lightning clouds, the range of lightning attacks is not controlled by him, and he will only attack indiscriminately. Now that the fur tribe and CP agents are fighting together, he can't expand the thundercloud at will, and can only use this ability within a certain range. Chapter 282, I have never fought such a rich war. As time went by, the lightning in the clouds began to fall on the land of Xiuaohu. Although the range was not large, it brought great trouble to the fur tribe in this area. Especially Hatch and others who were besieging the user of the fruit of storage. Originally, Yang Jizi Khan's hammer gave them a lot of advantages, but the change in weather changed the situation again. The fur tribe can use lightning, but they are not immune to lightning, and these lightnings don't matter to the user of the fruit of storage. He can directly store those lightnings and convert them into his own power. Looking at the changes in the man's body, Ziraura suddenly had a bad premonition. He did not have the ability to predict the future. This was a combat intuition developed over several years. Yang Jizi Khan did not want to let his guest intervene at first. Out of respect for the locals, he did not do it. He just helped wake up those who were sleeping. The fur tribe, to be more specific, is to hold Yunyan and use its characteristics to wake up those who are in deep sleep. However, this is also a consumption of Yunyan's physical strength. Different characteristics will also consume physical strength according to the situation. The weak characteristics of Arceus trophy naturally do not consume physical strength, but Yunyan's sweet curtain is different. It is not a radioactive stone that can take effect just by standing there. Some characteristics act on themselves, some on the environment, and some on other individuals. Yunyan belongs to the latter. It uses its own power to prevent its friends from falling asleep. Although the consumption is very small, it will also cause consumption, otherwise there will be no way to distinguish between enemies and friends. Usually it uses this characteristic on Pokémon with a single digit at most. As the number of people increases, it has no other way. It wakes up a few people in each area so that they can count and sort out the number of people with the knights. Yunyan, go back to find Setsuna first, be careful. Hey, hey. Under the bombardment of natural lightning, the energy bar on the chest of the person with the ability of the storage fruit gradually filled up, and a dangerous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body was like a battery at this time. In addition to storing electricity and converting it into his own physical strength, it can also discharge electricity. Under the indiscriminate attack of the thundercloud, his energy was almost full, while Hatch and other fur tribes were injured under the influence of the thundercloud. The leader's mission is to capture them alive, but there are so many of you, it doesn't matter if a few die. The lightning jumped in his palm, without making a sound like ordinary lightning, but the compressed lightning became more dangerous. Storage, thunder pressure cannon. His thick arm became a gun barrel at this moment, and the lightning stored in his body was released by him. The dazzling lightning made it almost impossible to open his eyes, and in the distance, a yellow lightning rushed over at a faster speed. Hatch felt a sudden force coming from his side, and then he was pushed to the side. He was running and lost his balance. He rolled on the ground for several rounds like a rolling gourd before stopping. When he got up and looked at the impact of the lightning pressure cannon, he was even more scared, but he suddenly found something wrong. He was pushed by someone to avoid the attack. The person who pushed him. Hatch turned his head to look at his side, and he could vaguely see the figure of his future son-in-law Ziraura in the lightning. At this moment, many pictures flashed through his mind, including the sad picture of Shanta and the miserable state of Ziraura after being attacked. His eyes were almost bloodshot. "You bastard, what have you done?" His sharp teeth were almost broken, but the next moment he found that his feelings seemed to be in vain. Ziraura's very calm voice came from the lightning. "Don't worry, uncle. This is just an appetizer for me." Ziraura was not only unharmed in the lightning, but also absorbed the lightning released by the opponent. He could only absorb the electrical energy and then release it, so his attack was still pure lightning, and lightning attacks were ineffective against Ziraura. His own characteristic is to store electricity. Not only is he immune to lightning attacks, but he can also use it to restore his physical strength. The storage characteristic itself can only be immune to lightning attacks, and cannot guide or attract lightning. But Ziraura is different. Because he has no power generation organs, he needs to store electricity from the outside world, and his fur has the ability to attract electricity. This ability combined with the characteristic of storing electricity gives Ziraura more ways to deal with lightning. "You are just a beast, what big talk." The sound of the electric current is very noisy, so Ziraura can only roar in order to make Hatch hear his words clearly, and the consequence is that the enemy can also hear them clearly. Most members of the world government hold a theory, that is, human supremacy. In addition to ordinary humans, whether it is the long-armed tribe, the long-legged tribe, the three-eyed tribe, or the snake-headed tribe, people with different structures from ordinary people, or the giants and dwarfs, or people with animal characteristics such as mermaids, fishmen, and fur people. Even if the world government defines them as humans in the official definition, they still regard them as subhumans or animals. Under his attack, these beasts did not flee, but still fought back, which made him feel unhappy. As he said this, his hands merged together, and a larger current was released from his body. Feeling the strong current outside, Ziraura was not angry at all, but very happy. His own endurance time is very long, but he always needs to recharge, so he usually uses his own power carefully during the battle, but now for him, it is a mode without consumption, and the opponent's attack is constantly charging him. In layman's terms, he has never fought such a rich battle. After the opponent used both hands, the amount of electricity released instantly increased, and the energy bar on his body also decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye, but from the naked eye, his attack became weaker. After Ziraura released the absorption range, the frequency of his release was no longer as fast as Ziraura's absorption speed, and then a pillar of light suddenly rose in the lightning, and the original bluish-white lightning was completely replaced by yellow at this moment. "Thank you for your hospitality, now it's my turn to entertain you." The runaway lightning made him enter the state of crazy volts. With the blessing, the claws of both hands popped out, and they became sharper as they collided and polished with each other. With the blessing of crazy volts, Ziraura burst out and stabbed his claws into the enemy's chest. And the iron block that allowed him to stand in the group battle until now has become the last death warrant. Chapter 283, Another person who escaped a modifier. The most distinctive thing about Pokémon is that ordinary beasts sharpen their claws or roar just to intimidate the opponent, but these actions of Pokémon can bring real combat power improvement. The action of Ziraura's claws is the sharpening of the evil type. The sharper claws make it easier for him to hit the enemy and cause greater damage. The iron block played a significant role in facing ordinary fur tribes, but it was not enough to face Ziraura. Zera cut a big hole in the chest muscle, and the lightning attached to the claws instantly burned the wound. A lake odor emanated from this center. Although his stork fruit can absorb lightning, the lightning attached to physical attacks makes him powerless. Unless he can drain the lightning in Ziraura's body at once, there is no way to deal with it. Uncle, you guys go somewhere else, leave this to me. He shook his right hand. For Ziraura, this enemy had nothing special except that he could charge him. The energy was good, but it was not enough for Ziraura. No matter how strong the iron block was, it was still inferior to the armament haki. Paper painting and iron block were just low-profile skills for observation haki and armament haki. Although he failed to kill with one blow, Ziraura's attack did not stop. His claws kept grabbing the opponent's body. Every time he swung his claws, he could bring up a piece of flesh and blood. Iron block was just a live target in front of him. Hachi, Setsuna seems to have found you an incredible son-in-law. A tiger first stood up, with many bruises on his body, but it did not affect his fighting. Haki has been showing off a lot on Zhuao recently. Although he was a little unhappy that Setsuna, who had disappeared for 9 years, brought back a boyfriend, it did not prevent him from showing off those high-end goods outside. The result of this is that the people of the Musketeers basically know who Ziraura is. The opponent they couldn't solve even with the siege seemed vulnerable in Ziraura's hands, which made them feel the existence of the gap. Of course, don't you see whose daughter Setsuna is? How can her vision be bad? Yeah, that's right, after all, she is Ling's daughter, but it's a pity that Ling's vision is bad only once in her life. Then what do you mean? Explain it to me. Don't get me wrong, go help quickly, those people are a bit difficult to deal with. Tiger Fur Pie rushed to the battlefield on the other side first, and Hatch also chased him, but he had a lot of questions to ask Ling about her vision. The battle between Ziraura and the opponent also entered a strange cycle. He had to use the ability of the accumulation fruit to absorb the lightning released by Ziraura, otherwise he could not withstand Ziraura's lightning strike. However, his storage capacity of the stork fruit has a storage limit. When the power reaches the limit, he has to release the lightning. Once he releases the lightning, the current will be absorbed by Ziraura, making him stronger. Damn beast, die here! The world government has been around for 800 years, so it naturally has its own foundation, especially in the training of agents. Most of the agents who can work in the world government are diehards. After the Judicial Island incident, Rob Lucci and others were almost wiped out by the world government, but Rob Lucci passed the selection and became CP0. The agents who perform such dirty work are naturally the confidants of the world government. If they encounter an untrustworthy person who exposes such things, even the world government will face some criticism. Although they don't care about such remarks, it doesn't mean they like such things to happen. After finding out that he was not Ziraura's opponent, he made his own decision and hugged him desperately when Ziraura attacked. This time he did not release the current, and the energy bar on his chest flashed. Die. Self-explosion. Since electrical energy is ineffective, he chose to detonate his own stored energy. For him, Ziraura is a threat to the world government that must be eliminated. He has made up his mind not to let go no matter what, but Ziraura under him did not feel any struggle. Big guy, goodbye forever. Looking up, he saw Ziraura sitting on the eaves not far away looking at him. He caught only a substitute that Ziraura had differentiated with his physical strength. Anyone would feel something was wrong when a guy who only dared to dodge suddenly rushed up. Although the substitute wasted a lot of physical strength, it seems that these physical strengths are worth spending at present. A cloud of mushroom exploded here. Although it destroyed many buildings, it did not have any impact because the people were celebrating outside. And this explosion also attracted the attention of others. Although the anesthetic made most of the fur tribe fall into a deep sleep, it left the strongest musketeers and knights. They didn't know that this was the influence of Frost Milk Fairy, and only thought that Caesar was unreliable. Except for these two ability users, the other agents did not have much advantage in the battle. Originally, this ability user of the accumulation fruit held back the elite of the musketeers such as Hachi, and Yang Jizi-Khan was also entangled by the leader, but with the intervention of Ziraura, the short-term balance was broken. Hachi and others who were freed up concentrated on breaking through, began to release more fur tribe combat power, and launched a counterattack with the advantage of numbers. Lightning Ziraura is that guy also in Zhou. The world government member who was dealing with Yang Jizi-Khan saw Ziraura's figure. He did his homework before going to Zhou. Ziraura is now the most famous fur tribe in the Outer Sea. The bounty of 550 million and the identity of the coder of the beast pirates made him study the other party more. For a moment, he thought this was a very tough opponent. The natural system is not invincible, as strong as the three generals of the headquarters in the later period, as weak as caribou. In the new world where domineering is common, the natural system is just one of many abilities. However, he thought that the opponent should not appear in Xiuao with the identity of a beast, but it seems that he misjudged it. But it doesn't matter, he still has his own plan. Plan number 2 is launched. It sounds good to say that it is plan number 2, and it sounds bad to say that the plan failed and he was ready to retreat, but at this time he did not forget the original mission goal, and several rope clouds were released from his body, and several unconscious fur tribes were caught in his body. Then he released a large cloud as a petal, and the agents below were also his subordinates. But this is the home of the fur tribe, and it is naturally impossible to take people away in front of them. Not to mention taking those people away, it is unknown whether he can leave. Chapter 284, Husband and Wife Team. The mushroom cloud produced by the explosion over there distracted him temporarily, and then he was punched in the face by Yang Jizi Khan. Don't be distracted, bastard. Are you afraid of that young man? Your information is really out of date. People in the outer sea don't know who you, the so-called king, are. His name of Thunderlight is much more famous than yours. Is that so? Then I, an old guy, have to work harder. I can't let the young people look down on me. The most difficult battle was not for Hachi and his group. Although the accumulation fruit was troublesome, it was just a competition of brute force. Yang Jisi Khan was the fur tribe with the most pressure. Facing a natural type with strong observation haki, he had few chances. The thundercloud had a great impact on him, making him almost a black goat. However, he was really no match for Yang Jisi Khan in pure physical combat. He was entangled when Yang Jisi Khan was fighting for his life. At that time, they were still in an overall advantage, and his goal of delaying Yang Jisi Khan, the highest combat power of the fur tribe, was achieved. Now it was not so easy for him to leave. Although the cloud fruit gave him the ability to fly, the speed of clouds flying was completely dependent on the wind. Ziraura could also fly, so he could not get rid of Ziraura at all. In just a moment, Ziraura had come to him, but he grabbed nothing with one claw. Like the stand he had hit before, this was also a stand, but it was made of clouds. Let me do this too. I'm old, I'll take him down if I'm a few years younger. Yang Jizi Khan also lost a lot of his physical strength, and he was in a difficult situation facing this flying opponent. Young people don't have the slightest respect for the king. This guy is a pirate. Be careful not to be usurped. He could see that Ziraura didn't have much respect for Yang Jizi Khan, but just regarded him as an older person, so he tried to provoke him. Don't be naive, human. We are different. I am old. Your arrival also proves this. I seem to be unable to protect this country. If there are strong young people, then it is the right thing to give them a chance. Time is the biggest enemy of life. Even the strongest people will appear powerless in the face of time. Yang Jizi Khan has already admitted his old age. Although the provocation failed, it did not disrupt his plan. He had captured enough experimental subjects by spreading the rope cloud. In addition to the original plan number 2, he also had an unknown plan number 3, which was to escape with the experimental subjects himself. Although he was quite good to his subordinates, he would still choose to retreat alone in this situation. A large number of black clouds were released by him. There was no lightning flashing in these clouds, but the range was much larger, gradually permeating the entire furry principality. Then, the same cloud clone as before split from his body and scattered in the black cloud. He knew that the other party had mastered the observation haki, and that the two-color haki was basically a stepping stone to becoming a coder in the new world, but the haki of each person was different. These cloud clones had the same aura as his elemental form, and their purpose was to disrupt the other party's perception. As long as they could run back to their ship, the other party would not be able to find their traces in the vast ocean, unless someone they captured left a lifecard in Xiuao, but that was a probability problem and was not within the scope of the plan. However, in the night sky, a ball of pink light was flashing at this time. That was Yunyan, who was discovered by Yunyan when he captured the fur tribe before. It tried to break the clouds, but its power was useless. In the end, it was just carried up with the fur tribe, and when it realized that the man had flown up, it released magic flash to indicate the direction. Although it failed to cause effective damage, it released a signal in the dark clouds, which also allowed Ziraura to directly lock the target. When he found that his abdomen was glowing, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He wanted to get the things out, but it was too late. Ziraura's speed could compete with Borsellino, not to mention a mere cloud. There were several thunders in the sky, and with the thunder, Ziraura appeared in front of him with lightning under his feet. With the flash of lightning, the two sides had a fierce battle in the air. As Ziraura kicked him hard in the neck with a flying kick, he flew backwards, but Ziraura did not continue to attack, because the opponent was holding a fur tribe in his hands. Ziraura, I advise you to think about the consequences of your actions. I am not your opponent, but if you continue to attack, I am sure I can break their necks before you knock them down. The fur tribe that was originally intended to be used as experimental subjects has now become his hostage, but Ziraura did not stop, instead released a stronger electric current, and even the clouds began to roar. If they live, you can die well, and if they die, you will understand what cruelty is. You are not negotiating. Since you think I will die anyway, don't blame me for being desperate. He threatened the other party with hostages because he found that he was not his opponent, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't even have the intention to perfunctory him. At this time, all his energy was on Ziraura. His speed was too fast, and a slight distraction could bring disaster. In his opinion, although Ziraura was stubborn, he was cautious in his actions, but what he didn't expect was that with a thunderbolt in the clouds, his shoulder was pierced by a bow and arrow. CC Stone. A feeling of powerlessness suddenly came from the wound, and the ability of the union fruit began to fail. The people who were originally put into his body fell out one after another. Yanyan was the same, and once again played the role of a signal flare, indicating the direction of the Millennium Dragon below, and fell on the broad dragon's back one after another. In the clouds, the figure of Setsuna holding a bow emerged. She also had electromagnetic levitation and the power of flight. The sea stone arrowhead was specially made for her by the craftsmen of Wano country. Except for Wano country, the outside world had no way to process sea stone into small arrowheads. This was her weapon specifically for dealing with people with special abilities. The agent's attention was all on Ziraura again, and he did not notice Setsuna following him. The lightning in the clouds created by Ziraura was to further cover up Setsuna's existence. Fool, this is Ziuau, our country, how come you only have one enemy? Chapter 285, Are you interested in being the crown prince for decades? Fog. The arrow of Setsuna played a key role, directly destroying his idea of threatening others with hostages from the root. Ziraura had previously discovered that Setsuna had followed him, so he adopted this tactic, otherwise he would have other ways. Anyway, compromise is impossible. Giving up one's advantage in the confrontation stage is just courting death. Moreover, not only is the arrowhead made of sea stone, but even the arrow shaft is not an ordinary wooden arrow shaft, but a hollow metal tube with sea stone integrated. So when he wanted to pull the arrow out of his body, he found that he couldn't do it. The hand holding the arrow shaft couldn't use any strength at all. Moreover, the barbs on the arrowhead had hooked on the bones in his body. As the sea stone took effect, he also lost the ability to fly. Below the Elephant Master is the vast ocean. In theory, a person with ability will never survive if he falls into the sea, unless he is a fishman. Of course, according to the habit of the beasts nowadays, either they don't kill, or they are 100% sure of the other party's death. Ziraura rushed down directly in the air, and then split it into several halves with one claw. Setsuna, you take the people back first. I'll go and get rid of their ship. Oh, I see. After dealing with this ability user, Ziraura did not return to Ziuau. He didn't think that this group of people flew up on the clouds, so he went to look for the other party's ship near Ziuau. After all, if they want to retreat, the ship is indispensable. A mere ship is nothing to him, and now he is in an overloaded state, with a lot of electrical energy attached to his body. After discovering the ship of the world government members, he directly used it as the center to perform a large-scale thunderstorm. The hull was directly broken by his attack, and the violent thunderstorm evaporated part of the sea water below. In the Furry Principality, after a few hours, most of the fur tribes woke up. Caesar only made a simple anesthetic. After all, he wanted the target of the live experiment, and he woke up after the time limit. When the two ability users were solved, the remaining agents were naturally no match for them, and Yang Jizikon did not lose his fighting power. As he joined the battlefield, all the agents on Zhouwu's back were eliminated. The fur tribe would not show mercy when facing the enemy, and then the musketeers launched a large-scale search on Zhouwu's back in groups of several people. They were not sure how many agents had infiltrated. Under the smell of the fur tribe, those people had no place to hide and were found one after another. After that, Yang Jizikhan led people to search several times, and only after counting the number of people did he feel relieved. And then it was the busy time for Dr. Sanyang. This is also a disadvantage of Zhouwu. There is a gap in doctors. There are very few doctors on the island. Because the fur tribe is usually strong and rarely gets sick, and there are not many people in Zhuowu, so they can still handle it. The most seriously injured in the fur tribe are Yang Jizikhan and several elite warriors of the fur tribe. After all, they were facing the two ability users at the beginning. Cough cough cough. Yang Jizikhan, who was sitting on a rock, beat his chest, and Sanyang, who was also a sheep, was shaving him. The thick wool blocked the wound and would also affect his body's recovery. My Lord Duke, you don't have any serious injuries. You will be fine after a few more days of rest. How are the members of the musketeers? It's okay. Several people have fractures and another person has injured his internal organs, but they have been treated urgently. The medicine brought back by the girl Setsuna is very effective, much better than what we have stored. He carried a brand new medicine on his waist, and the instruments inside were all new. This was what Setsuna got from the Pokemon of beasts before returning to Zhuowu. Made by the heart. Ziraura was still patrolling the nearby sea area and had confirmed that there was nothing strange around Zhouwu. And Setsuna was facing new questions from Ling and Hatch. How can you fly again? They saw Setsuna using electromagnetic levitation. They didn't expect that their daughter could learn to fly after going out. Did you eat the devil fruit? No, no, this is the power of that adult, the most respected existence in Ziraura. I learned it not long after escaping from the organ trafficking assassination group. She was checking whether Yanyan had any injuries on her body. After all, Yanyan had made great contributions in the previous incident, so she answered Ling and Hatch's words casually. But she didn't notice that the air seemed to fall into silence after this sentence. Sister, what is the organ trafficking assassination group? Ah! She found that she seemed to have said something incredible. At the beginning, she had a hard time making up a reason to get over this matter. When she looked back, there was a dangerous atmosphere in the eyes of Hatch and Ling. My dear daughter, can you explain to me what that group is? Yes, it sounds like a very dangerous organization. Shouldn't you explain it to me? Setsuna's previous report was typical of reporting good news but not bad news. She concealed all the accidents she encountered when she went out. In fact, except for the accident at the organ trafficking assassination group at the beginning, nothing happened after she met the beasts. The dangerous atmosphere began to spread. When Ziraura came back, she happened to see Setsuna being chased again, and this time it was a mixed doubles match between parents. In the end, Yang Jizian, who was wrapped in bandages, stopped Hachi and Ling. Okay, it's all in the past, so don't keep entangled. I have something to ask them. He called Setsuna and Ziraura aside. My Lord Duke, is there anything wrong? Indeed, that group of people are from the world government. Although I don't know what they are going to do with the so-called experimental subjects, I don't think they will give up. This matter has exceeded my ability to handle. Although it is also related to time, we can't ask the enemy to come on the full moon day. Yang Jizikhan thought for a while, and then said to Ziraura, although you were not born in Zhuowu, and I don't know who your parents are, do you and Setsuna intend to get married? Get married? My Lord Duke. It's too early. Ziraura has not expressed her opinion yet, but this matter is beyond Setsuna's expectations. In a sense, this matter is beyond her expectations. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to get married now. This world belongs to you young people. What I mean is that if you plan to live together, then stay with me. I'm old, and the position of Duke will be yours in a few years. Chapter 286, Moonstone. This is Yang Jizikhan's decision after the battle. Ziraura is a pure outsider. He has no contact with Zhuowu, and the entire Zhuowu can't find out who his relatives are. Although he is a member of the fur tribe, he can't become the king of Zhuowu. But it's different for Setsuna. She is a native of Zhuowu. Although she ran away at the age of 7, it doesn't affect her origin. My father is a member of the musket team, and my mother is also a member of the knight group. They are of good origin in Zhuowu. Both of them are very strong. If they really plan to live together, then he can safely hand over the throne of Xiuaohu to them. The duke system of Xiuaohu is very interesting. Yang Jizi Khan is the only king in his generation, but this is because he has no brothers and rivals in the same period, so he is the only one. If it is appropriate, a dual monarchy is also possible. His plan is to let the two stay with him, familiar with how to manage Xiuaohu and accept his inspection. As long as he thinks it is appropriate, he can let them ascend the throne naturally. Duke, this position is too early for us. We just came back to take a look this time. We don't plan to stay here all the time. There are still many things to do outside. Faced with Yang Jizi Khan's proposal, Shan did not agree. The king of Xiuaohu is not only the status and rights in the fur tribe, but also more of a responsibility. As the king of Xiuaohu, he must protect the safety of Xiuaohu, so that they cannot leave Xiuaohu at will, and the adventure in her heart has not been completed. Although becoming the Duchess of Xiuaohu is her ideal, it is not now, and her goal is to use her own power to make Yang Jizi Khan recognize herself. Now he obviously made this proposal because of Ziraura's power. It's the same for me. That sir gave me a new life, and I haven't finished my work either. In the context of this time, Ziraura's new life can be understood as power. The power he showed was far beyond the scale of ordinary fur tribes. In Yang Jizi Khan's view, this was simply the performance of a person with special abilities. However, Setsuna made it clear that neither he nor Ziraura were people with special abilities, but they only got power for some reason. Setsuna was simply not ready to take responsibility, and Ziraura felt that it was inappropriate to agree directly, as it would give people a sense of purpose. That's really troublesome. I have asked the musketeers to strengthen their vigilance. It is impossible for ordinary people to land in Xiuaohu again like yesterday, but such a strong man. Seeing that the two young men did not intend to accept the throne immediately, and there was still a need to continue, Yang Jizi Khan felt that the plan of traveling was difficult to handle for a while, and he couldn't force others to be the king. And Ziraura also had a new idea. Although he didn't plan to inherit the throne now, it didn't mean that he couldn't improve his favorability. This was just an opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. If we can enter the Moon Lion state, then it won't be a problem, right? Of course, that is the source of our power, but it can only be used on the full moon day of a month. In this case, I have an idea, Setsuna. I'll go back first and come back in a few days. Yet, after temporarily bidding farewell to these fur tribes, Ziraura and the Millennium Dragon returned to Wano country. He needed the help of Arceus' power. Why did you come back alone? Where's Setsuna? Lord Arceus, something happened to Zou during this period. He summarized the matter of Zou to Arceus, and also expressed Yang Jizi Khan's attitude afterwards. Too much is as bad as too little. I didn't agree to him directly, and Setsuna didn't intend to stay in Zou directly for the time being, but I think this is an opportunity to establish contact with Zou, with the power of the moon. Under the illumination of the full moon, the fur tribe can stimulate the power in their bodies to enter the Moon Lion, but whether it is a full moon or a new moon, the moon is still the same moon, and it has not changed. It's just that the planet's revolution has created a shadow. And the clouds can also make the fur tribe exit the state of the Moon Lion, so all they need is a stronger moonlight move. Ordinary people naturally can't collect the power of moonlight, but Pokemon has an item called the Moonstone, which is a kind of evolution stone for some Pokemon, allowing them to evolve with the power of the stone. But the Moonstone condenses the power of the moon. They have tried it before. Setsuna can also enter the Moon Lion state when holding the Moonstone in the new moon or during the day, but it will consume the power in the Moonstone. When the power in the stone is exhausted, it becomes an ordinary stone, but it is still an extremely important strategic resource for the fur tribe, which means that they can ignore time and enter the Moon Lion state. Relying on the operation of the world government, Ziraura integrated into the fur tribe much faster than expected, so some plans were advanced. That night, Arceus used the fairy slate to activate the power of the moon and condensed a large number of special stones with the rock slate. The power of the moonlight almost condensed into a solid under the traction of the power of the slate, and was constantly injected into those stones. The stones were large and small, which also marked the difference in power. One by one, the moon marks appeared on the moonstone, and the moonlight that night seemed to be much dimmer. A large number of moonstones were created in this way, and then Ziraura returned to Xiuaohu with the moonstones created by Arceus without rest. A few days later, the people of Xiuaohu saw Ziraura who had returned, and nothing happened in the past few days. Although the disappearance of the life card of the CP Center indicated that these people had been wiped out, this was a team with a natural system and a superhuman system ability user who specialized in restraining the fur tribe. Whether to continue to send people or deal with it, they need some time. Then Zeraora poured hundreds of moonstones on the ground. If you only need these stones to make a fortune in the world of Pokemon, raising a baby Kiras is definitely not a problem. Is this what you are looking for? Yang Jizi-kan looked at the stones brought back by Zeraora and didn't quite understand. After all, they had never seen moonstones. But Setsuna recognized it. It was the power she tried at the beginning. This is moonstone. Yes, there is no problem with such a stone. Duke, this is a treasure for the fur tribe. Then she showed Yang Jizi-kan how to use the stone. When she grabbed the stone in her hand, her fur began to expand and grow. Then she used the moon lion in front of Yang Jizi-kan in the daytime. Chapter 287, The Passing of Time, The Domineering Practice. Not only Yang Jizi-kan, but all the fur tribes nearby were shocked. Not all fur tribes can use the moon lion. After all, that kind of crazy skill requires training. The fur tribe who cannot control their inner heart will become a real mad beast when using the moon lion. Most of the people who can skillfully use the moon lion are members of the Knights and the Musketeers. In other words, as long as they master the moon lion, they will be qualified to join the Musketeers or the Knights. Although the fur tribe mostly takes a free-range attitude towards children, they will be organized for training when they reach a certain age. For them with a sparse population, every young person is an important fresh force. Talented people do not need to work, but they are responsible for protecting Zouwu's safety. She is only 16 years old this year. Has she learned the moon lion at such a young age? This has broken the record, right? That's not the point. It's daytime now. It's daytime. Although the time when Setsuna mastered the moon lion was a bit unexpected, it was nothing compared to using the moon lion in the daytime. How did you do it? It's this stone. It contains the power of the moon. I went back and told Lord Arceus about it. He made this stone specifically for the minx, so that you can protect yourself when we are not around. Zeraora explained the origin of the moonstone and made Arceus' name appear on Zou. Arceus, is this the Lord you and Setsuna were talking about? He really helped the minx a lot. Setsuna, what's the difference, do you feel it? No, it's exactly the same as the state of the moon lion, and the moon lion stimulated by the moonstone is even more stable. The only inconvenience is that you have to find a way to hold the moonstone in your hand. Then she threw the moonstone aside and released the moon lion state. It's okay if you don't touch it directly. This is much more convenient than moonlight. Well, put these stones away first, don't let untrained people touch them. For ordinary people, the moonstone has no value, and they don't have the ability to use the moonstone at all, but for the fur tribe, it is an important strategic resource. Put it in a container and carry it with you. It's enough to break the container when needed. As for the fixed method, although the fur tribe lives in a remote area, it is not backward at all, and there is no shortage of tailors. It's just that the uniforms of the Musketeers and the Knights have to be modified, and a position has to be reserved. Then Zeraora and Setsuna stayed in Zouwou for another half a month, and then planned to return to Wano country. Before setting off this time, they left the Den Mushi behind, saying that if they encountered a problem that the moon lion couldn't solve, they would call for help immediately, and then they sat on the back of the Millennium Dragon. The supplies they brought with them had been left in Zouwou, but the back of the Millennium Dragon was still full, and Ling, Hatch and other fur tribes filled it with Zouwou's specialties. Although it was not very useful, it was still a token of their thoughts. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. I will be back in a while. You can use Den Mushi to call if you have nothing to do. Don't worry about us, live well outside. In this way, they ended their trip to Zouwou. Before leaving, they caught Wanda, who tried to sneak across the border, and handed her back to Hatch. Since Setsuna's return, it has also brought some bad influences, and there are many more fur tribe teenagers who try to leave quietly. However, in order to guard against external threats, Yang Jizi-kan increased the intensity of patrols, so this kind of thing did not happen again. Time passed, and half a year passed unknowingly. During this period, Zeraora and Setsuna occasionally returned to Zou, but they only stayed for 1 or 2 days, and the basic frequency was once every 2 months. They often brought some scarce resources to Zou, and even the number of Millennium Dragons accompanying them increased. In April 1501, Yamato was 6.5 years old, and her training entered a new stage. Haki. Not only her, but also Maria and Jack were involved in this field. Robin had not reached this standard due to different growth environments. She temporarily lost her playmates and began her own literature study. The practice of Haki was decided by Kaido. According to him, their nutrition was too sufficient, and their bodies had grown to the point where they could accept the baptism of Haki. He had already taught the basics, and the rest was the process of continuous familiarization. There were only a few fixed moves, and how to apply them flexibly still depended on actual combat, so the new stage of teaching began. However, it was not Kaido who led them in training, but Shayna. Sister Shayna, what are you bringing us here for? Training. Haki training is a process of getting beaten. Most of the people who can master Haki in the Beast's Pirates have experienced this process. Getting punched in the training ground is good enough. Some fighters awaken in the process of getting stabbed on the battlefield. Letting Kaido come here can easily beat people to death. He will really kill them in this regard, so Arceus compromised with him and found someone who can be ruthless and control the degree. Arceus' orders are absolute for Shayna, so this task fell on her. For other people, it is easy to go too far, Olga is easy to not do it, and Quinn's schedule is full. A series of matters such as experiments, planting, and theoretical classes have fallen on him, and he basically has no time. The next thing you have to learn is Haki. As she said this, she moved her wrists, and the next moment her hands were wrapped in armed color. Quinn should have told you all about it in the theory class, but only by experiencing the power of Haki in person can you better master it. Be prepared, it might hurt a little. He punched Jack and sent him flying. As for why it was Jack, someone had to be the first one, and Jack became the first one among the three to experience the fist wrapped in Haki. However, Yamato and Maria did not escape this disaster, and the fist hit them immediately afterwards. It hurts, Sister Shayna, is there no other way to practice? For example, a little gentler way. Yamato climbed up, holding his stomach. This was the first time he was punched in training. In the past, he was punched by various balls or finger snaps. It's not that there is no way, but this is the fastest way to get results, and will you accept my way? Mr. Kaido has given you a time limit. If you exceed the time limit, he will take over. Chapter 288, Midterm Exam, Squirtle Fire Department. Kaido took over. When the three people heard this, they shuddered collectively. Kaido's crash course is very effective, but the disadvantage is that it is more life-consuming. If Shayna has adopted this training method, it would be impossible for them to keep breaking bones if Kaido came. So the three of them were all very alert. Come on, Sister Shayna, please complete your teaching before Father intervenes. I told you that you will accept it. The significance of Kaido is not only in personal teaching, but also in deterrence. Sometimes a word can achieve twice the result with half the effort, but she is also telling the truth. If her teaching progress is too slow, Kaido will indeed take over the matter. However, this quick method is not beautiful no matter who comes, and the trainees still cannot escape the beating. The power of Haki comes from the body, it is hidden in your body, but it is also the power of the heart. Shayna taught with force and talked about some knowledge of Haki. Although Haki needs to exercise the body, this power is also very idealistic. If the heart is dead, Haki cannot be used even with the same body. Moria and Crocodile were both pirates who once fought in the New World, but the process of challenging the great pirates made them suffer a major blow to their bodies and minds, and they almost took another path. One was looking for ancient weapons, and the other was studying the undead zombie army. In addition, the long-term comfortable life in the paradise also made them unable to use Haki. The biggest difference is that after staying in prison for a few months, Crocodile seemed to have reawakened. Your Haki will only become stronger in the battle with a strong enemy. When you retreat, fear, and become cowardly, your Haki will also become weaker. Is it really useful to be beaten like this? After being knocked to the ground again, Maria began to doubt whether this method was really useful. Although Shayna said that Haki was in the body and asked them to guide it with their hearts, she didn't notice anything. It is definitely useful. Several of us have come this way. It just takes time. Don't worry. Mr. Kaido has given you enough time. You don't need to master it. As long as you can mobilize a little bit and feel its existence, you will be qualified. Now the warm-up should be over. The three of you should attack together. Just being beaten is not the real feeling of fighting. She didn't use her feet throughout the whole process, but Shana was still a crushing force against them. The practice of haki cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days. Rayleigh spent 2 years laying the foundation for Luffy, and half of the time in this process was spent on understanding. Although he learned high-level haki very quickly, the basics also have an indelible effect, so the process of Yamato and the others being beaten was not a few days or a week, but a month. In the free time of being beaten, they also had to go through the death game prepared by Kaido, which was also Kaido's initial assessment of them. It seemed that he was satisfied with it, so Shayuna has always been the instructor. After a few months, they gradually found the way to the armed color, but it was sometimes effective and sometimes not, and they could only use a little haki occasionally. Originally, this was a plain training, but on this day, Yamato seemed to let out a cry of grief. "Sister Shayuna! You lied!" At the beginning, it was agreed that as long as they trained hard, Kaido would not take over, but today they saw Kaido standing on the training ground on the roof of a Nagashima, which made Yamato feel cheated. "My silly daughter, she didn't lie to you, and she trained very well, but you should have heard your adoptive father mention that there is a word called midterm exam. Come on, your task is to use what you have learned to attack me. If I am not satisfied, you will have a wonderful second half of the semester." Since then, while feeling that learning is a boring process, Yamato has a more disgusting word exam. After the 3 of them fought for half their lives, the invigilator Kaido reluctantly gave them a pass, avoiding the treatment of joining Kaido's cram school. There are no winter and summer vacations, and they also directly entered the second half of the semester. The learning goal of the first half of the semester is to comprehend the armed color, and the second half of the semester is naturally the observation color, but the teaching process has not changed much, just from punching to throwing stones. It is approaching October, and it is the busiest time of the year for fireworks craftsmen in the country of Wano. Originally, they would only make some fireworks during the New Year celebration, but with the arrival of the Beast's pirates, the business of fireworks craftsmen has been revitalized. Every year, Yamato's birthday is an extra celebration on a Nagashima. Although the celebration on a Nagashima has little to do with Wano country, they will buy resources, call performance teams, and hold fireworks shows. As for whether setting off fireworks all night will disturb the people, it only happens once or twice a year, which is not lively enough for Wano country. And as Yamato gets older, his birthday party becomes more and more formal. If it weren't for the fact that the main venue is in Wano country now, I'm afraid it would be as good as the Big Mom Tea party in the underground world. Among them, the competition for the Fireworks King has become the most important thing for the fireworks craftsmen. Although the title of Fireworks King is given by the Beast's pirates, it is also a face-saving thing to say it out, not to mention the high bonus. And they are not the only ones who are busy. There is also a new red building next to the Beast's Pokemon Center, with a large turtle license plate hanging on it. Jenny. Jenny. In the yard, a team of Squirtles are running, and another team is doing push UPS. In addition to sit UPS, there are a lot of firefighting equipment here. Asking a group of turtles to do sit UPS is embarrassing. They are a new fire brigade established a few months ago. The houses in Wano country are mostly made of wood, which leads to great harm from fires. It is easy to spread with the wind. A sudden fire not long ago almost burned down the Pokemon Center. For this reason, this fire brigade appeared here to prevent the recurrence of emergencies. There are also 2 red cars next to them, which are purely electric-powered Rotom fire trucks. Car protection. However, the main job is to get around, and Squirtle itself is much more useful than a high-pressure water gun. After they finished their day's training, a group of Squirtle just soaked in the swimming pool and began to relax. At this time, there was an explosion in the distance, and fireworks appeared in the sky. Even here, you can see the black smoke rising below. Squirtle. The leading Squirtle put on his sunglasses, and the 2 teams of Squirtle got on their own trams and started their firefighting missions. Chapter 289, Designer Kurozumi Orikai is trying to balance the combat power. At this time, a small wooden yard in Beiwu has been on fire, and even the nearby houses have been affected. From the scattered fireworks, it can be seen that this is due to the explosion of the fireworks workshop caused by poor operation. Although there are many inland rivers in Wano country, there are no fire pipes or the like. The way to extinguish fires is still to relay water, and buckets of river water are passed by nearby residents to the fire scene. Regardless of whether they are familiar with the place or not, the locals will try their best to help put out the fire when a fire occurs, especially the neighbors nearby. If the wooden houses here are left on fire, it is easy for them to spread. They can ignore what happens to other people's homes, but at least they have to find a way to protect the safety of their own homes. What's the matter? How can you be so careless after so many years of doing this? While passing the buckets, they were also complaining. Those fireworks flying around were not obedient. Some families had been affected, but they were put out in time because the fire was not big. That's right, how can you make such a low-level mistake after so many years of doing this? The family on fire has been making fireworks for many years, and nothing has ever happened before. Unexpectedly, it was a big one. I didn't want to. It was just that something went wrong when testing the new formula. I didn't expect that those things would become so unstable after being added. There were still burn marks on his chest, but he couldn't care about this at the moment. Putting out the fire was the most important thing. If he continued to burn like this, he would have nothing. At this time, there was a sudden sound of brakes from the back, followed by the shouting of Squirtle. Jenny! 2 fire trucks rushed to the scene. The Squirtle Fire Department is different from the regular fire department. Their business is very narrow and they can only deal with general fire problems. The relatively simple development environment of Wano country also brings convenience to the Squirtle. The cause of the fire here is not complicated. There is no explosion in the oil depot. The ignited fire can usually be extinguished with water. Water-type Pokemon have unscientific water storage organs with huge capacity, and they also have many magical powers such as converting their own physical strength into water and controlling the water in nature. The sirens from Rotom attracted their attention, and then they saw a group of blue turtles rushing over. This was the first official appearance of the Squirtle Fire Department. The small figure spit out water several times its own volume. Under the suppression of more than a dozen Squirtle, the originally burning flames were instantly curbed. As the Squirtle steadily advanced, the fire began to be gradually suppressed. What are these? They are raised by the beasts, right? Like those strange cows, they are all strange magical creatures. Some of the Squirtles have the flag of the beasts' pirates painted on their shells, which directly shows where these Squirtles belong. He wanted to describe them as strange, but looking at the Squirtles who were fighting the fire, he changed to another adjective. In any case, these Squirtles helped them a lot. The Squirtles didn't come in time, but at least they helped them save some of their property. Under the suppression of the Squirtle's water gun, some blackened pillars were exposed, but the fire was in the yard, so some things in the house were still intact, which was a blessing in disguise. The Squirtles continued to advance, and most of the open fires were extinguished. Now they are spraying water on some places that are still smoking. But the owner of this house couldn't help it. Looking at some things in the room, he thought about it and rushed over. No one around him stopped him. Hey! Where are you going? It's dangerous, come back. No one knows what's going on inside those burnt pillars. Rushing in directly like he did is a move that costs money but not life. But he didn't get in the end because 2 Squirtles knocked him down, and the beams collapsed under the weight. Thank you. Squirtles. After the disaster relief, although he lost most of his house, his savings were not lost because the currency of Wano country is metal, and it's not too expensive to build a house outside the flower capital. Although it hurts, it hasn't reached the point of breaking bones, and everything that happened here was seen by Kojiki Oden who passed by. He came to find Shimatsuki Yasushi's family. After discovering the smoke, he rushed here, and then saw the scene of Squirtles putting out the fire. For a while, he fell into the stage of thinking about life again. When Squirtles passed by him with dried fish like they were on an outing, he was still in such a state of thinking. Today's Wano country is changing with each passing day, and new changes are happening every day. From the beginning of the Beast Pokemon Center, the new Chamber of Commerce model brought by Kojiro, the current Squirtle Fire Department, and the revived plants in the Heim region, Kojiki Oden's heart was somewhat shaken. This was not the first time he was shaken, but at the same time, Kurozumi Orakai and Shimatsuki Yasui were also having a discussion. After several years of preparation, Shimatsuki Yasui had recruited 2,000 samurai troops for the operation, which he thought was enough in terms of number. Enough, but in Orakai's opinion, these people are not enough at all. In Wano country, apart from the beasts pirates, he knows the most about the outside world. Judging from the current development of the beasts, they need not only quantity, but also high-end combat power. Kojiki Oden himself is a combat force, and in their opinion, the only combat force that can face Kaido, but now the beasts pirates have more than just one Kaido. Master Kangjia, these are the cotters of the beasts pirates who are now staying in Wano country. These 3 are his big cotters known as the 3 disasters. The wanted orders of Jin, Quinn, and Olga were placed in front of Shimotsuki Kangjia by Orakai. In the open sea, the bounty can roughly judge a person's strength. These 3 are very difficult opponents. Fearing that Shimotsuki Kangjia would not understand, Kurozumi Orakai specifically explained the meaning of the bounty to him, and he had more than these 3 bounty orders in his hand. Although these 2 are not called disasters, they are still the top leaders in the beasts pirates who are not inferior to the 3 disasters. This time, the bounty order is for Sena and Ziraura. Kurozumi Orakai calculated that 1 Kojiki Odin is not enough to balance the combat power. In addition, there is this ability user, that is, the sorcerer. Although he never shows himself in human form, he is the other foundation of the beasts. This time, the bounty order is for Arceus, who is also the most difficult combat force to deal with within the beasts. And that's not all, Lord Kong, do you understand how difficult the situation is? Chapter 290, The Mysterious Confidence Brought by the Ability User of the Touching Fruit. These are the big leaders with names and surnames. In addition, there are strong grassroots leaders like Mandar Fesh, and outliers like Inmalsabith and Farron. Leaders like Babanuki rarely leave Wano country, so there is no outside bounty, but they can defeat Kineman. Coupled with the terrifying fighting power of the mountain god Wild Boar, it is not known whether the extra 1,000 people can entangle the monster boar. He does not think Kaido will consider the casualties of the citizens of Wano country and not use such strategic force. And there is another problem, that is, their only top fighting force, Kojiki Odin, is becoming more and more easily shaken. According to his understanding of Kojiki Odin, he may really go to talk to Kaido one day. According to the logic of normal people, they are definitely impossible to compromise, but both Kaido and Kojiki Odin are abnormal in the eyes of Kurozumi Orakai. Once the 2 reach an agreement, he will definitely be the first to be sacrificed. The reason why he dragged on for these few years is to balance the fighting power, but the actual result is that the development speed of the beasts far exceeds his expectations, and in his opinion, it is already on the verge of losing control. One of the reasons for this kind of thinking is the inherent thinking of Wano country. Even if Kurozumi Orakai wants to persecute the citizens of Wano country, he is still a Wano country person in essence, and has a mysterious confidence in the samurai of Wano country. Otherwise, he will understand that this is not about to get out of control, but it has already gotten out of control. In short, according to Kurozumi Orakai's understanding, it is almost time to act. If he delays any longer, he will be finished. As long as Kojiki Odin can defeat Kaido, and someone can hold other senior officials back, when Kojiki Odin is freed, there is a possibility of defeating the opponent. And then Kojiki Odin will be seriously injured, and his own chance will come. Shimotsuki Yasui looked at the dozen or so bounties of the world government in front of him, as well as some character information that was not bountiful but was taken out by Kurozumi Orakai, and fell into deep thought. Lord Kangjia, I think this year's New Year's festival is a good opportunity. Kaido has lost interest in Lord Odin recently. Usually they celebrate on Onigashima, but this time I plan to invite him to celebrate in the flower capital. At that time, his subordinates may not all be present, and that is our opportunity. However, it is not enough to rely on Lord Odin and his retainers. We need the assistance of other daimyo. Before, he was worried about being exposed, and now that the action is about to start, the military forces of those daimyo are also the forces that Kurozumi Orakai needs to rely on. The current situation is the only opportunity. Kaido has become such a monster without knowing it. Lord Kangjia, this matter is left to you, including the communication with Lord Odin. I am going to plan other things. I will tell you the specific situation at that time. Speaking of this, Kurozumi Orakai left here. There are some things he did not tell Shimotsuki Kangjia, such as in order to let Kojiki Odin go all out, he plans to quietly add fuel to the fire. He remembered very clearly that the injury caused by Kojiki made Kojiki Odin enter that state of rage. At this time, he also had similar ideas, such as the undercover he buried next to Kojiki Odin should also be activated. However, it depends on the situation. If Kaido has the upper hand, then he needs to find a way to anger Odin. If Odin has the upper hand, he has to find a way to make him waver. As a sixth man caught between 2 monsters, Kurozumi Orakai is very troubled. The remaining 2 months or so seem to be sufficient, but in fact they are very tense. It is a good way to keep secrets before telling everyone until the action is really taken, but some leaders must know the news in advance. Just when he was quietly arranging some things in the flower capital, Shimatsuki Yasui also came to Kojiki Oden's house and told him the original plan and the expulsion plan to be implemented in the new year. Reizo also interrupted. After all, he was the first person to know the content. It is hard to say whether it has any effect, but it can be seen that his retainers were very moved by this, and did not think this behavior was stupid. They cried bitterly one by one, kneeling in front of Kojiki Oden with tears. "I'm sorry, Lord Oden, because we are weak, you have suffered so many years of pain." "No, actually. Don't worry, even if we risk our lives, we will help you achieve your goal, meow." Cat Viper and Kinemon made Oden not know what to say. A different kind of subjugation was shown at this time. Kojiki Oden would doubt whether he could take the position of general, but his retainers would not. In their opinion, no one except the Kojiki family can sit in the position of general. Originally, Kojiki Oden wanted to discuss other things, but it turned into a swearing-in meeting. Then Shimatsuki Yasui also began to contact other generals secretly. Under the original document and Oden's name, those people agreed to this matter. Oden's retainers no longer had the previous decadent mood, and they trained excitedly every day. Ashuraduji also returned to Toyama, and the bandits under his command were also a group of considerable combat power. On the roof of a Nagashima, Kaido turned off the screen in front of him. Although Rotom's monitors are not yet omnipresent, they are still on some key places. What are these guys moved by? Who knows? You know that these people's brain circuits are different from those of people outside, but this also has its advantages. As long as you are strong enough, such people will be more obedient. Yes, war, as expected, this Wano country still needs a battlefield, ugh. Thinking about the upcoming war, Kaido can't help but feel excited. Developing is Arceus's hobby, and for him, war can still arouse the impulse in his heart. Afterwards, he ran to a hangover with a wine gourd on his waist. At Daowen Farm, Setsuna picked up something and then came to Ziraura's room. The two people who were dating had not yet lived together, and they still lived a very traditional lifestyle. "Ziraura, look at this." A few words were simply written on a piece of paper. "Don't walk around casually during the new year." What an ugly word, but this writing style looks like Inuarashi. What does he want to do? Maybe he wants to remind you, after all, there is indeed a big action on New Year's Day, that guy is really interesting. This is indeed Inuarashi's message, but it is very vague. If there is no surveillance, ordinary people really can't understand it. Ordinary people in Wano have a kind of confidence in Oden, not to mention his retainers. In Inuarashi's view, the beasts have no chance of winning, so he wants his own people to pay attention. Chapter 291, Super Newcomer, Kaido's Declaration of War. However, such trivial matters are not taken to heart at all, and even reporting can be exempted. What the beasts are thinking about now is not how to fight the New Year's Day battle, but how to resolve this battle with the least loss. Things have to be done bit by bit. Now the activity on Inagashima is still Yamato's birthday party. Although a fireworks workshop exploded, it did not affect the pace of others competing for the title of Fireworks King, even the one whose workshop exploded. The formula experiment that almost cost him his life gave him a better fireworks formula, and he almost gambled everything on it, intending to use the bonus from the Fireworks King to make up for his losses. Now Yamato's birthday party has become a process. Even if ordinary members are not qualified to give gifts, the gift boxes she received are still piled up into a small mountain. Most of them have to be unpacked slowly after returning, and only 2 gifts from Kaido and Arceus can be unpacked on the spot. Kaido's gift is very simple, a silver grey and black-red mace. In the past training, Aegean 4.0 was unfortunately killed. After all, Yamato's armed color is still in a state of sometimes working and sometimes not working, and whether it has the blessing of domineering has a great impact on the weapon. Aegean 4.0 died gloriously in this process, and merged into Aegean 5.0 with the will of 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. The reason why the color of 5.0 is different is because of its material. The remaining part of 4.0, the metal shell replaced by Kokodora, and some iron ore together constitute the body of 5.0. Among them, the shell of Kokodora is a very rare material. Because its recipe is very complicated, this metal shell is integrated with metals of various components. After being forged by Kokodora's special organs, it has become a special alloy that is difficult to replicate. Whether it is its own hardness or ductility, this metal is a rare commodity in the world. With some iron ore, it has already cast the current Aegean 5.0. Compared with Kaido's gift, Arceus's gift makes her look forward to it more. Since the beginning of the power of Changpan, she has always been able to get some things she has never heard of. Some are created by Arceus, and some are some special products found on the way to search for stone tablets. And this year's birthday gift is the same as the original power of Changpan, also a strange light ball, but this time the strange light ball is pure milky white. Poking his finger on the light ball, Yamato is full of curiosity about this ability. Godfather, what kind of ability is this time? You will know if you try it yourself, but this time is different from the last time, it may hurt a little. As soon as the voice fell, Yamato had already accepted the ball of light, and she also understood what it meant to be a little painful. Bones, flesh, blood, and every cell conveyed a feeling of pain to her brain. Although the perseverance honed over a long period of time made her not scream, she couldn't help but sweat, but the pain lasted only for a short time and disappeared in an instant. However, unlike the special ability that the power of Changpan allowed her to master, she still didn't understand what it was at the moment, but she just felt that her body was much lighter. But according to common sense, Arceus would not just make her feel pain. Godfather, what is this? This, Super True Heart or Super Washer, anyway, it is a big improvement to your physique. Some humans in the Pokemon world are obviously different. Although Yamato originally inherited Kaido's monster-like physique, it is always good to strengthen the strong. The reason why she felt pain was because it was a partial transformation at the cellular level. In general, she can now easily play with a 1-ton weight as a doll. The cervical spine has a very strong bearing capacity, and at the same time obtains a certain degree of lightning resistance, fire resistance, freezing resistance, and toxin resistance, but it has no effect on human technology items such as guns and knives. The power of Changpan is also further integrated with the body. With the development of observation haki, Yamato may not be able to achieve some effects unique to some people. With the increase of this birthday gift, her upper limit has become even greater. In the following time, the flow of people in Flower City was obviously larger. That was Orokai and his men arranging their own people to gradually enter the predetermined position. Thousands of people entering in batches would not attract other people's attention, but large-scale actions would easily expose their tracks, so they have begun to act quietly. All weapons produced by the weapons factory were gradually transported to Flower City. On the day approaching the new year of 1502, Kaido on Onigashima received an invitation from Kurozumi Orokai. In general, it is now the celebration of Wano country for many years, and they have prepared a completely different program, so they specially invited Kaido to participate. After a rough look, Kaido threw the thing aside and summoned the pirates of the Beast Pirates who stayed on Onigashima. The internal space of Onigashima is very large, and nearly 1,000 pirates of the Beast Pirates gathered here, but there are also some other people from Wano country here, who are the Wano people who have gradually integrated into the Beast Pirates over the years. After a series of inspections, they were recognized by Kaido, such as the leader Kojiro. After receiving the summons, they gathered here and waited for the order from their captain. On the attic, Kaido slowly walked to the front of the stage and watched his subordinates below swinging their maces in the air. Little ones, although the new year is coming, this year's new year is destined to be different. The grandest war since we came to Wano country is waiting for us. The pirates below were not afraid, but instead showed a fanatical mood. With a captain like Kaido, it is impossible for them to say that they are not warlike, but they just don't have many opportunities at ordinary times. This is still a banquet. You can enjoy the first half, but don't forget that there is an even more grand second half. What we have to do is to pull those who are born nobles. Those in power who are addicted to comfort to the battlefield. A battlefield with only life and death. Regardless of high or low, no matter who it is, there is no difference. This is equality and freedom. Values that can only be determined by war. Little ones, the war is about to begin. Oh 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 oh. The roar of more than 1,000 people rushed straight to the roof, and the whole Ghost Island seemed to be shaken. The emotions of these people were mobilized by Kaido. A team with war in their eyes gradually set out from Ghost Island and walked towards the direction of Flower City. Chapter 292, Awakening of Dominance. Jin and Quinn led the large army to the direction of Flower City, while Kaido and Arceus fell behind. Looking at the pirates gradually passing through the inland sea, Kaido suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. Do you know? The feeling when I first participated in the war, I was only 8 years old at that time, and White was the cook in my team at that time. Later, one battle after another made me the strongest in the kingdom. Looking at these pirates, Kaido remembered his experience in the Kingdom of Water, but now he is no longer a soldier, but a commander. You have quite a lot of feelings. I just want to say that you should not interfere with Yamato's experience this time. She has already celebrated her 7th birthday, and according to your calculation of virtual age, she is 8 years old. This girl has gained much more than I did back then. This war is her best test. There is no better way to train people than on a battlefield like this. This is Kaido's purpose. Yamato was also brought there by him. He wanted to use this war to train Yamato. He dared to bet that the world government still had at least one slate. If they only had one slate left, they would never trade it. Although Wano country is now developing through farming, Kaido's ideals have not changed. The biggest war is what he wants to see. And Yamato is a general in that war. He needs Yamato to grow up, even if it costs a lot. Although Arceus did a lot in Yamato's training, Kaido thought he was too gentle, so he used examples to tell Arceus not to interfere. I know that it's not a bad thing to experience more. You don't need to teach me this, but I will still intervene when it's time. Hehe, you know what I'm doing. Let's go. Orokai only has a few more years to live. It's a bargain for him. If Yamato can't achieve his goal, he won't take action even if he is dying, but Arceus is different. This is the difference between the two. The current agreement can be regarded as meeting his requirements. Yamato is also accompanied by Jigglypuffs, Maria, and Jack. The two of them are also in the process of sharpening. After almost 2 years of transformation, Quinn's potion finally took effect, and Maria's form has undergone a huge change. From that strange big butt Spider-Man to the form of Spider-Girl, the lower body is replaced by a complete spider, and the upper body appears in the position of the spider's head. And because of Arceus's transformation, Maria's electric spider has a special consciousness in the form, sharing vision, autonomous attack, and can provide Maria with a perfect combat power increase. However, Nico Robin is not in this team. As the daughter of a scholar, her identity is very special, and she is not a thorough member of the Beast Pirates. This war event has nothing to do with her. She just stayed on the Sky Island with ordinary scholars and celebrated her new year with Zoro and others. They didn't spend the new year together last year, which is not surprising. The members of the Beast Pirates carrying weapons gradually entered the Flower City, which did not arouse suspicion. The local merchants and residents were still selling their own things. They were not aware of the war. Although Orokai chose the Flower City as the stage for the battlefield, he did not evacuate ordinary people, which would only make people feel abnormal. If the merchants at the New Year festival made things that were either unpalatable or ugly, everyone would doubt their identity. Moreover, Orokai did not care about the lives of the people. No matter how many sacrifices were made in the war, it had nothing to do with him. As long as the goal was achieved, it would be fine. In the palace of the Flower City, the daimyos of various villages had taken their seats. They did not want to start a war directly. They wanted to wait until Kaido was drunk and relaxed his vigilance before taking action. Seeing Kaido coming, Orokai also warmly welcomed him to take his seat. Ha ha ha, Kaido, you are finally here. This year is the 100th anniversary of Wano country. There are many programs waiting for you in the Flower City. After clapping his hands, several prostitutes came out from behind the screen, and Kaido did not refuse. He took the seat and hugged them. As for the people in other seats, he temporarily treated them as insignificant companions. Soldier against soldier, king against king, these people here are ambushing the cotters of the beasts, and more people are hiding in various places in the Flower City. Their target is the ordinary members of the Beast's Pirates. As a firework exploded in the air, it also marked that this year's celebration had begun. There were obviously a lot more people on the street. There were ordinary Wano civilians and samurai who sneaked in. At first glance, there was no difference, but this year's wine business became very strange. Most of the samurai and pirates just drank a few sips, and there were no drunk people. Only the ignorant civilians were still enjoying the New Year festival. In fact, Yamato didn't know the details. Kaido didn't tell her, intending to let her see the cruelty of war with her own eyes. So she, Maria and Jack also had a lot of fun at the New Year festival. Now they were catching goldfish. The power that grew out of thin air should be easy to make people unable to control. But Yamato had adapted to his new physique in almost 2 months. The paper net was torn by the struggle of the goldfish. As it broke, a different group of fireworks ignited above the palace of the flower capital, and the riot also happened at this moment. The people who originally participated in the New Year festival suddenly drew their weapons and slashed at the pirates of the beast pirates around them, but they were blocked by the other party. Before he was shocked that his sneak attack was blocked, the other party's knife had already slashed back. Such scenes are not isolated cases, but are happening everywhere on the streets. Blood, swords, scattered goods, roars of fighting, panic shouts, and children's cries. The flower capital is completely in chaos. The Wano Country Coalition has an advantage in numbers. After all, this is a team that Shimotsuki Yasui has recruited for several years and the trusted guards of several daimyo. However, the prepared beasts pirates did not panic. Under the leadership of the strengthened small cotters, they launched a counterattack. Yamato and the others have not figured out what happened, but someone has already set their sights on her. That girl is the daughter of a pirate. Yes, I see her often go in and out of a Nagashima. A gun was pointed at Yamato. Wait, that's just a child. So what? Isn't she also a member of the beasts? The people recruited by Shimotsuki Yasui need to have combat power, which eliminates those ordinary people. In addition to the reliable samurai under his command, they can only recruit those gangsters who hate the beasts. These people are naturally more vicious. The people around him failed to stop him. A bullet was fired from the gun. Yamato did not notice the situation here, but a Jigglypuff noticed it. Lakey. Although these Jigglypuffs appeared early, they mainly performed the work of nannies and wet nurses, and their levels were not very high. Defending was not one of their daily skills, so their proficiency was very low. After seeing the muzzle of the gun pointed at Yamato, it chose to use its body to knock Yamato away. Although it achieved its goal, the price was that the bullet shot from the muzzle hit its body. Jigglypuffs have extremely high special defense, but facing physical damage such as bullets, it seems not enough. The bullet left a hole in its round body, and blood immediately flowed out of it. Jigsaw. Looking at the Jigglypuff that suddenly fell to the ground, Yamato hurriedly pressed its wound, but although she had experienced battles, it was the first time she saw someone around her injured. She wanted to plug the wound but found that she couldn't do it at all, and panicked. Zhen only realized the effect of the power of the evergreen. But when she tried to heal Chandler, another row of bullets came over, and there seemed to be more enemies nearby. Lakey Chandler, who was shot, wanted to push Yamato away. The bullet hit a dangerous position. Now it can't stand up, but the surrounding environment has become very dangerous. The popularity of firearms in Wano is not high, and most people's shooting skills are very poor. The previous shot was also a blind cat hitting a dead mouse, so the subsequent shots fell nearby. It did not cause effective damage, but it made Yamato unable to concentrate. This was the first time she used the power of the evergreen to heal Pokemon after getting it. The more frequent the gunshots, the more anxious she became. The more anxious she was, the less she could use that power. She could feel Chandler's life passing away. The past life with Chandler emerged in her mind, and a power gradually emerged in her body. Get out of here! With Yamato as the center, a majestic breath gushed out, and its range was the entire Flower City. Chapter 293, War Begins. Time seemed to fall into silence at this moment, and a sudden wind swept the entire Flower City with Yamato as the center. The confetti left by the fireworks, the lanterns that fell to the ground in the chaos, the carts that were broken in the battle, and countless debris rushed to all directions with the surge of airflow. The people in the distance only felt a sudden strange wind, and the people around Yamato felt it most clearly. Maria and Jack collapsed to the ground under the impact of this force, and the rest of the Jigglypuffs did the same. They had fainted briefly in their consciousness, but because of the characteristics of the healing heart, the fainting feeling quickly disappeared. What is this? The card in Jack's hand slipped to the ground. They didn't just stand there stupidly. When the gunshots sounded and the scene fell into chaos, he grabbed anything that could be used as a weapon at random, and even slapped a Ronin warrior who rushed over. It's not that Yamato was too weak to react. The power of Evergreen allowed her to have more exchanges with Pokemon. Her feelings for Pokemon are much deeper than those of ordinary people. In her heart, they are not pets or anything, but friends and family. That's why she became flustered when Chandler was injured. After all, this was the first time she faced the injury of her relatives. In the past, Arceus took her out, which gave her a feeling of invincibility. It was not until this time that the fragility of life emerged in her heart. This is nature. Jack also pays attention to Chandler's condition, but he doesn't know how to treat it or anything else, so he made a different choice. Maria's spider legs and the spider-like lower body also lost their strength. This is something they have never experienced. But at least they are still awake because of Chandler's characteristics, but others are different. A group of people fell down in a group like wheat being cut. Whether it was the pirates of the Beast Pirates or the samurai gangsters of Wano country, they all lost consciousness under this impact. It was the same haki, but it was the haki of Conqueror. It cannot be obtained through acquired practice. Only one person in millions of people can awaken the qualifications of a king. This is why they have never received any teaching in this area. Conqueror's haki is completely a rare product that depends on talent. Most people awaken their Conqueror's haki because of their high emotions, hatred for others, and concern for their partners. When emotions reach their extreme, this power will naturally surge out. If a person affected by Conqueror's haki is not strong enough, he will fall into a coma. First-time users basically unconsciously stimulate this power and do not know how to control it, so the impact caused is indiscriminate between enemies and friends. Hey Haoshin's haki. The pirates who were farther away did not faint due to the shock. They were old men who had seen big scenes with Kaido, so they naturally understood the concept of haki. Although it was still very immature compared to Kaido's haki, it was undoubtedly haki of haki. Isn't that Miss Yamato? As expected of the daughter of Kaido, she really inherited that talent. What nonsense are you talking about now? Go take Miss Yamato to a safe place. Do you want to see the rage of Lord Arceus? The leading pirates nearby were much more sober than them. The awakening of haki only showed Yamato's talent, but it would be bad if something really happened to her here. With his reminder, the pirates nearby became extremely clear-minded in an instant. They gave up fighting with the enemy in front of them and started their own breakthrough operation with Yamato's location as the target. When a focus appeared on the battlefield, it was not just one side that had a clear mind, but everyone. The goal of those samurai was to annihilate the operation, and their goal was to eliminate the beast pirates. They were not very clear about Yamato's identity, but the pirates who wanted to get close must be their target. If the pirates wanted to do it, they would try to stop them. Don't even think about going over there. Get out of here. They were still drinking together a few minutes ago, but most of the wine was spilled on the ground during the toast. The New Year's festival is a carnival moment, and it is not strange for strangers to celebrate together. They wanted to take down the pirates of the Beast's pirates when they were off guard, but they didn't expect that these pirates had already prepared. Everything that happened in the outside world had nothing to do with Yamato. She didn't know what kind of power she used. At this time, she only knew that no one was interfering with her treatment of Jigglypuff. The power of Tokiwa began to take effect. Jigglypuff's body began to heal itself under the action of this power. The damaged tissue began to grow, and the bullets that were originally left in the body were squeezed out. Although the physical resistance was as thin as paper, Jigglypuff's own vitality was very powerful. This damage will weaken it, but it will not endanger its life, not to mention that there are other Jigglypuffs using skills to replenish its lost vitality. For Pokemon, as long as they are not killed on the spot, it is not a problem to save them. Then Yamato pulled Jigglypuff to a relatively safe place, and then took out her Aegean No. 5 from her backpack. No matter where you go, you must carry weapons with you. This is Kaido's requirement for her, so she always has her mace in her backpack. Jack, Maria, you stay here to guard the Jigglypuffs. The surrounding environment is not complicated, but no matter where it is a state of chaos. It is better to defend in place than to run around. No matter what happens, my godfather and father will not lose. I believe they will come here soon. Wait, where are you going? To revenge. I will never forgive that guy. She didn't know who fired the gun, but the current situation was obvious. There were enemies everywhere, so all the people with guns were her targets. Moreover, Quinn had taught them in the classroom which position was more suitable for shooting. Combined with the position where the Jigglypuff was shot, she had some rough guesses. I'll leave this to you. I believe you can do it. There were not many enemies near them. Yamato's Conqueror's haki cleared the field again. More people were in the melee outside, but no one knew if there would be any fish that slipped through the net and rushed over. Maria was a little worried. She thought it was best for Yamato to wait here together, but Jack had already given an answer. Go with peace of mind. No one can hurt them anymore. Yet. In the distant window, the gangster who had shot with a gun stood up with his gun. He was far away from Yamato, so he was only frightened for a short time. When he got up again, he had lost the target in his sight. Fuck, what the hell? He shook his head and tried to find the enemy again, but at this time, a series of footsteps sounded in his ears. Chapter 294, The Focus of the Battlefield. When he looked in the direction of the footsteps, a mace had already hit him. The buildings in Wano were generally not high. Except for the general's palace and the residences of the daimyo, most of the buildings were 2 or 3 stories high. And the old-style eaves extended outward, which was a place for Yamato to take advantage of. He jumped up in a few steps. Looking at the gun in his hand, Yamato didn't hesitate and hit him with a stick. Looking at the attacking Yamato, he instinctively blocked it with the gun barrel, but no matter whether it was a metal barrel or a wooden buttstock, it was as crisp as a cookie stick when facing Yamato's attack. The gun was smashed into 2 pieces with a bang, and the flying fragments cut a bloody wound on his face. Were you the one who just fired the gun? Without waiting for the other party to answer, she swung Aegean and smashed the other party's head. She would ask this question to every enemy with a gun, but she didn't wait for the other party to answer. She was just consolidating her reason for taking action. But this time, she found the right target. The stick she swung hit the target, just hitting the opponent's shoulder, but with Kaido's bloodline plus years of training, the power of the super newcomer he recently obtained, and the newly created Aegean 5.0, her stick was far beyond what ordinary people could withstand. The bones in the shoulder were all shattered, and even the sternum was fractured under the transmission of power. The whole arm was only partially connected with flesh and blood, and the rest was almost smashed. The severe pain and blood loss in the arm did not completely make him lose his fighting power, but instead aroused his ferocity. That's me. It's a pity that I didn't kill you with that shot. You made me dig for 2 years. You people are unforgivable. Remember, my name is. Although he was still conscious for the time being, the injury on his shoulder was not pleasant for him, so he made a desperate gesture and pulled out the samurai sword on his waist with his remaining right hand. However, Yamato didn't want to hear him introduce himself. Thunder Bagua. Although the mace had not yet been wrapped with lightning, the domineering aura of the armed color completely wrapped around Aegean for the first time. The mace hit his chest. After a dull sound of winter, his chest collapsed and the whole person flew backwards. I don't want to know the name of the person who hurt my family. Looking at the person who was not worthy of saying his name flying backwards, Yamato ran towards the place where other pirates and samurai were fighting. It was far from being truly safe if he didn't get rid of those people. In order to reach her destination as quickly as possible, she chose to jump directly on the eaves. In the process, she also saw many people fainted in the house. Those were civilians living in the Flower City. Although a large number of ordinary people were expelled from the Flower City under the operation of the Great Snake, there were still many ordinary people in the Flower City, but their families were slightly more prosperous. Faced with this sudden war, they instinctively chose to hide at home, and then fainted because of the influence of Yamato's domineering color domineering. Yamato didn't care about them. She knew very well that her ability could not take care of everyone. Do as much as you can do. This is the truth that Arceus taught her. Although this is very selfish in the eyes of some saints, for individuals, this is the best result. In the periphery, the battle between samurai and pirates continued. Most of these pirates were around 30 or 40 years old. When they joined the 100 Beasts, many of them were still very young. They experienced the rise of the 100 Beasts. Participated in the initial battle for territory and the artillery battle with the walled pirates and the battle with the remnants of the Golden Lion. They survived and grew up in the battle and became the elite among the pirates. Although they were slightly fewer in number, they had all experienced big scenes, while the coalition of samurai and gangsters had the advantage in numbers. The samurai and pirates could still fight back and forth, but those who came from gangster backgrounds were mostly cannon fodder. Although they had a fierceness, their significance was not great. The leader of these samurai coalitions was a confidant of Shimatsuki Yasui, who was responsible for commanding the coalition in this area. As the battle began, he also found some problems. These pirates seemed to have been prepared. Stop those people. Block the gap over there, and you guys take people to catch those children. That should be Kaido's daughter. While commanding, he also chopped down a pirate in front of him. Unlike those samurai holding regular swords, his weapon was a sword, which was more effective on this battlefield. However, when he was about to continue attacking, someone blocked his attack. Get out of the way, I don't fight with women. Looking at the female pirate in front of him, his mouth was full of contempt, but the next moment he paid the price for his contempt. 2 green leaf blades popped out from her elbow, directly cutting the sword in his hand into 2 pieces, and then the power of the leaf blade did not decrease, leaving a cross wound on his armor. Follow me. Break through here. The givers are here. Concentrate firepower. Those givers were originally scattered all over the Flower City to fill the gap in the combat power of ordinary pirates, but when the news here spread, the nearby givers were approaching here, and for a while Yamato became the second focus outside the palace. Yamato's identity was gradually spread out. The samurai coalition wanted to capture Kaido's daughter, and these pirates wanted to protect the eldest daughter of their own pirate group. However, an accident soon occurred at the defense line. Yamato did not dodge and escape like those samurai thought, but rushed to the battle. Thunder gossip. The 2 warriors were knocked out by her again. Only then did she realize what Arceus had given her. Even if she did nothing, her physical strength was gradually recovering, which was more than 1 level higher than before. Ordinary warriors could not stop her at all, allowing her to break through to the periphery in a central blooming posture. Miss Yamato. You guys, have you drunk too much? You actually let Miss Yamato rush to this place by herself. Although you are not a cotter, can't you even deal with these miscellaneous soldiers? If you still have the backbone, follow me. The pirates who saw Yamato's figure were eager to fight, and the leader, the giver, began to fight crazily with injuries for injuries. Then the pirates used the giver as a sharp blade to tear a big hole in the direction of the samurai coalition. Although there were fewer people, they achieved a counter-encirclement. Boom! The sky was covered by dark clouds at some point, and then a touch of red on the horizon attracted the attention of many people. Kaido had transformed into a blue dragon at this time, and his huge body soared in the clouds. Ugh! This is war! Kaido's wild laughter almost spread throughout the flower capital, and then a hot breath spurted out from his mouth. Chapter 295, Kaido's Artistic Cells. Not long ago, in the palace of the flower capital, led by Kurozumi Orokai and Kaido, the members of Wano country and the Beast's pirates were separated on both sides of the palace. Now the nominal general of Wano country is still Kurozumi Orokai. Below him were 5 tables, and the daimyo Shimatsuki Yasui, the daimyo Shimatsuki Jioen, the daimyo Shimatsuki Jioen, the daimyo Fujitsu Mayu, and the daimyo Hogitsu Tempura sat below in turn. The last table was empty. Although there were dishes on it, there was no one on the seat, not even a waiter. That should have been the seat of the daimyo Kuri. But now the Kuri daimyo of Wano country is Kojiki Oden. At this moment, he is in a room of the Palace of Flower Capital, and some of his retainers are disguised as actors. The civilians of Flower Capital are not aware of the details, and the ordinary people in the palace are also not aware of them. While the generals such as Kurozumi Orokai and Shimatsuki Yasui are exchanging glances, the kitchen must be busy. The grand celebration once every 100 years must present a banquet that lives up to the name of the general. There are hundreds of bowls and plates on the long table in front of him, but there are not many things in each, which is the traditional cooking style of Wano country. The soup made of fungus and spring chrysanthemum, the egg tofu in the flat plate, the lotus root with withered flowers, and the pickled vegetables. Today this is the pinnacle of my cooking skills. The chef carefully checked the dishes, which were his hard work. Okay, next we just need to test for poison 3 times. He was waiting for someone to test for poison. The dishes presented to the generals and daimyos must be cautious, which is also the rule here, but the people next to him took those things away directly. Hey! Those things haven't been tested yet. Where are you from? Do you know the rules? This is Lord Orokai's order, you don't have to worry about the rest. Fukuro Kyuju appeared and stopped the chef who was going to test the poison. He had already brought the banquet to this place, why did he need to test the poison? He had to poison it specially. However, the purpose of poisoning was not to deal with Kaido alone. Except for his own share, all the food was poisoned. He hoped to take this opportunity to make these daimyo and Kaido disappear together. Wano country without other obstacles is what he needs. As for how such a Wano country will deal with foreign enemies, it has nothing to do with him. This is why he specially arranged other people to come here. Orokai, if this is what you call a celebration, it may not be too boring. Kaido wants to see what Orokai can play. When a cat catches a mouse, it will play with its prey. When he gets excited, he often does some strange things. But everything now makes him feel very boring. Most pirates don't like the traditional way of eating in Wano country. Eating more than a dozen dishes is just to fill their stomachs. If this is Orikai's plan, then there is no need for him to wait. There is no need to watch fireworks in this place. There are still many special fireworks in the inventory of Inagashima. Don't worry, Kaido, the show will always come little by little. Since you can't wait, let's take a look at today's finale. Wait. The Fool Prince who dances every day will also present a show for you today. Speaking of this, Orikai gestured to some people around him, and a mobile stage was pushed to the middle. The figure was shaking under the curtain. As the sound of playing the shamisen sounded, the curtain on the venue was slowly pulled open. Inside were the actors dedicated to Orikai. At this time, they arranged a new show. Kojiki Oden and some retainers also followed in. The heavy oil paint masks and costumes made them hide their original identities. Although people here are generally face-blind, in this case, even if they are replaced by someone who is not face-blind, they will not recognize them. Some people are completely unable to appreciate drama, such as Arceus, who is completely uninterested in those things, but Kaido is different. Although he looks big and strong, he is very interested in them and even incorporates some drama into the daily life of the beast pirates. For example, the three calamities are called the Big Billboard, and the ordinary cotters are called the Real Fighting. At present, they are planning to call the stronger part of the Real Fighting the Flying Six. It can be seen that Kaido himself is fond of local drama, but the types of drama are fixed, and there are only a few famous dramas. It is very time-consuming to arrange new dramas. The same drama will become boring after being used to it too much, so Orikai's new drama has aroused Kaido's interest. Rotem can't monitor such things. The rehearsal of the drama is obviously not within their monitoring range. The music continues. As the music enters the high-pitched stage, the drama on the stage also changes. The enemy in the drama has appeared. It is an evil general wearing dragon armor. He has always been invincible, but in the end he was betrayed by his confidants, a strange character who endured humiliation for many years just to take back his home from the dragon's mouth. As it was hit in the play, a large number of blood-colored petals and cloaks were thrown out. According to Orikai's plan, Oden should have taken advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack on Kaido. After all, he was mixed in with the actors on the stage. But at the critical moment, someone did not follow the script. He waited for a long time, but did not wait for Kojiki Oden to appear. Orikai, your play is a little interesting, but not very good, so what is the name of this play? This name has not been thought of yet, it was just arranged, how about you come up with a name? From the beginning, it was for a sneak attack, so he didn't have the time to think of a name. He persuaded Kaido to taste the food on the table. Kaido only drank alcohol and didn't eat anything, and he drank the wine he brought with him, which made his poisoning plan fall through. The daimyo didn't eat anything either. Only Quinn and Yin Lishabai ate the food on the table indifferently. But before he could say a few perfunctory words, a voice came from the stage. The name of this play is Dragon Slaying, Kaido, if you don't leave Wano country, then this is your future fate. Kojiki Oden appeared, but he didn't sneak attack as Kurozumi Orikai expected, but stood out. Although Kurozumi Orikai said a lot to Kojiki Oden, Oden himself also had eyes. He saw the changes in Wano country. Kaido at this time did not do anything evil to Wano country, and even promoted the development here. So he hoped that Kaido could take the initiative to leave Wano country, which would be the best result, and his operation also made Kurozumi Orikai dumbfounded. At this time, he completely couldn't understand the people of the Kojiki family. Chapter 296, Naive like a Fool. Although he asked Kojiki Oden to dance just to delay time, if the situation was not getting worse, he could continue to fool him to dance. But the problem is that Kojiki Oden's behavior can be called bearing humiliation and bearing heavy burdens, but he chose to persuade the other party to leave after several years of hard work. In this way, all the efforts at the beginning were wasted. But the problem is that Kojiki Oden also has his own understanding. If it was Kojiki Oden who had not yet set sail, he would indeed choose to fight desperately, and even these years would not be wasted. But he changed a lot after going to sea. He was no longer the ruthless man who cooked Oden on other people's ashes. Although his strength was enhanced, he also became more indecisive. The grass and pastures of Heim, the smiles on the faces of the residents, the assistance brought by the Pokemon Center, and the scene of the Squirtle Fire Department fighting the fire lingered in his mind, so he did not follow the script. Hearing Oden's words, Kaido suddenly felt that this boring venue had become different. This kind of naive guy can't be met everywhere. Gulp gulp. He drank nearly half of the wine gourd on his waist, and then took out a mace from somewhere and smashed it in front of him. Ugh, that evil dragon is me? So, that clown who endures humiliation is Orakai? He really can flatter himself. Kojiki Odin, right? Do you really believe what Kurozumi Orakai says? Even danced like a fool for so many years? Your father died in his hands. Although Kojiki Tsukiyaki is now imprisoned in a secret room by Orakai, Kaido doesn't know this, and he doesn't think there is any meaning in the living former general. Kojiki Odin and Kurozumi Orakai's faces changed after hearing Kaido's remarks, but Orakai changed more. Oh Lord Odin! That guy is talking nonsense. He must have found something to provoke us, you must not believe it. He couldn't deal with one, let alone two. At this time, he could already feel the murderous aura from the daimyo. The script he wrote was a bloody battle between the daimyo of Wano country and the beast pirates, but now it seems that they want to clean themselves up. Kaido can't trust him anymore, so he can only rely on Kojiki Odin. However, Kaido didn't intend to give him another chance to talk nonsense, and swung a Congo Dysprosium at Orakai, but it was still blocked by Kurozumi Shanmara's barrier fruit. Tisk, a troublesome fruit ability. That guy is just a waste. If we just want to expel him, any one of us can do it, but Kaido, your force is what we have to be careful of. Shimotsuki Yasui has already drawn his sword. They were originally preparing for a decisive battle, and the temporary change of the script did not affect the continuation. Kaido, Wano country is not a place for you to stay. This country is going to be founded and Xiaoyan Boyan is going to be welcomed. He will definitely come here one day in the future, so you must leave here. I won't go anywhere. It is precisely because this is Wano country that I came here. Kojiki Odin, put away your stupid naivety. Kaido slowly stood up, and Kurozumi Orakai pressed a few buttons in his hand. The fireworks in the sky seemed to change color, and then the sound of gunfire rang out. He was really afraid that Kaido and Kojiki Odin would reach some agreement, so he urged the chaos below in advance. Lord Odin! There's a fire in the direction of Odin Castle. From Hananotu, you can see taller buildings in other towns, such as Odin Castle. The burning Odin Castle is very conspicuous now. That was also one of Kurozumi Orakai's plans. Now it seems that Kaido can't be relied on. Even if they don't die together, he has to let Odin win, otherwise his end will be very miserable. So when he gave the signal to start the war, he also conveyed the order to his undercover. Odin's retainers were originally divided into two groups. One group followed him here, and the rest were protecting Kojiki Toki and the others. That is Kojiki Odin's biggest weakness now, and it is also the best way to urge him to act. To be precise, it's not just Odin Castle, the entire Wano country seems to be in chaos. Kurozumi Orakai's ultimate goal has not been exposed. They don't know that Kurozumi Orakai wants to destroy Wano country. In the eyes of ordinary Wano people, Orakai is at most greedy for power, so this matter is regarded as something done by the beast's pirates. The sound of war outside gradually came in, and some mates accidentally dropped the plates in their hands, which almost became a signal to start fighting. Odin hadn't made a move yet, but some people couldn't help it. Wait! Kaido, die! Foxfire style, fire willow flash. Kinemon, who came here with Odin, ignited a flame on his sword and rushed directly towards Kaido, but Kaido didn't even look at him, and used the 8 priestess to knock him out with one hand. The people in the flower capital palace also began to flee, especially Kurozumi Orakai, who shouted for the Onue Bansha to help destroy the beast's pirates, but he himself ran farther and farther under the cover of the barrier fruit. Kaido, you can handle this yourself, some guys are going to die. I was going to tell you not to interfere with me here, these guys should be able to bring a lot of fun. Arceus walked towards the direction where Kurozumi Orakai fled, and he turned a blind eye to those who tried to stop him, and someone had cleared a path for him. Kojiki Odin finally took out his own weapons under the pressure of the battle. One white and one purple, both belong to the 21st Great Swords, the aim no Habakiri that is said to be able to cut down the sky and the Enma that conquers hell. They have shown their edge again after being sealed for a few years, but there are people who are more impulsive than Kojiki Odin. Kaido, you hurt my retainer. Looking at Kinemon who was beaten away by Kaido, Kojiki Odin's face became not so good. The kind of person who can't understand the situation is actually your retainer? It's really bad. Just as he was talking, Kaido felt that he was slapped in the face, because Quinn's huge body suddenly flew backwards and crashed into them. And a special momentum also came here. Although it did not cause any impact, both Kaido and Kojiki Oden understood that it was the breath of the domineering color. Just awakened the conqueror's haki? Is it Yamato? This girl is really good. He was not sure whether this was Yamato's conqueror's haki. After all, the distance was a bit far, but this did not affect his excitement. He turned into a dragon and directly broke through the roof here. The venue is too small, come out Oden, the war has begun. Chapter 297, Kojiki Oden vs Kaido. This is war. The flames of war everywhere made Kaido surprisingly excited, and a hot breath spewed directly at the palace below. Although his own cotters were also in it, he believed that they were capable of dealing with the aftermath. However, Kaido's attack did not burn down the entire palace, because Oden fought back. Although he was a lot more naive after going to sea, he was also one of the top 3 strong men in Wano country at this time. Oden's two-sword style, Bishemu. Yanma and the Tenaito Hazan seemed to be wrapped in water, which cut Kaido's hot breath in half. Although he couldn't fly, he relied on his jumping ability to get into the air. Kaido, are you really unwilling to leave here on your own initiative? It's time and you're still saying such stupid things. Is this what you learned from Roger and Newgate? Those were people he had met during the Rocks era. He admitted that Roger and Whitebeard were both strong, but he also thought they were naive, but now it seems that Kojiki Oden is even better than them. Then there's nothing we can do. Oden's arms were wrapped in thick domineering, and Yanma and Tenaito Hazan were also wrapped in strong domineering. Although Yanma has practiced the black sword, it still doesn't affect this matter. After all, Yanma himself has great requirements for the user. This knife will release the user's armed color domineering without authorization. Although it can exert a very powerful force, if you are not skilled, you will cut out the excess part, causing your own domineering to be sucked dry. Releasing haki also requires physical strength, and the result is death from exhaustion. As the famous sword made by Shimatsuki Kozaburo before leaving Wano country, Kojiki Oden is the only one who has tamed this sword. At the same time that Kojiki Oden and Kaido began to fight, Quinn also climbed up from the ground. Damn bastard, someone actually poisoned. He did have a self-made detoxification mechanism in his body, but there is a disadvantage of the cyborg, that is, there is a certain probability that the mechanically modified equipment will have problems. Just now, his antidote release was stuck and caused his body to become stiff, so the opponent took the opportunity to kick him out. His opponent is the Haime Daimyo Fujitsu Miyam, a relatively short and fat samurai. The daimyos of Wano country are not weak. Although Shimatsuki Yasui is a little worse in terms of force, the remaining 3 are all senior swordsmen. Cutting iron is the basis for them. Looking at his almost cut-off mechanical hand, Quinn's expression is not very good. Of course, another reason is that there was a squeeze in his ears. You are such a loser that you only hold back. Don't say that. It's already a big deal to be able to catch someone's kick. After all, he is Master Quinn. Since Quinn gradually developed resistance to Shayana's foul language, Shayana learned a new thing, sarcasm, and she found that this caused more damage to Quinn. Don't look down on me. Under the verbal attack of his own people, Quinn entered the form, and the equipment he transformed was fully fired, attacking Fujitsu Mikyu again. In the sky, the battle between Kaido and Kojiki Oden has just begun, and Kaido is still in the form of a giant dragon. For animal-type ability users, the form is the strongest posture. Unless facing certain specific targets, the beast form and human form both have a contemptuous meaning. I didn't expect you to have danced for so many years. I thought you would stop after a few days, but you can really persist. Do you really think I would look down on you for this? Were you discovered at the beginning? Yes, if this was another country, we would have completed the rule long ago. Unfortunately, this is Wano country. Those people have a mysterious worship for you Kojiki family members. Thank you for ruining your reputation. It seems that today is the decisive battle. He didn't think that the other party would explain this to him out of kindness. He probably said this just to shake his heart. Yes, the dead Kojiki Oden is the best Kojiki Oden, but don't worry, the blame will be handed over to Kurozumi Orakai, and then it will be regarded as helping you avenge your father's murder. Several wind blades were spit out by Kaido at Oden, and they were offset by the flying slash he swung. I have another question. Why don't you choose Terror Rule? With the name of Orakai and your military power, there is no need to be gentle, right? I don't like this kind of thing, but others like it. Anyway, I'm too lazy to worry about it, and it works better this way, so I'll listen to him. Kojiki Odin, since you've been dancing for 5 years, I'll let you see other dances. Kaido's huge body began to twist, and the blue dragon body was looming in the clouds. After finding the new skill after the Dragon Slate Dragon Dance. The power of dragon-type elves has a lot to do with dragon dance, except for a certain earth dragon that can't dance dragon dance, which is powerful enough. Compared to the sword dance that increases attack alone, the attack strength of dragon dance is slightly lower, but it also increases speed at the same time. Kaido didn't seem to have changed after the dragon dance, but Kojiki Odin's observation haki conveyed a dangerous aura to him. Then Kaido's huge body rushed towards him at an incredible speed. The one who benefited the most after getting the dragon slab was naturally Arceus himself, and then Kaido. Although he consumed a little more power when using the power of Pokemon without being transformed, it was nothing with his physical strength, and the reason why he was not transformed was because there was a certain difference between the legendary beast and the ordinary Pokemon. But it didn't matter. The dragon skills made Kaido's strength increase by more than 1 level. The right claw flashed with a turquoise light, and the dragon claw was already grabbing Kojiki Odin. Dragon Claw! Kojiki Odin didn't expect that after the so-called dance, Kaido's speed actually increased by a level. Facing the sudden giant claw, he only had time to set up his double swords, and then he was knocked to the ground. Under the huge impact, a deep gully was left on the ground, and Odin also paid more attention to Kaido. This was probably the strongest enemy he had ever met in his life. Kaido in the sky swooped down to the ground. Kojiki Odin was no weakling either. He slightly retracted his 2 swords and swung them at Kaido in the sky in a slashing posture. Odin 2-sword style, Daowen Shirataki. Kojiki Odin's arms burst out with unimaginable and amazing power. Kaido's claws swung from top to bottom were actually deflected by Odin, and there was still enough power to slash at Kaido's body, but in the end his blade was blocked by a transparent barrier. Chapter 298, Odin's Death. What? The transparent barrier surprised Kojiki Odin. He had seen the power of the barrier fruit next to Kurozumi Orokai. Obviously, the user of the barrier fruit was the old man next to Orokai, but they couldn't help Kaido at this time. It's not like he had never been to sea before. There are no identical devil fruits. Only one of the same fruit will appear at the same time. Although some fruits have similar abilities, Kaido has already been confirmed to be an animal-type ability user, and it is impossible for him to eat another fruit similar to the barrier fruit. The opportunity to fight was fleeting. At the moment when Odin hesitated, Kaido's other dragon claw had already slapped over. Kojiki Odin crawled out of the ruins below, and his tenacious vitality was comparable to that of ordinary animal-type ability users. Are the abilities of the mythical beasts so diverse? They can even use barriers. Then you don't need to know. I'm not your question-answering machine. He was not interested in explaining to Kojiki Odin what it meant to hold on, but just brewed a new attack. As time passed, the battle here intensified. The trees that originally supported the flower capital palace had collapsed, and the surroundings were completely cleared out. Kojiki Odin's attacks did not stop, but they had no effect on Kaido. Instead, the scars on his body gradually increased. Although his vitality was tenacious, it was not a wise choice to compete with animal-type ability users in a protracted war. This was the only person Kaido had met in the past few years who could take several attacks from his beast form and still fight. As time went on, the surrounding battlefield became more and more intense, and there was an explosion from the direction of Odin Castle. Looking at Kaido, who had almost no scars on his body, Kojiki Odin took a deep breath and mobilized the domineering in his body to the greatest extent. Kaido's hot breath and other attacks are of little significance to Kojiki Odin. After all, close combat is what he is best at. Kaido, if it were you, would you choose to open a country to welcome Xiaoyan Boyan? Kojiki Odin suddenly asked Kaido a question during the battle, and mentioned Xiaoyan Boyan again. I am not interested in that Xiaoyan Boyan, and I don't believe in the so-called prophecy. If there is such a Xiaoyan Boyan, at least he must be a guy who can defeat me. Is that so? I still have to expel you. After all, Wano country needs to open a country. If you can do it, just come and try it. Odin 2 swords flow. His muscles seemed to have swelled several times. At this time, Kojiki Odin was brewing his powerful attack, and Kaido in the sky swooped down again. Daowen 10 punch. Yan Mo and Tian Yu Hanzan crossed and slashed at Kaido. Like Daowen Shirataki before, his attack only slashed on the barrier that Kaido had condensed, but this time Kaido's barrier was broken. The defense has an upper limit. Kojiki Oden's full-strength attack achieved this effect, but that was all. After breaking the defense, his subsequent attacks were taken by Kaido's mace. At the moment the defense was broken, Kaido's figure began to shrink, and he transformed from the original beast form to the form, which was his strongest fighting posture. You father! Save me! The samurai under Kurozumi Orokai held Yamato hostage. Yamato was shouting for help from Kaido, but Kaido only glanced at him and didn't take it seriously. He turned to look at Kojiki Oden. You spoiler, hey, Kojiki family, Arceus likes the current environment of Wano country. You don't want the aftermath of our fight to destroy the entire Flower City, right? Let's decide the outcome with one move. You are so ruthless you don't even care about your own daughter. You don't understand that kind of thing. Kaido's mace was thundering, and a much stronger domineering aura was wrapped around it than before. The thunder in the clouds in the sky seemed to be guided by Kaido. Kaido was surrounded by his sword-shaped phantom. Dragon Dance and Sword Dance each had their own advantages, but Kaido had mastered Sword Dance for much longer than Dragon Dance, so he was naturally more proficient. Thunder Bagua. Kaido still chose to use Thunder Bagua as his final attack. Seeing Kaido coming towards him, Kojiki Oden threw away the Tenhahazan and held the hilt of Yanma with both hands. Oden won sword style, WA. Holding the sword with both hands, he launched the strongest single attack. Yanma's black blade touched the eight sword, and lightning and domineering burst into fierce sparks. However, under the blessing of Kaido's double dance, Kojiki Oden was not Kaido's opponent. There was a roar, and the world seemed to fall into silence. Yanma was inserted into the ground in the ruins, and Kaido's dragon claw stepped on Kojiki Oden's body. Ahem, I lost. You are really strong. You are not weak, but you are still far behind those monsters. Really, now, Kaido, you will make Wano country better, right? You are a warrior, but also a fool, asking such questions to the enemy. Orokai is not suitable to lead Wano country, but Kaido, opening the country to welcome Xiaoyan Boyan is what Wano country should do. If this is your last words, then it is stupid. If there is really such a thing as Xiaoyan Boyan, I will defeat him anyway. Kojiki Oden did not speak again, and Kaido raised his 8 precepts. You are qualified to die like a warrior. The 8 precepts swung down and smashed towards Kojiki Oden's head. Toki, Momoko, Hiri, everyone, I'm sorry, I lost, but Kaido, have you ever thought that maybe you are the so-called Xiaoyan Boyan? This was his last thought, but he didn't say it out loud, nor did he mean to say it out loud. With the worry and anxiety about the future of Wano country, Oden's consciousness completely stopped at this moment. And Kaido also walked to the side and grabbed Yamato on the ground. The aftermath of the collision between Kaido and Kojiki Oden just now had already stunned the samurai who held Yamato hostage. Although the battle was over, Kaido did not remove his Dragon Man form, which made Yamato in his hand a little scared, so he trembled and said, "Father, congratulations on your victory." Hearing Yamato's congratulations, Kaido did not have the slightest expression of joy. When fighting with Oden, he could still see the smile on his mouth, but at this moment his expression had completely collapsed. He pinched the Yamato in his hand with force, and Yamato in his hand directly spit out a mouthful of blood. "Wow! Father, it hurts. What are you doing? Don't pretend, my daughter will never beg for mercy under the threat of the enemy, nor will she be caught by that kind of person, nor will she be afraid of me at this time." As he said this, he exerted force again, and the person in his hand gradually turned into the appearance of Kurozumi Mushin. The order she received was to disrupt the battle. Seeing that Kojiki Oden was at a disadvantage, she wanted to use this method to interfere with Kaido, but she didn't expect it to have no effect at all. "Kaido, you are really ruthless. Aren't you afraid that I am real? First of all, you can't be real. If you are real, your daughter who has experienced so much and is still so cowardly should just die. Such a person is not worthy of our teaching. It's better to die outside in the future while there is still time to get rid of her early, so as not to make people sad at that time." With a series of creaking and screaming, Kaido ended Kurozumi Mushin's life with one hand. Regardless of whether she pretended to be Yamato, it was unforgivable just to interfere with his battle. Chapter 299, The Three Disasters. The first generation of the ability user of the Mimic Fruit died in Kaido's hands. Although the mimic fruit could not enhance combat power, its ability also allowed Kurozumi Murasaka to help Kurozumi Orakai a lot. For example, pretending to be the identity of Kojiki Tsukiyaki allowed Kurozumi Orakai to gain the name of orthodoxy. If it were not for Kurozumi Murasaki, it would not be so easy for Kurozumi Orakai to enter the center of power. However, there is a disadvantage of the mimic fruit. Although the mimic fruit can store the object of imitation, the premise is that she has had contact with the other party. She cannot imitate the change of people who have not had contact. She can become Yamato because she had contact with Yamato in the past, which is not difficult. Kaido did not imprison Yamato in a certain place. Yamato can be seen in Kuri's Daowin Farm, Heim's Wind Fairy living area, and even in Linghouse Cemetery. As long as she does not use the ghost image of a candle on her head, it is not difficult to have some physical contact with Yamato, and naturally she has the ability to transform into Yamato. Kojiki Oden had died in the battle, and Kaido had no intention of destroying his body. He just picked up Yan Mo and Tianyu Hanzan and walked to the side. What was strange was that the size of these two swords in his hands was not so abrupt, and even seemed a bit handy. The aftermath of the battle between Kojiki Oden and Kaido made ordinary people dare not approach at all. Some powerful people also had their own opponents. Except for Kurozumi Mushin who approached to achieve his goal, there was no one else nearby. Looking at the collapsed flower capital palace, Kaido drank the remaining wine in his gourd in one breath. Oden is dead. I'm getting bored again. Sure enough, the pleasure brought by the end of the drama is only a short moment. Kaido walked towards the still burning palace on the ruins. If Kojiki Oden's existence was not too special, he really wanted to recruit him. However, people like Kojiki Oden would never choose to surrender, and the future Wano country would not need such a symbolic meaning of strong military force, so he chose to eliminate the other party, and he thought he could also try to recruit the remaining daimyo. At the same time, he could also see the results of his cadres battles. The battle in the palace has not ended yet. The daimyo and the cadres of the beasts pirates are fighting together. Although these daimyo are not as good as Kojiki Oden, they are also powerful swordsmen. It is not difficult for them to get a bounty of over 100 million in the open sea. However, the battle here has just paused for a short time, because the movement of the battle outside has stopped. Both the roar of Kaido and the sound of Oden's sword energy have disappeared at this moment. After waiting for a long time, there was no new collision. This can only mean one thing, that the battle between Kaido and Kojiki Oden has ended. The end of the high-level combat power battle is a terrifying pressure on the lower-level combat power. Whether it is Kojiki Oden or Kaido, such a monster will be released. Once it is released, it crushes others. It is not uncommon for one person to fight against an army in this world where monsters are rampant. People on both sides are very concerned about the outcome of the battle, and at the same time they are full of confidence. The people of the beasts do not believe that Kaido will lose, and the people of Wano country do not believe that Kojiki Oden will lose. Kaido's increased combat power is obvious to all. These cadres are the elders who joined the beasts when they were on a small boat. Although Kojiki Oden had a bad reputation in the past, he achieved everything based on his own strength. Mhahahaha, don't think about it, the winner must be Brother Kaido. The braid on Quin's head waved in the air as if it had consciousness, and there was an extra mechanical claw at the front end, and the same was true for the tail. At this time, he had entered the full fire mode. Seed machine gun, energy ball, flying leaf knife, flame ray, whether it is the ability brought to him by Arceus or the scientific research results of his self-transformation, they have been brought to the extreme at this moment. The burning of the flower capital palace has a lot to do with him. The cadres of the beasts each have their own strengths. The tropical dragon, which was modified based on the Brachiosaurus, has extremely strong melee ability. The huge tonnage is an insurmountable gap for most people. However, with his own ability, the heavy turret is also very suitable for his fighting style. Except for the initial kick, it is difficult for Fujitsu Mitsuki to get close to Quin. His firepower forms a firepower network that is difficult to break through. And after a moment's pause, his sunshine flame finally finished charging. You guys who are closed to the outside world can't understand what kind of monster Kaido is with the reinforcement of Big Brother Arceus. The sunshine flame was released, and even a huge hole was blasted out of the palace of the flower capital. Compared with Quin's firepower bombardment, the battle there is different. In the form, he and Shimotsuki Ushimaru competed in swordsmanship. However, for Shimotsuki Ushimaru, this was not a battle between swordsmen. In the battle just now, Jin's weapon suddenly changed its form, and a row of shark tooth-like grooves appeared on the back of the blade. This design is specifically designed to restrain other sword users. A tricky weapon, a sword without a heart, you are not a swordsman at all. He casually swung a flying slash, and Jin had no reaction to it. Whether it's a sword or a gun, they are just weapons, just a means of becoming stronger and killing, and you are an excellent whetstone. Currently, no one in the Beast's Pirates is good at swordsmanship. Most of them are physical combat mixed with the abilities of Pokémon. Jin's swordsmanship is completely derived from the technique of killing in a life and death struggle. His flying slash was also learned from Kaido's Congo Dyborg as his strength increased. They are all long-range attacks using weapons, which are essentially the same thing. These daimyo came from samurai families, and their swordsmanship is also top-notch in Wano country. Although Jin doesn't care about the title of swordsman, it doesn't mean that he doesn't want to continue to become stronger. The whole of the beasts is an involutionary private enterprise. Only when it is strong enough can it do more things. Even if he is already a big boss second only to Kaido and Arceus, he still can't get rid of the influence of this involution. In order not to be surpassed, he must continue to become stronger. Shimotsuki Ushimura's swordsmanship is also the top echelon in Wano country. Jin hopes that he can achieve good results in this battle. Zeraora and Shayuna are not here at this time. Shortly after the battle started, they determined that the battlefield here did not need them, and the two went to help Arceus clean up the trash. Although cleaning up those people is a piece of cake, in their opinion, those people are not worth Arceus's efforts. Compared with Jin and Quinn's battle, Olga and Inulsabitha's battle seems to be very slack, showing Jin's monkey characteristics. Chapter 300, Your Odin is dead. After Fujitsu Mayame and Shimotsuki Jayamaru, the remaining daimyo are Ugitsu Tempura and Shimotsuki Yasui. Ugitsu Tempura is about the same strength as Fujitsu Mayame. But Shimotsuki Yasui is different. Although he is the main family with Shimotsuki Jayamaru, if Shimotsuki Jayamaru is the strongest daimyo, then Shimotsuki Yasui is just the opposite. He is definitely the bottom among the daimyo of Wano country, and one Inulsabith is enough to deal with him. Although Inulsabith also ate those poisonous foods, that kind of toxin is useless to the basilisk lizard. It is better to say that because of those toxins, those bland foods have more spicy taste. And the reason why Olga can happily fish is not because Ugitsu Tempura is weak, but because of the special national conditions of Wano country. Because of the many islands on the Grand Line, each country has its own characteristics, and the development of military power is also completely different, such as the Heart Network on the Sky Island. HeartNet is another name for Sky Island's observation haki. With the help of the power of the Thunder Fruit, Enelo has used observation haki to the point of listening to other people's thoughts. However, he is not the only one who can use HeartNet. Some of his priests also have the ability of observation haki, but no one on Sky Island can use armament haki. Unlike Wano country, they call armament haki Ryu Sakura. Strong samurai can use this ability, but observation haki is very rare in Wano country. Most people who have not left Wano country do not know observation haki. The most outstanding observation haki in Wano country is Odin, who has been out to sea. Not only has he awakened his own ability, he can even listen to the voices of all things. When he was in Ziuau, the voice of the Lord of the Elephants was faintly transmitted to his mind. Under his teaching, some of his retainers also mastered the ability of observation haki, but Ugitsu Tenra did not. He has never left Wano country and has been guarding Uden Township and does not understand observation haki. People who don't know observation haki will be powerless against Olga, so Ugitsu Tempura was not facing Olga at the beginning, but Kojiki Odin's retainers. Although they learned some observation haki under Kojiki Odin's teaching, their observation haki could not wake Ugitsu Tempura up. Under the situation that pain could deceive them, Ugitsu Tempura's attack made them very difficult to deal with, so they were always timid, which gave Olga the opportunity to fish on the side. As for the other people here, it would be better if they didn't come over. If they came over, they would just cause trouble. Humans will not learn to be weird for no reason. If you want to find the most evil taste among the current members of the 100 Beasts, Olga is definitely at the top. Shayuna's weirdness came from this. Anyway, the goal has been achieved, so she started to fish blatantly. Tempura-sama, the enemy is over there. Damn, there's no way to get close to that woman. If they don't deal with Tempura Ugitsu, they can't get close. If they don't get close, they can't solve Tempura Ugitsu's problem. The situation seems to have fallen into a dead loop. The situation is getting more and more unfavorable for them. Finally, Ashura made a choice. Facing Tempura Hogitsu's sword, he didn't choose to dodge, but let him pierce his arm. He was once called the Kuri monster and was the strongest among Odin's retainers. Then he pierced Tempura Hogitsu's arm with a sword, and controlled him at the cost of both of them being injured at the same time. Akiku, Reizo, you guys go think of a way to deal with that woman, I'll suppress Tempura-sama. Kikunosuke and Reizo were about to act after hearing Ashura words, but the next moment the whole hall seemed to be quiet, and Kaido walked in from the gap in the wall, and he was holding Yanma and Tienuhazan in his hands. Most people stopped fighting and looked in Kaido's direction, only Quinn was still bombarding. Ugh, Olga, do you still like playing this kind of game? Get rid of the illusion. Understood, Captain. As Olga's ability was lifted, Hogitsu Tempura realized that the enemy in front of him was actually Odin's retainer, and stopped resisting this time, and Kaido casually threw out Yanma and Tienuhazan. Kojiki Odin has already. Boom. Kojiki Odin has already. Bang. The collapsed beams fell down, and finally got Kaido's head full of rubble. Compared with ordinary wooden structures, the palace here has a lot of rock materials. Quinn, you guy, be quiet. He picked up a small stone and threw it over, and the scene became quiet, and Kaido finally said what he said. Kojiki Odin is dead, do any of you want to surrender? No, impossible, how could Lord Odin die here? Ashura roared. He didn't believe this at all, but tears flowed from the corners of his eyes while denying Kaido. Yanma and Aim no Habakuri were Kojiki Odin's swords, he couldn't have mistaken those two swords, and if Kojiki Odin hadn't been defeated and killed, those two swords would never have fallen into Kaido's hands. Although he didn't want to believe it, he had to accept what Kaido said. Except for Ashura, most of Odin's retainers had this reaction. Reizo, Kikunosuke, you guys go back and take Lord Toki away, I will delay them at the risk of my life. Ashura picked up his weapon again in grief. He was a little different from other retainers. He only recognized Kojiki Odin, not the entire Kojiki family. Now that Kojiki Odin has died here, he has no reason to escape. Death here is his fate. Go. Seeing if they still had any moves, Ashura shouted at them again, this time asking them to take action. Quinn just raised his hand to attack the fleeing Kikunoho and Reizo, but was stopped by Kaido in the end. Brother Kaido, what are you doing? Are you going to let them go? Yamato needs a target, the remnants of the enemy full of hatred, is there anyone more suitable than this? After explaining, Kaido looked at Ashura who looked tragic in front of him. Interesting eyes, I admire you very much, do you want to join me, and you guys, as the daimyo of each township, you don't want to die here like this, right? No one responded to Kaido, and the only answer he gave was the sword that rushed towards him. Is that so? I understand, deal with them, try to capture them alive, Olga, don't play around, as a big boss, you can't just watch the show from behind. With the arrival of the boss of the company, Olga's slacking career ended here, and Kaido glanced at Ashura in front of him. Although you are as stupid as Odin, your eyes are not bad. I will give you the qualification to challenge me.